All such ships at sea. But for the ship on the radar now, there was no AIS display. She doesn't have her AIS turned on, Pitt said to Gomez. That seems a bit suspicious out here. Sometimes the signal is lost, Gomez said. Or she could be a military vessel. It means nothing. The captain stepped close to the helmsman, whispered something in his ear, and then moved to the opposite end of the bridge. Pitt ignored the captain and kept tracking the Adelaide's speed and heading. He wasn't surprised when the mystery vessel slowed a knot or two until it vanished from the radar screen. 40 minutes of silent tension passed before Giordano entered the bridge to relieve Pitt. "Are we sailing happy seas tonight? Cruising on waves of hysteria?" Pitt, preparing to leave, quietly reported the earlier encounter with the ship. A new helmsman arrived to relieve the one on duty, but Gomez remained on watch. As Pitt turned to depart the bridge, he glanced once more at the radar screen. Something caught his eye, and he hesitated, studying the numbers. It was the course heading. The ship had suddenly changed from an east-northeast heading to east-southeast. "Why are we running southeast?" Pitt asked. "There is a strong head current at this latitude," Gomez said. "We will drop below it for a day or two to maintain speed, then readjust our heading to Long Beach." Pitt's recollection was that the north equatorial current ran some distance south of their position, but he didn't argue. He turned and gave Giordano a skeptical look. "Guess I'll turn in. See you on the next shift." Pitt finally exited the bridge and climbed down the companionway. Rather than exit on the second level to go to his stateroom, he continued down to the main deck to get some fresh air. Reaching it, he ran into Plugrid racing up the companionway. The Coast Guard lieutenant had an agitated look. "You're up early," Pitt said. "Trying to find two of my men who didn't report for their watch." "You didn't see them up on the bridge?" "No. I'd suggest the mess. They probably went for some coffee to stay awake." Plugrid grumbled an acknowledgement and trotted off toward the mess. Out on deck, Pitt found the night cool, with a fresh breeze rippling over the port beam. After several hours on the unfriendly bridge, the air felt refreshing. Pitt stretched his legs by hiking across the long, open deck, stopping at the prow and gazing over the rail. A faint light appeared briefly ahead on the horizon, vanishing and reappearing as the Adelaide rose and fell with the sea. The mystery ship was still there, directly ahead, at the edge of visibility for both eye and radar. Pitt watched for several minutes, confirming the other vessel was holding position, then ambled toward the deckhouse. He stopped as he passed the forward hold, noticing some debris on the deck. Part of the cargo of manganese had spilled near the hatch cover during loading. Pitt picked up a fist-sized chunk and held it under a nearby deck light. Silver in color, the ore appeared to be identical to the monazite he had found in Chile on board the Tasmanian Star. Gomez was lying about the manganese, but why? Why also was the crew acting so strange? And what of the ship steaming ahead of them? An uneasy feeling suddenly struck Pitt square in the gut. Plugrid. He had to alert Plugrid. Pitt started aft but froze when several figures emerged from the deckhouse. Pitt ducked alongside the nearest hatch cover and watched two men drag a third man between them. They crossed the deck laterally, passing under a bright light. For a second, Pitt could see the two men walking were armed crewmen. The limp body between them was Plugrid, with a splatter of blood glistening on his forehead. They dragged Plugrid to the port side of the deckhouse, where they unlocked a door and hauled him inside. Once they disappeared from view, Pitt crossed the deck and sprinted aft to the superstructure's opposite side. Racing up the companionway, he exited onto the second level and rushed to the 4 cabins that housed the Coast Guard team. He knocked on the first door and flung it open but found no one inside. When he found the second cabin empty, he began to fear the worst. The third and fourth cabins were also empty. The entire Coast Guard team had quietly been neutralized. Pitt was exiting the fourth cabin when he heard whispers in the corridor. He stepped back into the cabin and slipped behind its open door. Through the crack, he watched as two armed crewmen crept down the hall and stopped in front of Pitt's door. They readied their weapons, then one twisted the handle and both charged in. Finding the cabin empty, they returned to the corridor, speaking quietly to each other in Spanish. One stomped off toward the companionway while his partner lingered. Moving slowly, he stepped to the opposite end of the corridor and cautiously entered Giordano's cabin. Finding no one there, he began working his way back, checking the other cabins. Pitt held his breath when the gunman approached where he was hiding. The barrel of an assault rifle poked past the door as he took a step into the cabin. Pitt waited a second, then burst from his spot. Shoving the door with all his strength, he crushed the gunman against the bulkhead. Still clutching the chunk of ore, he clubbed the man in the side of the head with it. The man lost consciousness and collapsed to the deck before he could find the trigger on his weapon. Pitt pulled the gunman all the way inside the cabin and listened for his partner. Hearing nothing, he took the man's AK-47 and stepped into the hall, closing the door behind him. He reached the companionway and was about to move down the steps to release Plugrid when he heard a gunshot. The shot seemed to come from above. If it had been fired from the bridge, then it meant one thing. Giordano. Pitt reversed course and raced up the steps as silently as he could. At the bridge, he stopped and peered around the door. The lights had been dimmed for night-time running, darkening the bridge except for the glow of a few monitors. A nearby console obstructed much of his view, but all seemed quiet. Perhaps the shot had originated elsewhere. Spotting only the helmsman, he quietly advanced into the bay. Mr. Pitt hailed the voice of Gomez. "I thought you would come for your friend." The captain rose from a crouched position, firmly holding an outstretched pistol. It wasn't aimed at Pitt, however, but at the floor. Pitt took a step closer to see that Gomez was aiming the weapon at Giordano, who lay on the floor, clutching his leg. "Put down your weapon," Gomez said, "or you both shall die." Pitt caught a movement out of the corner of his eye. The earlier gunman had materialized from behind another console, his AK-47 aimed at Pitt's back. As Pitt looked from his wounded friend to Gomez, his eyes flared with anger. Without a word, he let the gun fall to the deck. 39 The president rolled an unlit cigar between his thumb and forefinger. "Why?" he asked in an irritated tone. "Why would the Chinese suddenly halt all exports of rare earth elements?" An uncomfortable silence filled the Oval Office. "I can only suspect it's for leverage," the Secretary of State said. "Something they can use as a bargaining chip to counter our pressure on their support of trade with Iran or their refusal to float the yuan." "Have they told you as much?" "No, the Foreign Ministry has only indicated it was done out of strategic necessity." "Sure," said Vice President Sandecker. "The necessity to torpedo our economy." A cigar aficionado himself, he eyed the president's stogie with envy. "It is quite a bold move," the Secretary of State said. "I would have expected some hint of negotiation over the matter, but the Chinese are playing it close to the vest." The president turned to his national security advisor, a raven-haired woman named Dietrich. "How bad is it going to hurt us?" "Over 90% of our rare earth imports come from China," she said. "Commercially, it will devastate a number of industries, particularly electronics and the alternative energy fields. Almost every high-tech industry in the country will be affected." "Are we just talking higher prices?" asked Tom Cerny. "Skyrocketing prices will be just the first impact. Until workarounds can be developed, products will be in short supply, or simply unaffordable. Either way, demand will evaporate, and jobs along with it. It could easily drive the economy back into a serious recession." "What about other sources of rare earth?" the president asked. "I know we've got that mine in California." "Tell me the Chinese aren't the only game in town." The Mountain Pass mine came online a few years ago and was just ramping up their production, Dietrich said, but a recent fire at the facility destroyed the mine's extraction operations. It's effectively closed for an indeterminate period, probably 2 years. That was our only domestic source. Has anyone looked into the cause of the fire? Sandecker asked. It was believed to have been accidental, but now the owners have called in the FBI to find out if it might have been arson. How about other foreign sources of rare earth? The president asked. We do source a fraction of our imports beyond China, Dietrich said. Australia has been the primary backup, with additional smaller amounts from Russia, India, and Malaysia. But there's also a problem down under, I'm afraid. The major Australian producer has announced a temporary shutdown due to an expansion program. The president shoved his cigar into an ashtray. So we're left whistling past the graveyard while our economy sputters to a halt. Dietrich nodded bleakly. I'm afraid we have little, if any, control over the supply situation. That's only the half of it, Sandecker said. The shortage strikes a pretty nasty blow to several of our key defense technologies. The VLCE president is correct, Dietrich affirmed. Where's the damage? The president asked. The Navy gets hit hard, she said. The propulsion system for the Zumwalt-class destroyer and the new stealth cruiser relies heavily on rare earth elements, so those programs will come to a crashing halt. I'm waiting for a report from the Air Force, but I've been told there's a significant impact to the new joint fighter and several satellite development programs. We're talking programs that are budgeted in the billions of dollars, Cerny said. Sounds to me, the president said, as if the Chinese might be exploiting their monopoly as an opportunity to catch up militarily. The heads in the room nodded. What if we tell the Chinese their export ban is unacceptable? The Secretary of State squirmed in his seat. I don't think that dog will hunt, sir. The Chinese leadership won't take well to any threats. If we get into a trade war, we'll be the bigger loser. And if they stop purchasing our debt securities, that would create even worse problems. So we are facing an economic nosedive when we can least afford it, the president said. On top of that, we are sacrificing our military readiness by delaying the next class of destroyers, fighters, and spy satellites. There's one other casualty, Sandecker said. He moved close to the president and spoke in a whisper. The Sea Arrow. The president nodded. Of course. The president walked to his desk and peered out the high windows behind it for several minutes. When he turned back to his audience, he spoke in a soft, defeated voice. Find out what the Chinese want, he said, and give it to them. 40th hijacking of the CRO's motor incited an immediate nationwide dragnet. Roadblocks were quickly set up along every major road and highway leading north or south out of Washington. FBI teams were dispatched to all nearby airports and to every East Coast port facility, from where analysts assumed the motor would be smuggled out of the country. Extra security was even called into the northeast border crossings yet the stolen motor wouldn't be found in any of those places. It had been driven west, away from the major ports and airports, and across rural Appalachia, hidden in the back of a hay truck. Entering Lexington, Kentucky, Pablo slowed the big rig, keeping a wary eye out for passing police cars. Anne was relegated to the back of the cab, one wrist cuffed to the frame of the bench seat. She could partially stretch out on the narrow seat but had to lean at an awkward angle to glance out the window. They travelled in silence. After Pablo ignored her initial barrage of probing questions, she decided to save her energy. It took a bit of conjecture, but she eventually linked Pablo's theft of the Sea Arrow plans with the large device hidden on the flatbed. It had to be the submarine's new propulsion motor. Pablo was pleased with the time he had made, covering 400 miles in 7 hours, before pulling onto a quiet side road and letting Anne stretch her legs. A short time later, they pulled into Lexington, where he found a truck stop and parked at a distant fuel pump. After filling the truck's tank, he opened the cab door and peered at Anne. "Do you want something to eat?" "Yes, please," Anne said. "I'm very hungry. I'll be right back." He slammed the door and locked it. Anne watched him stroll past several fuel islands and enter the Tuck Stops building. She scanned the parking lot, searching for potential help. The hour was late, and she spotted only one person nearby, a bearded truck driver, washing the windshield on his idling rig a dozen yards away. She waved, and screamed at the top of her lungs. But the sealed cab's tinted windows rendered her nearly invisible, and her muffled cries went unheard over the idling engine. She reached for the truck's air horn but couldn't quite stretch her fingers far enough. The bearded man climbed into his rig and pulled away, oblivious to Anne's plight. She searched the truck's interior for something to use as a weapon. But the cab's interior, even down to its glove box, was stripped clean except for a map and laptop computer on the front seat. Anne lunged for the computer. She reached with her free hand and grasped the computer, flipping open its monitor and powering it on. As it booted up, she glanced out the window. Pablo stood at the register, purchasing some items. She'd have very little time to send a plea for help, if the truck stop had Wi-Fi. She held her breath as the computer screen slowly lit up. After an eternity, a bubble icon asked if she wanted to join the Lexington Diesel and Dine network. Yes. She clicked the icon. A few seconds later, an internet search page opened. Her joy was short-lived when she glanced out the window to see Pablo exiting the building. Her pulse raced as she considered what to do. There would be no time to sign on to her email account or relay a message through the NCIS website. A desperate idea popped into her head. She quickly typed in 4 letters and waited for a response. When a new screen popped up, she scrolled to the bottom and found a query link. Clicking on it, she hurriedly typed a message and looked up. Pablo was just 10 feet away. Her fingers flew over the keypad, stopping to click send as the door latch clicked. She slammed the monitor closed and tossed the computer onto the front seat as Pablo opened the door. Her heart beat wildly, and she felt her face turn flush as he climbed into the driver's seat. He turned and looked at her quizzically as he sung his chants around. Ham and cheese or tuna? He held up a pair of wrapped sandwiches. Tuna, please. She exhaled, and reached for one of the sandwiches. Pablo pulled back onto the highway, eating as he drove. The brake had relaxed him, and he finally turned his head over his shoulder briefly and spoke to Anne. "You are in love with me," he said, grinning. "What?" "Yes, you must be in love with me. Why else do you keep turning up?" "I didn't ask to go on this trip," she said. "Please, let me go." Pablo let out a deep laugh. "You are too smart to let go. And too pretty to kill." Anne felt instant revulsion but kept the conversation going. "Is that the Sea Arrows motor we're hauling?" "Perhaps." "Why did you kill the men who helped you steal it?" "They served their usefulness, and they knew more than they needed to. I believe that is enough inquiry for now." He turned on the radio and turned up the volume after finding a local bluegrass station. They crossed the hills of western Kentucky, listening to the upbeat strains of Flat and Scruggs. 4 hours later, they pulled into Paducah. Pablo parked at a gas station on the outskirts of town and made a phone call. Within minutes, a rusty pickup appeared, driven by a tattoo-covered man, who then escorted the hay truck to the riverfront. A towboat and a barge loaded with shipping containers were moored at the weathered wooden dock. Pablo eased the truck alongside the darkened barge and stopped. It was well after midnight, and the facility was eerily quiet. Pablo unhitched the flatbed trailer and drove the truck to an adjacent lot. By the time he returned, the tattooed man had strung lifting cables around the trailer and was hoisting it onto the barge with a dockside crane. Pablo jumped aboard the barge and helped secure the trailer to the deck, before returning to the cab for Anne. She feigned drowsiness as he freed her from the seat frame and recuffed her hands in front of her. She noticed for the first time that the cuffs had a sensor device built into them. Pablo pulled her from the tuck and led her to the dock. The lights of Paducah twinkled to her right along the bank as the Ohio River slid past like a dark current of molasses. Pablo kept a tight grip on her arm as he led her toward the towboat. The weathered boat was secured to the center stern of the barge, ready to guide it down the river. Access to the towboat was by a thin gangplank that stretched over the water. Anne hesitated crossing until Pablo gave her a gentle nudge. She actually didn't fear crossing the thin gangplank, but what lay ahead? First chained to a truck, next chained to a towboat, then who knows what. Wherever she was taken, it was when the handcuffs were removed that she'd have the most to fear. It was this fear that drove her to act. She mentally braced herself and took a deep breath as Pablo prodded her a second time. Pretending to stagger, she took 2 steps onto the gangplank and compressed her knees. Springing forward, she took a leaping step up. The gangplank flexed, giving her extra lift, and she bounded easily over the side handrail. Pablo reached for her, but could only graze a passing ankle. As she stretched her arms before her, and plunged into the river, trailing just a small splash and vanishing into the dark muddy water. 41 Adelaide's auxiliary stowage locker was a dim, steamy oven befitting the devil. Pitt could smell decaying flesh mixed with sweat when the bolted door was flung open and he and Giordano were shoved inside at gunpoint. He had struggled to bear the weight of his wounded friend down to the main deck and tried not to collapse under him. He noticed a canvas tarp in the locker and gently laid Giordano on it as the door was slammed and locked behind them. "Is there a medic among you?" Pitt said. He glanced toward the Coast Guard team he saw huddled nearby. A young man stood up and slowly made his way to Pitt's side. "Simpson, isn't it?" Pitt said. "Yes, sir. I can help." He knelt over Giordano, quickly noting the spreading pool of blood beneath his right leg. "Has he been shot?" "Yes." Pitt ripped away a torn section of Giordano's pants. "He's lost a lot of blood." Simpson located the blood-soaked wound on Giordano's outer thigh and applied pressure with his palm. "I need something for a bandage." Pitt removed his shirt and ripped off the sleeves, tearing them into long strips. Someone passed over a bottle of water, which the medic used to clean the wound. He took one of the strips and folded it into a pad. Applying it to the wound, he bound it with the remaining strips. Giordano opened his eyes and looked up. "Where we headed?" "To get some beer," Pitt said. "Take a nap, and I'll wake you when it's on ice." Giordano gave him a crooked grin, then drifted off a few seconds later. Simpson pulled a section of tarp over him and motioned Pitt aside. "He's lucky." There were 2 wounds, indicating the bullet went clean through. Most likely, it missed the bone. But it must have nicked his femoral artery, hence all the blood. He may go into shock with that much blood loss, so we'll need to keep an eye on him. "He's a tough old goat," Pitt said. "He should be fine for now. His biggest problem will be avoiding infection in this stink hole." Pitt saw in the dim light that Simpson had a bruise on his cheekbone. "What happened to you?" "Got jumped in the corridor on my way to watch. Bugger hit me with a chain. I was luckier than some of the guys." Pitt looked around the bay, which was lit by a single flickering overhead lamp. The Coast Guard team sat nearby, while another group, members of the Adelaide's real crew, was sprinkled about the rear of the compartment. 2 oblong shapes, wrapped in canvas and positioned off to one side, were responsible for the horrible odor. "The captain and another man," Simpson said. "Killed in the assault before we came along." Pitt nodded, then turned his attention to the Coast Guard team. They all bore wounds and bruises. Plugrid sat among the men with his back to a bulkhead, a vacant look in his eye. "How's Plugrid?" They knocked the lieutenant upside the head pretty good, Simpson said. He's got a concussion but otherwise appears okay. Pitt stepped across the bay to the other group. They appeared weary but unhurt. A broad-shouldered man with a thick grey moustache rose and introduced himself. Frank Livingston, executive officer, he said with a thick Australian accent. How's your comrade? Gunshot wound to the leg. Lost some blood, but the medic thinks he'll be okay. Sorry I couldn't help. Our chief Poseidon was the ship's medic. He's over there with the captain. He pointed toward the canvas-covered bodies. How did they take the ship? A fast freighter came alongside on the evening watch 3 nights ago. Pulled right alongside our beam, scaring the dickens out of the helmsman. When they didn't respond on the radio, the captain went on deck with the chief Poseidon. The vessel fired up some sort of radar device amidships that killed them both. His mouth tightening into a grimace. Never seen anything like it. Almost as if they were cooked alive. The freighter sent over an armed boarding party shortly after. There wasn't much we could do. We've been cooped up in here ever since. I'm sorry we were late to the scene, Pitt said. I guess they were tipped off to our arrival and came after you early. Livingston's tired eyes flared with vengeance. Who are they? Pitt shook his head. They are part of a ring we believe has hijacked a number of bulk carriers transporting rare earth elements. We're loaded with something called monazite, Livingston said. Guess they got what they came for. Any idea where we're headed? Pitt looked around to make sure none of the other men were listening. We think they usually transfer the cargo at sea, then scuttle the ships. At least 2 other carriers were sunk in these waters. Livingston nodded, but not with the look of a man sentenced to die aboard a sinking ship. Tell me, Mr. Pitt, how large were those other hijacked carriers? Not large. They were older dry bulk carriers, maybe 10,000 tons. Why do you ask? The Adelaide is rated at 40,000 tons. I got a good look at the attacking freighter before being tossed in here. She's a runt compared to us, capable of carrying no more than half our cargo. Your entire cargo is monazite. Every last ounce. No, sir, I don't think they'll scuttle the Adelaide. Not just yet anyway. What we're carrying is just too valuable. Pitt glanced at the hurt and haggard men scattered around the fetid prison bay. Mr. Livingston, I certainly hope you speak the truth. 1T took only a few seconds for Anne to panic. Striking the water cleanly, she kicked hard, with her hands outstretched in front of her, driving deep into the Ohio River. The water was warmer than she expected, easily in the 70s. Reaching a comfortable culmination point, she arched her torso and tried to stroke with her hands. But with her wrists bound by the cuffs, she couldn't do it. A momentary flash of terror struck, telling her she was going to drown. Relax. Relax. Relax, a voice repeated in her head. With her heart pounding, she forced herself to hold still and drift with the current for a few seconds. It calmed her nerves, and she began scooping the water with her bound hands in a doggy paddle that would carry her to the surface. But in the inky black water, she no longer knew which way was up. The answer came quickly when her shoulder grazed the corroded underside of the barge. She pushed herself away and drifted clear, holding on a few more seconds, before ascending slowly into the cool night air. The current was swift, and she found herself moving away from the barge and towboat. She looked back and saw Pablo running along the dock, scanning the water. Spotting Anne's head bobbing in the river, he pulled his Glock out of its holster. Anne instantly took a deep breath and rolled beneath the surface. She couldn't tell whether he fired at her, but there was no sense in giving him a target. She glided more easily beneath the surface this time, holding her breath for nearly a minute, while kicking and paddling with the current. When she Surfaced again, she was more than 100 yards from the barge, all but invisible in the darkness to anyone on the dock. Still, Pablo had disappeared from her view. She turned her attention down the river, searching for a place to go ashore and find help. But the dock was on the outskirts of town, and the near-side riverbank was dark and empty. A sprinkling of lights glistened a short distance ahead on the opposite bank, marking the small town of Metropolis, Illinois. Feeling the lure of safety, Anne began kicking and paddling toward the lights. She struggled for a few minutes, fighting the downstream current. Then she realized her efforts to reach the town would be in vain. The river was almost a mile across, and the current would sweep her well past its lights before she could reach the other side. The awkwardness of swimming with bound wrists increased her fatigue, so she rolled over and rested by floating on her back. Looking into the sky, she noticed a pair of red flashing lights in the distance. Turning herself over, she studied them as they flashed, airplane warning lights. In their brief stabs of illumination, she could see they were affixed to a pair of tall concrete smokestacks. They could only be part of a riverfront power plant. As she floated past the lights of Metropolis, she worked her way back toward the near shore. The riverbank went black for a mile, and Anne began feeling cold and alone. But she continued to track the blinking red lights and eventually drew closer. A haze of light at the base of the stacks crystallized into a profusion of bright lights that engulfed the power plant. The lights were set well back from shore, but as Anne passed a shrub-lined bank she spotted a thin inlet that had been cut from the river to the plant. When she approached the mouth of the inlet, she began kicking hard. The Ohio's current tried to drag her past, but she broke free of its grasp and entered the inlet's calm waters. The cut ran about a third of a mile toward the plant, where the water supplied the coal-fired steam boilers. Exhausted from her final struggle against the current, Anne made for the nearest bank. She rested in the mud for several minutes, then pulled herself off the bank and climbed up a berm that had been graded on top for vehicle access. She shivered in her wet clothes as she hiked toward the power plant, smelling the rich odor of burnt coal. As she drew closer, she counted several vehicles parked around the plant. Thankfully, a sizable night shift was on site. Headlights flickered to her left, and she saw a white pickup truck move slowly from the parking lot, an orange light flashing atop its cab. Anne quickened her pace and began waving her bound arms as soon as she thought the driver might spot her. The truck sped up and turned onto the berm. It bounced along the narrow track and stopped in front of Anne with a swirl of dust. She raised her cuffed hands and approached the open driver's window. "Can you please help?" Her voice quivered when she saw Pablo stick his head out the window, brandishing a portable GPS unit keyed to her handcuffs and the Glock pistol. "No, my love," he said in a cruel voice. "It is you who can help me." 43 Summer Pitt looked up from her clipboard in her lap and gazed out the submersible's acrylic dome window. With nothing to see but blackness, it felt like being locked in a closet. "How about some exterior illumination?" she asked. Her twin brother, seated at the pilot's controls, flipped on a row of toggle switches. A battery of bright LED lights popped on, putting a glow into the coal-black water. But there was still little to see, aside from particles in the water rushing past the acrylic. At least it gave Summer a visual sense of their rate of descent. "Still afraid of the dark?" her brother asked. While Summer had inherited the pearlescent skin and red hair of her mother, Dirk Pitt, Jr., resembled his father. He had the same tall, lean build, the same dark hair, even the same easy smile. "Down here, what you can't see can hurt you," she said. She checked the depth indicator on an overhead monitor. "Coming up on the bottom in 50 meters. Dirk adjusted the ballast tanks to slow their descent, easing the vessel to neutral buoyancy when the sea floor appeared to rise up beneath them. At their depth of 300 feet, the sea floor was a walnut-colored desolation, populated only by a few small fish and crustaceans. "The fault line should be on a bearing of 065 degrees, Summer said. Dirk engaged the submersible's electronic thrusters and propelled them on the northeast heading. Through the yoke, he could feel a strong bottom current sideswiping them. The Orgolas current is humming today. Like to take us to Australia. The powerful Orgolas flowed down the east coast of Africa. Near the southern tip of Madagascar, where Dirk and Summer were diving, it converged with the East Madagascar current and streams from the Indian Ocean to create an unpredictable swirl. We likely drifted a considerable amount during our descent, Summer noted, but if we hold to the heading, we'll still cross the fault line. She pressed her nose against the bubble and scanned the lightly undulating seabed passing beneath them. After several minutes, she spotted a slight, but distinct, ridge. That's our uplift. Dirk ascended slightly and positioned the submersible in a hover 10 feet above the ridge. Ready for video. Summer powered on a pair of external cameras mounted to the submersible's skids, then checked the feed on a monitor. Cameras are rolling, marking start, she said. Take us down the line. Dirk thrust the submersible forward, following the ridge in the sea floor. They were working in concert with a NUMA research ship that had surveyed the area previously with a multibeam sonar system, examining an active fault line off the Madagascar coast in hope of better predicting how earthquakes create tsunamis. The submersible's video would give the shipboard geologists a baseline reference for the area. The submersible would then be sent back to bury small sensors that would precisely record seismic activity. The project required an interdisciplinary mix of talents that appealed to both siblings. With Dirk educated in marine engineering, and Summer specializing in oceanography, both twins had inherited their father's love of the sea. They had joined Pitt at NUMA only a few years earlier but soon revelled in the opportunity to travel the globe to solve the sea's mysteries. Their work was made all the better when the three of them could collaborate on a project, as they had recently in Cyprus, where they discovered a trove of ancient artifacts related to Jesus. Passing kilometre number 8 of the subsurface ridge that will never end, Dirk said 2 hours into their trolling. The constant bucking of the current was taking a toll, and he could feel his arm muscles begin to tighten. You're not getting bored already? Summer asked. Dirk stared at the unchanging brown bottom that scrolled beneath them. It'd be all right with me if someone imported a whale shark or a giant squid to the neighborhood. They tracked the uplift for another hour before Dirk became concerned about their battery reserves. Fighting the current has put an extra strain on the motors. I suggest we think about breaking off the run soon. Summer checked their distance covered. How about another 600 meters? That will put us at an even 12,000. Deal. Completing that last remaining stretch, Dirk pulled the submersible to a halt while Summer turned off the video cameras. He began purging the ballast tanks to ascend when Summer motioned out the front bubble window. Is that a shipwreck? Beyond the effective range of the exterior lights, Dirk saw a faint object. Could be. He released the ballast pump and thrust the submersible forward. A towering black mass gradually emerged, taking on the distinctive shape of a ship's hull. As they drew closer, the rest of the vessel took form, sitting upright on the bottom and appearing remarkably undisturbed. Maneuvering just a few feet off the sea floor, they approached amidships, inching close to the mystery vessel. The red paint that covered the hull reflected clearly under the submersible's lights, detailing every rivet and seam. She looks like she just went under, Dirk said. He drove the submersible up the side of the hull and above the deck rail. There, they spotted 3 large open hatches on the forward deck. Dirk piloted the submersible toward the bow, skimming over cargo compartments filled with nothing but sea water. They peered down the sharp prow, detecting no damage around the bow. They turned back and surveyed along the starboard rail to the rear superstructure, where they ascended several levels to the bridge. From just a few feet away, they peeked through the intact windows at an empty control station. Looks like the helm was stripped of most of its electronics, Dirk said. That makes a good argument for her being scuttled. Somebody call Lloyd's of London, Summer said. I've never seen such a pristine shipwreck. She must have sunk recently. No more than a few months, judging by the minimal sea growth. Why would somebody scuttle a perfectly good freighter? Hard to say. It's possible she was under tow, headed for a refit, and sank in poor weather. He checked the status of their battery power. It's about time we head topside, but let's see if we can get a ship's name. He guided the submersible around the superstructure to the stern and descended past the aft rail. A bent flagpole hung forlornly over the rail, its former colors long since vanished. When they were 20 feet off the ship, he turned the craft to face the freighter's transom and adjusted their height so the lights would shine on the ship's name. "Well, I'll be," he said in a low voice. She was scuttled after all. In front of them stood a blank wall of red bisected by a thick horizontal band of rust where the ship's name and home port had once been posted. But somebody had intentionally ground away the name and covering paint, sending the freighter to the lonely depths in total anonymity. 44 THNUMA research ship Alexandria was stationed 4 miles away when the submersible broke the surface, and Summer radioed for recovery. As the submersible drifted with the current, she and Dirk passed the time studying the dusty brown shores of southern Madagascar, which seemed to rise and fall across the choppy sea. The Alexandria arrived promptly, its turquoise hull, like all the ships in the NUMA fleet, sparkling under a sunny sky. A brawny man with a thick mustache and even thicker Texas accent directed the retrieval of the submersible onto the ship's aft deck. Jack Dahlgren opened the vessel's rear-mounted hatch and welcomed Dirk and Summer to the fresh air. "Y'all have a good swim?" "We certainly did," Summer said, holding up a portable hard drive. "We obtained excellent footage of the uplift and should be able to identify some prime insertion points for the ground sensors." She climbed past him, scurrying to locate the ship's marine geologist so they could jointly review the seabed footage. "I take it that means an immediate prep for another dive?" Dahlgren asked with a long face. Dirk patted him on the shoulder. "I'm afraid it does, my friend." Dirk assisted Dahlgren in removing several heavy sets of battery packs that powered the submersible, swapping them with freshly charged replacements. While they worked on the aft deck, a large patrol boat appeared from shore. As the boat loosely circled the Alexandria, 2 casually dressed occupants on its open bridge studied the research ship with a look of displeasure. When the Alexandria moved off-site, the patrol boat ran back to shore. "I wonder what those boys are up to," Dahlgren said. They didn't exactly look like government officials. Dirk gazed toward the receding boat, and shoreline beyond. "I thought the coast around here was pretty well an empty desert." "A small freighter came cruising through while you were down. It appeared headed to shore, so there must be some sort of harbor nearby." They finished swapping batteries and completed an extensive Predive safety check before tracking down Summer in one of the ship's labs. She had assembled a crate of tiny battery-powered ground sensors that would track tremors and movements in the fault line. Each was contained in a stainless steel canister that sprouted a bright orange metal marker flag. "We've surveyed in a perfect location," Summer said. "What we want to do next is go back and bury 10 sensors, 500 meters apart, along the same track." She looked to Dahlgren. "Can you drop us back at the same starting point? Can a boll weevil find a Mississippi cotton field? You just go get yourself comfort in my submersible before I decide to put you over the side without it." He stormed out of the lab, heading for the bridge to confer with the captain. "What's he so touchy about?" Summer asked. "I made the mistake of telling him about the tech we discovered," Dirk said. "He's mad that we found it in his submersible without him." She shook her head. "Boys and their toys." Summer grabbed the sensors and carried them to a cage basket affixed to the front of the submersible. Once they were secured, she climbed inside and joined Dirk in reviewing the Predive checklist. Dahlgren appeared a few minutes later and ducked his head inside the hatch. "Good to go when y'all are." "We're launch ready," Dirk said. Have a couple of cold ones waiting when we get back shore, but they are liable to be empty cold ones. Anything else? Yes. See what the records show in the way of southern Madagascar shipwrecks in the past 5 years. That I can do. Happy sewing. Dahlgren sealed the hatch and hoisted the submersible over the Alexandria's stern. He waited until a radio call from the bridge confirmed they were at the designated drop spot, then lowered the sub. Once the grapple was freed, Dirk was given the okay to flood the ballast tanks, and the yellow submersible slipped under the waves. The bottom appeared a few minutes later, and Dirk guided the submersible on its earlier northeast heading. This time they travelled less than 50 meters before crossing the familiar uplift. Kudos to Jack, Summer said. He played the currents almost perfectly. Shall we drop the first sensor? Dirk asked. Summer checked their position, calculated from a dead reckoning program initiated at deployment. Actually, we should move about 30 meters east to pick up our first track. Dirk made the adjustment. He eased the submersible to a flat section of seabed adjacent to the uplift and powered off the thrusters to settle the whirling clouds of sediment they had stirred up. Summer took over from there, activating a pair of articulated robotic arms. She clawed a vertical pit into the sea floor with one arm, then used the other to grasp a sensor from the basket. She wedged the sensor into the pit and covered up the main body of the sensor, leaving just the bright orange flag protruding from the sea floor. That went well, Dirk said. He powered up the thrusters and shot down the rift at top speed. You in a hurry to get someplace? Summer asked. I figured we might take another look at the wreck when we're finished. Summer smiled. She'd had the same idea and made sure a backup video hard drive was aboard for them to film the wreck. They proceeded along the fault, planting the remaining 9 sensors along the 7-mile route. When the last sensor was secured, Dirk checked their position relative to the shipwreck. He maneuvered the submersible a short distance until the mass appeared before them. Right where we left her. I'll get some video this time, Summer said, activating the forward cameras. Dirk ascended the submersible as they approached the hulk, heading immediately for the main deck. He crossed to the opposite rail, allowing Summer's cameras to film the width of the ship's beam and its open holds, which were missing their hatch covers. He was on a mission of identification, as he turned the submersible and its video cameras toward the high rear superstructure. Its design would offer another clue to the age of the ship and its builder. Creeping up the front face of the superstructure, he zoomed over the bridge and hovered near the funnel, which protruded from the aft side. Commercial ships often carried the company colors or logo there, but this one was painted black. Funny there's no smudge marks, Summer said. Looks like it was freshly painted. Another attempt to conceal her identity. Take us in a little. Summer leaned forward, peering closely at the funnel's surface. While Dirk drew them in, Summer activated one of the robotic arms and flexed it toward the funnel. Making contact, she dragged the claw across the surface, leaving a foot-long gouge. Please don't carve your initials, Dirk said. I don't want a Lloyd's agent knocking on my door at 2 in the morning. Just checking what's underneath. As the paint flakes swirled away with the current, they could clearly see an arc line beneath the scratch. The funnel was originally gold, or had a gold band, she said. That's one more nugget. They filmed the wreck for another 30 minutes, capturing its length, deck configuration, and any other details that could aid in its identification. Batteries are approaching reserve power, Summer said. I think we've learned all we can, Dirk said. Besides, Jack won't be too happy if we surface after dark. He purged the ballast tanks, and they began a controlled ascent. Several minutes later, they broke the surface amid a choppy sea driven by a gusting westerly. The sun was already dipping beneath a bank of clouds on the horizon, stabbing the fading sky with bolts of pink and orange. As waves splashed over the submersible's acrylic canopy, Dirk saw a nearby boat approaching. It was the same patrol boat he and Dahlgren had seen earlier. "Looks like someone was waiting for us." The boat turned directly toward them while increasing speed. "Might be a good time to call though. Alexandria to come fetch us. I think I spotted them on the horizon." Summer strained her neck to peer over the rolling waves. They still looked to be a few miles off. She reached for the transmission button on her radio, then froze. "Dirk, what are they doing?" Her brother was already tracking the patrol boat, which approached at an uncomfortably high speed. The steel-hulled vessel was less than 100 feet away. It should have begun to slow or veer off, but it didn't. "They mean to ram us," Summer shouted. Dirk had the thrusters engaged, but with a top speed of only TLNEE knots the submersible couldn't outrun a sea turtle. With no chance to elude the patrol boat, and insufficient time to dive, Dirk reacted the only way he could. He turned the submersible directly toward the oncoming vessel. Summer looked at him as if he were insane and braced for the collision. Dirk kept his eyes glued on the boat, maneuvering toward its sharp bow as if on a death wish. He waited until the craft was nearly upon them, then turned the joystick hard over while reversing the starboard thrusters. The submersible responded as if mired in quicksand, and Dirk feared he had reacted too late. But after a brief hesitation, it veered to starboard, narrowly slipping past the boat's charging prow. As Dirk hoped, the patrol boat's helmsman had locked on course and reacted too late to the last-second maneuver. Instead, the boat struck the submersible with only a light blow. Dirk and Summer heard a bang and felt their craft shudder as the contact crushed one of the rear thrusters. The impact briefly disrupted the power supply, shutting down the sub's electrical systems. As Dirk frantically repowered the thrusters, he glanced out the spherical window as the patrol craft tore by. A man in green fatigues stood at the rail, pointing an assault rifle at the sub. But the gunman didn't shoot, instead just offering a Menachem GRM. Summer fought off the urge to flash him an obscene gesture. That was close. She turned her attention to the radio. "Can you get us submerged?" "Trying." Dirk had started flooding the ballast tanks even before the collision but had to reactivate the pumps after the power failed. They had only a matter of seconds before the patrol boat would swing around for another pass. "Still no power to the radio," Summer said, resetting the breaker switches behind her seat. When that failed, she took a quick peek out the bubble. The ballast tanks had resumed filling, pulling the submersible almost beneath the waves. "She's already turned." "Nearly upon us," she said matter-of-factly. She jumped back into her seat and cinched the lap belt tight. "Come on, get down." Dirk pressed the yoke all the way forward. With half their thrusters disabled, it did little to speed their descent. They could hear the patrol boat's charging engines, and then the boat was upon them. The submersible had made it a few feet underwater, but the boat's pilot had drawn a careful bead. Its sharp prow skimmed over the submersible, but its lower hull hit home. The crunching impact produced an explosion of bubbles as the acrylic bubble cracked and the ballast tanks were ripped free. The submersible bounced under the hull, battered in a series of punishing blows, until finally getting swept aside. The mangled shell wavered a moment before tumbling into a lazy death spiral that carried it all the way to the sea floor. 45T submersible moaned like an angry gull as it plunged through the pressured depths. It struck the seabed with its nose, kicking up a thick cloud of brown sediment. The bottom current soon dispersed the plume, revealing the submersible's hulk. Dirk felt like he had taken a ride in a washing machine. With its ballast tanks crushed, the submersible had flipped too many times to count as it sank. A monitor screen had torn loose during the tumble and struck Dirk in the head. He gently touched the top of his forehead and rubbed the length of a nifty gash. Other than the cut and some assorted bruises, he was unhurt and thankful to be alive. The submersible's rear frame had taken the brunt of the collision with the patrol boat, mangling the thrusters, battery compartment, and oxygen tanks. Despite numerous hairline cracks, the cockpit's acrylic bubble had somehow survived intact, sparing the occupants a quick drowning. A dozen tiny leaks were filling the cabin with icy water, but the craft had survived the plunge still filled with air. "You okay?" Dirk asked across the dark interior. He reached for a penlight clipped to the console, but it had broken free. "Yeah," Summer said in a shaky voice, "I think so." Dirk released his harness and fell forward into a foot of cold water. The craft had landed on its face, creating an odd disorientation. Hissing erupted from several points around the submersible. Dirk couldn't tell if it was water spraying in through tiny fissures or the remnants of one of the oxygen tanks. He climbed over the back of his seat and groped for a side storage panel where another light was kept. Wading TLN off a cold, black, steadily flooding submersible would have led most people to panic, but Dirk felt an odd calmness. Some of his composure came from having trained for just such an emergency. But there was also a personal component. He had lost a woman he loved in a terrorist attack in Jerusalem the year before, and that had changed him. Since then, joy had become a harder attitude to embrace, and he had taken to viewing the world in a colder, more cynical manner. More than that, death had become a companion he no longer feared. "We'll have to wait for the cabin to flood before we can pop the hatch," he said matter-of-factly. "The pony bottles should get us to the surface." He located the storage compartment and retrieved a small flashlight. He flicked on the beam and aimed it at his sister. One look at Summer's face told him something was seriously wrong. Her eyes bulged in a look of pain and fear, and her lips were set in a grimace. She released her harness and tried to stand but could only hunch over at an awkward angle. Dirk aimed the beam toward her right leg, which was pinned against the seat. A small stain of blood marked her pant leg just above the ankle. "It's no time to get attached to this place," Dirk said. Summer tried to move, squeezing her eyes shut as she pulled at her leg, but it was no use. "My foot is pinned," she said. "Tight." Dirk crawled over for a better look. The collision had driven forward one of the oxygen tanks, which in turn had mashed the lower floorboard. A plate of reinforced steel had curled up, catching Summer's ankle against the seat's housing. Water had already risen past her calf when Dirk reached down to examine the buckled plate. "Can you pull forward?" She tried, and shook her head. "No good." He maneuvered past her. "I'll try to move the housing." With his back braced against the acrylic bubble, he placed his feet against the housing and pressed with his legs. Because of the awkward angle, he could apply only a fraction of his full strength. The housing rocked slightly, but nowhere near enough to free Summer's leg. Dirk tried a few other angles, attempting to rock the housing, but without success. "I just can't get enough leverage," he said. "It's okay." Summer spoke calmly, trying to mask her own fear and not place undue pressure on her brother. "Water's rising. Better get the dive tanks." Dirk saw the water was already up to Summer's waist. The leaks had increased, and the cabin was filling quicker. He dropped his legs into the water, which stabbed his skin with an icy bite, and climbed past the seats to the rear of the submersible. He reached for a rack next to the hatch that held emergency evacuation gear, 2 dive tanks fitted with regulators and masks. He passed one tank door into Summer and looped the other over his shoulder. Then he rummaged around a compact toolbox, cursing that its wrenches and pliers were designed for small electrical repairs. The largest tool was a ball-peen hammer, which he grabbed, along with a short hacksaw blade. The blade summoned up the image of Aaron Ralston, the courageous mountain biker who cut off his own arm after becoming trapped under a boulder near Moab. Amputating Summer's foot with the hacksaw blade might become a gruesome last measure to save her life. "Any ideas?" Summer asked when he climbed over with the tools. I'll try and wedge the seat frame apart so you can slip out. He passed her the light and hoped she didn't notice the saw blade. Okay, she replied, shivering as the cold water swirled around her chest. Dirk slipped on his mask and regulator and ducked underwater. Jamming the hammer handle in the gap by Summer's ankle, he could tell right away that it offered too little leverage. Still, he pressed himself horizontal and jammed his weight against the handle. The frame wavered but refused to bend or buckle. Further attempts yielded the same result. To force the heavy plates apart he needed more force, but there was nothing available. In frustration, he flipped the hammer around and banged on the frame, creating a tiny dent. When he surfaced, he saw the water lapping at her chin. She had her mask on as she handed him the flashlight with a disappointed look. He turned the light toward the entry hatch. At any moment, it would become flooded. As he swung the light around, its beam played on an object beyond the exterior canopy. He felt Summer grip his arm, and she tilted her head out of the water to speak. "Go on without me." There was no anger or panic in her voice, just resignation. She knew Dirk had tried everything. As twins, they shared a bond unknown by most siblings. They trusted each other implicitly. She knew if the situation dictated, he would readily give up his own life for hers. She was thankful that at least he would survive. Dirk looked in her eyes and shook his head. "Then cut it off," she cried. Now. She had seen the hacksaw blade all along. Dirk could only admire her bravery, particularly as she pulled a bandana from her jumpsuit pocket, twisted it into a tourniquet, and tied it around her lower calf. Dirk had to wait for her to stick her head above water before replying. "I'm not ready to play Dr. Kildare just yet," he said, forcing a grin. "Wait right here." Before she knew it, he had opened the hatch and swum out of the submersible, leaving her trapped and alone in the dark. 46s Summer could not ren more when she had felt so terrified. Trapped alone in the blackness of the ocean depths, she felt her heart racing. Once the submersible's interior had flooded, Dirk had opened the hatch and swum away with the waterproof flashlight. She shivered uncontrollably, from the fear and the cold water, as her fingers and ears turned numb. But the worst was the near silence. Crouched on the overturned seat, she could hear only the pounding of her heart and the sporadic sucking and gurgling of her breath through the regulator. As her mind began inventorying her fears, the act of breathing rose to the top of the list. Her air consumption at the current depth was much higher than near the surface. The cylinder might provide her only a few minutes of air. But what if it hadn't been filled to capacity? A devilish voice in her head asked whether each breath from the tank would be her last. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to relax, extending the time between inhalations and forcing a steady breathing rhythm. When she felt her heartbeat slow, she pried open her eyes, but still found herself surrounded by a cloak of blackness. Never prone to claustrophobia, she still couldn't help feeling like she was locked in a very small, very dark closet. She began to wonder if her brother had changed his mind and headed for the surface. Then she saw a dull glow outside the canopy. The light grew brighter until she could make out the flashlight's beam as it drew closer. Though it seemed he had been gone for hours, it had been only a few minutes. When Dirk climbed through the hatch a second later, she saw he was wielding a 5-foot steel pole with a brass ball affixed to one end, the severed flagpole from the shipwreck. The submersible had struck bottom alongside the wreck, which Dirk had recognized through the bubble. Dirk crawled forward and wedged the pole between the seat frame and the housing that clamped against Summer's foot. Grabbing the opposite end, he pulled like an Olympic oarsman. The metal supporting the seat buckled immediately, allowing Summer to free her foot. She gave Dirk a hug, then signaled ascend with an upraised thumb. Dirk shined the light at the open hatch and gave her a shove. They had spent a dangerous amount of time at a depth close to 300 feet and knew not to linger. Summer waited outside the submersible for him, and they linked arms and began their ascent together. They kicked in a slow, measured pace, using their rising exhaust bubbles as a speedometer. Ascending too quickly would be a surefire recipe for the bends, and Dirk made sure they lagged behind the fast-rising bubbles. It seemed to take forever. Summer was glad for the exertion, which slightly warmed her frozen bones, but her mind still wanted to play tricks on her, telling her they weren't actually ascending or that they were actually falling back to the depths. It was the cold, she told herself, making her senses numb along with her extremities. She clung to Dirk, who moved like a robot, seemingly immune to the cold and dark. At a depth of 150 feet, the waters noticeably lightened as the surface light began to penetrate the deep. At 120, they passed through a thermocline, and the water temperature warmed. And at 80 feet, Dirk ran out of air. He wasn't surprised. Because of his exerted swim to the wreck and back, he knew his air would fail before Summer's. Drawing his hand across his throat to signal Summer, he jettisoned his tank and regulator. She passed her regulator over, and they began alternating breaths, unconsciously kicking more quickly toward the surface. Dirk looked up and saw a faint ripple of silver far above their heads. They were now close enough to reach the surface if Summer's air failed. But now they had another problem. Exposure to the pressurized depths allows tiny nitrogen bubbles to form in the body's tissue. If not allowed to dissipate via a gentle reduction in pressure, the gas bubbles can lodge in the body, creating the agumsing and sometimes fatal malady of the bends. Dirk estimated they had spent close to 15 minutes on the sea floor. The Navy dive tables called for multiple decompression stops, but they had no such luxury. They ascended to what Dirk guessed was about 20 feet and then held their position. Their natural buoyancy and the swift current made it a challenge, but he kept his eye on the surface and fought to keep them in place. They milked the tank for another 10 minutes before Summer spat the regulator out of her mouth and pointed up. They both shot to the surface, exhaling as they swam. Their heads broke the surface amid a choppy sea dotted with white caps. The sun had already vanished, leaving the sky a darkening shade of pewter. The combined effects would render them almost invisible to a passing ship, even one that was searching for them. Yet that wasn't first on Summer's mind. Sucking in a deep breath, Summer turned to her brother. "A flagpole. Best I could do, under the circumstances. How's the foot?" "The foot's okay, but I have a painful cramp in my ankle." She shot him a concerned gaze. "I don't think we came anywhere close to covering our deco time." Dirk shook his head. "No, we were well short. Do you feel any tingling anywhere?" "I'm too numb to feel much of anything. We might be sleeping in the Alexandria's decompression chamber tonight." He scanned the horizon. "Our next problem." They finally spotted the NUMA vessel far to the west. The dark band of the Madagascar shoreline was visible a bit closer, to the north. "The Alexandria is up current," Dirk said. "No way we can swim to her. They've probably swept by already and are backtracking with a sonar survey to locate the submersible. We'll have drifted to Australia by the time they get back this way." "Then to shore it is," Dirk said. "Are you up for the swim?" "Do I have a choice?" She eyed the coastline, put her face in the water, and started swimming. They were both excellent swimmers in fit shape. Under normal circumstances, the open water swim to shore would have been little more than a tiring challenge. But the mental strain of their escape from the submersible, combined with their cold water exposure, turned it into a life-or-death task. Fatigue struck both swimmers almost immediately. Summer couldn't believe how quickly her arms and legs felt like they had turned to lead. The turbulent seas didn't help. The waves frequently tossed them about and filled their mouths with salt water. Swim toward the coastline meant they were working across the current. Each stroke to shore carried them a nearly equal distance to the east, and that much farther from the Alexandria. The pair swam side by side, stopping to rest every 10 minutes. While treading water, Dirk would fish the flashlight out of his pocket and waggle its beam at the research ship. On their third rest, the light slipped from his numb fingers, dropping into the depths like a candle down a well. By now, the NUMA ship appeared even farther away, just an occasional dancing light on the horizon. Dirk turned toward Summer. "Come on, less than a mile to go." She willed her limbs forward, but they had a mind of their own. A deep pain began burning in her left leg, then gradually vanished, along with all feeling in the limb. She began resting at shorter and shorter intervals, and Dirk could see she was beginning to fade. "Pretend we're in Hawaii," he said. "I'll race you to Waikiki." "Okay," was all she could manage. Even under the rapidly fading daylight, Dirk could see her eyes turning listless. He grabbed her jumpsuit and swam with a side stroke even as his own strength ebbed. The cold seemed to reach down and chill his bones, and his teeth joined Summer's in chattering non-stop. He felt her body sag, and he realized she could make no more headway. Through his exhausted mind, he realized hypothermia was setting in. They both had to escape the water, and soon. Though his breath was nearly spent, he kept a running dialogue with Summer, encouraging her, asking endless questions to which he got no reply. When she began to flounder, he turned her on her back and towed her by the collar. There would be no more stopping for him now. He pressed on, one painful stroke at a time. He had nothing left in the tank, and his muscles pleaded to cease, but somehow he blocked out the agony and kept clawing TLN off the water. The surf line ahead gradually grew larger until he could hear the waves pounding against the land. The sound inspired him to pull harder, depleting the last of his reserves. A wave washed over them, and Dirk came up sputtering. Summer coughed out inhaled water as they were propelled by a succeeding wave that broke on top of them. Dirk kept his grasp on Summer as they tumbled through the water and were slammed against the bottom. At last they had reached shore. With the force of succeeding waves at his back, Dirk staggered up the sandy beach, dragging Summer behind him. He pulled her past the tide line, then collapsed to the sand. "How are you feeling?" he gasped. "See cold," she whispered. It was a positive sign that she could still speak, but he had to get her dry. The night air was still warm, which would make all the difference. When he found the strength to stand, Dirk hobbled to his feet and looked around. They had landed on a barren stretch of the southern Madagascan coastline, within the uninhabited parklands of Cape Sainte Marie. The beach and inland area were dark. He had no idea how far the nearest help was, but it didn't matter. He lacked the energy to search. He glanced seaward but found only a black and empty ocean. The coastline curved outward to the west, obscuring the lights of the Alexandria. He turned back inland and hiked up the beach, looking for shelter. The sand underfoot turned to hard scrabble, which led to some rocky hills and mounds. Nowhere was there anything resembling shelter. He headed back toward Summer, and tripped over a protruding mound at the edge of the beach. It extended about a dozen feet and had created a burrow on its leeward side. The indentation would provide some protection from the sea breeze, likely the best shelter Dirk could find. Finding a ragged tassel of sea grass, he ripped up as much as he could and spread it about the burrow for insulation. He returned to Summer, carried her up the beach, and placed her in the makeshift bed. The sea grass helped dry her skin, and he hiked down the beach to search for more. There was little, but he gathered what he could and returned to the shelter. He sat on the mound and used the grass to dry Summer's skin before adding it to the bedding. When he stood, he knocked a lump of sand off the edge of the mound, exposing a faded band of material buried within. He thought nothing of it as he took off his own jumpsuit and stood in the ocean breeze, shivering until his skin dried. He then lay down beside Summer as an additional wind barrier for her. She was murmuring more, and her body no longer felt icy. With a warm evening at hand, Dirk grew confident that she was going to be all right. The exertion caught up with him, and his eyelids began to droop. A crescent moon appeared from behind a cloud and illumined the beach in a silvery glow. Above his head, Dirk could see the buried object protruding from the mound more clearly. It was washed out yellow in color, marked with a string of faded black letters. His tired mind formed a name, which rang with a strange tone as he drifted to sleep. Barbango.47's awoke to a scraping sound near her ear. Prying open her eyes, she spotted a hulking object moving a few feet from her head. "Dirk," she cried, nudging her sleeping brother beside her. He awoke with a start, sat up, and smiled when he saw the object of Summer's fear. It was a sun-baked radiated tortoise. "You thinking of having turtle soup for breakfast?" The ancient reptile looked down his grainy-beaked snout at Dirk as if indicating he wasn't amused. Turning his head down range, he dug his claws into the sand and continued his lethargic journey across the beach. Summer grinned at her own fears as she watched the big tortoise move away. How could somebody harm such a stately creature? Depends on how hungry you are. Dirk stood and viewed their surroundings in daylight. The beach was flat and sandy, surrounded by rocky limestone hills rising inland. Vegetation was sparse, as the region seldom collected more than a few inches of rainfall a year. Summer sat upright. "Do you see the Alexandria?" As he looked offshore, Dirk saw only an empty blue sea sprinkled with whitecaps. There was no sign of the NUMA ship, or any other vessels. "I guess we drifted farther east than they suspect. If we hike up the coast far enough, maybe we can wave them down." Unknown to them, Jack Dahlgren and 2 crewmen had scoured the coastline all night in a Zodiac mounted with a searchlight. The searchers had even zipped past the beach twice. But hunkered down behind the mound, Dirk and Summer had slept through their passes, the sound of the ocean drowning out the Zodiac's motor. "Dirk." He could tell by her voice that something was humming. "What is it?" "I can't move my left leg." Dirk turned pale. He instantly guessed why. She'd gotten the bends after all. The condition usually showed itself by pain in the joints or limbs, but sometimes by paralysis. And paralysis in the legs typically meant that a gas bubble had lodged in the spinal cord. He rushed over and knelt beside her. "Are you certain?" Summer nodded. "I've got absolutely no feeling in my left leg. But the right one feels fine." She looked at him with dread. "How's the pain?" "Pretty light, actually, but I'll need some help to get back to the ship." They both knew that immediate treatment in a hyperbaric chamber was critical for a successful recovery. Summer was fortunate that the Alexandria carried such a chamber, likely the only one within hundreds of miles. But it might as well be on the moon, Dirk thought, if they couldn't get to the ship. He glanced at a rocky rise that towered over the beach. "I'm going to take a quick hike up that hill. I'd like to see where the ship is and figure out our options." "I'll wait here," Summer said, forcing a smile. Dirk quickly crossed the beach and scampered up the barren hill. The rocky ground sliced into his stocking feet, and he regretted having kicked off his shoes when he swam out of the submersible. The hill rose sharply, and he soon obtained a commanding view of the neighboring coastline. Looking first to sea, he quickly spotted the Alexandria. She was a small dot in the distance, moored, he guessed, over the site of the sunken submersible. Dirk estimated he would have to hike 5 miles up the coast to reach a position where the crew might spot him. Gazing inland, he observed a barren range of rolling hills, part of the Cape Sainte Marie Special Reserve. The large national park, created as a wildlife sanctuary, had few resources, save for a handful of hiking trails and campsites. He shifted his gaze to the east and was surprised to spot a ship 2 or 3 miles distant, rising from a tiny inlet. A handful of buildings stood alongside the ship, while a small dredge was moored nearby. Dirk thought half the patrol boat that had rammed their submersible, but he scanned the inlet and saw no sign of it. Spotting no other signs of civilization, he hurried back to the beach. "Do you want the good news or the bad news?" he asked Summer, who sat probing the sand mound with a flat piece of driftwood. "I'm a sunny optimist. Give me the good. The Alexandria hasn't abandoned us. Unfortunately, they still think we're aboard the submersible. As far as I can figure, they are moored over the site where we went down. Plan B says that I hike 5 or 6 miles down the beach and try to attract their attention from shore. I missed Plan O. Less than 3 miles east of here is an inlet complete with a small dock facility and a freighter. And a patrol boat with a bent nose. No patrol boat. I can hike there in under an hour and call the Alexandria. We'll have you napping in the ship's decompression chamber in no time. Plan it is." Dirk placed a hand on her shoulder. "You sure you'll be okay here?" "Yes, as long as he doesn't get any ideas about sharing burrows." She pointed to the old tortoise. The big reptile had traveled less than 20 yards since they awoke, lying on the beach, tossing sand with his flippers. "He'll never make it back here in time." Dirk turned and moved off down the beach. The morning sun was already baking the sandy terrain, so he followed the shoreline, where the ocean breeze kept it cooler. The growing heat and a dry throat made him crave a drink of water. He knew he was dehydrated, which only added to his lethargy. But Dirk put the thought out of his mind and focused on walking as quickly as his weak legs and shoeless feet permitted. The narrow beach ended abruptly at a steep crag of limestone that jutted into the sea. He had to turn inland until the rock face shrank and he could climb up a short incline. The top of the rock was flat, and it melded into a series of low hills that continued to the inlet 2 miles beyond. The white superstructure of the docked freighter peaked like a mirage above a distant sandy ridge. Summer's condition gripped Dirk's mind, compelling him to hike fast. It had been less than 12 hours since they had escaped the submersible, so her chances for a full recovery were still good, if she could make it to the chamber soon. His concern kept him moving until he reached a small rise 40 minutes later. Just below was the small lagoon, encircled by low hills that neatly concealed the ship and dock facility. As he descended the western hill, he could see it was a bare-bones complex. There were just 2 permanent structures. A small dome-like building rose near the inland side, while a warehouse stood at the opposite end of the dock. Between them was a high metal awning that he'd mistaken for a third building. The awning stretched the length of the dock, providing shade to several large mounds of granular sediment. Dirk first thought it was salt from some nearby flats, then noticed it was grey in colour. The freighter, a mid-sized bulk carrier, sat opposite, occupying every inch of the dock facing. Dirk couldn't make out the name but noticed its yellow funnel sported the image of a white flower. A handful of men were moving one of the mineral piles onto the ship with front loaders and a conveyor belt. The heavy combined with a nearby generator, filled the air with clamour. No one noticed Dirk as he climbed down the hill and approached the open warehouse. Inside, he could see a mechanic overhauling a small motor. Dirk started to walk into the building, then froze in his tracks. Out of the corner of his eye, he had caught sight of another vessel in the lagoon. With the freighter occupying the length of the dock, the second craft had been forced to tie up on the freighter's outboard side. It had been obscured from view as he descended the hill, but the lagoon's swirling waters had shifted its moorings so its bow was now visible, including the freshly scraped gouge on its prow streaked with yellow paint. The patrol boat. Inside the warehouse, the mechanic looked up and saw Dirk. He gave him an odd look and let out a shout. From the back of the warehouse, a young man in green fatigues rushed out, carrying an AK-47, which he aimed at Dirk's chest. A flood of words spewed from his mouth in a dialect that Dirk didn't understand, but the intent was clear. Dirk stared at the gunman in disbelief, then opened his palms and slowly raised his arms into the air. 48 Then contemplate her paralyzed leg. Summer focused her thoughts elsewhere. She stared at the radiated tortoise plodding across the beach, then gazed wistfully at the empty sea. Finally, she considered the object buried in the mound she had slept against. The material that Dirk had exposed was thick and rubberized. By daylight, she could see that the mound was in a distinct oblong shape, formed by the object buried within. Summer studied the material, rubbing her hand across the faded letters that had been stenciled in black. Barbango. It sounded Italian, which piqued her curiosity. Using her driftwood shovel, she scraped away the sand above the word, revealing a compressed roll of the rubber material. She could tell it had once been inflated. Digging some more, she saw that it was a rubber raft. It was old, but well preserved by the layers of beach sand built over it. She dug down on the opposite side of the layered rubber and soon struck a hard, flat object. Scooping away the sand, she saw it was a hardwood bench, presumably one of several in the large raft, offering another hint of its age. She continued digging and exposed another section of rubber, the raft's flooring. A small ribbon of blue material poked through the sand, catching her eye. Using her hands, she carefully brushed away the sand, exposing more of the material. It was round in shape, and she saw it was a sailor's cap. Tugging gently, she freed it from the sand, but then suddenly gasped, dropping it from her fingers underneath the hat. She had exposed the grinning skull of its owner. The warehouse contained a small machine shop, along with several workbenches stacked with carpenter's stores. Banks of lube oil and diesel fuel lined one wall, near a large humming generator. A small forklift and 2 all-terrain vehicles were parked near an open tool bin by the door. The bay was dimly lit, but warmed by the sounds of an African percussion band blaring from a CD player. Dirk absorbed all this as he was marched into the warehouse and ordered to stand against a corrugated tin wall. The mechanic and the gunman conversed for a moment in what Dirk guessed was Malagasy, then the mechanic ran to report the presence of intruder. The gunman stood next to the workbench with the disassembled motor, rocking on his heels as he held his weapon on Dirk. He was young, no more than 17. His hair was long, and he stood with a sulking hunch. It was easy to see he had no formal military training. Grease stains covered his military-style fatigues and his fingers. Dirk guessed he was primarily employed as a mechanic's assistant, with secondary duty as a guard. In a relaxed manner, Dirk brought an open hand to his mouth and tilted it up as if drinking. "Water?" he asked in a raspy voice. "Lo?" The gunman eyed Dirk closely. The NUMA marine engineer carried no visible weapons, his hair was full of sand, and his jumpsuit was caked with dust. He wore no shoes, only dirty, frayed socks. Emerging from the desert in such a condition, he seemed anything but a TLN-eat. The gunman relaxed slightly and slowly turned to the workbench, where a khaki day pack sat on a stool. He pulled a canteen from the pack's side pocket and tossed it to Dirk. Dirk unscrewed the cap and gulped down several swallows of the water. It was warm and somewhat foul, but he would have gladly consumed a gallon of the stuff. He smiled at the gunman, then savoured a few more gulps. "Thank you," he said, and replaced the cap. He took a cautious step forward and reached out with a long arm to return the canteen. The gunman hesitated before stepping forward and extending his free hand. Dirk waited for the young man's fingers to come within a hair of his own, then let the canteen slip. The boy lunged forward, but the canteen bobbled from his outstretched hand and fell to the floor. He suddenly caught himself and rose up, only to be struck by a left hook that tagged him on the cheek. He staggered against the workbench but quickly pulled his weapon up. Dirk didn't give him the opportunity to shoot. He dove into the guard, pinning the assault rifle between their 2 bodies. The gunman tried to spin and knock Dirk clear, but he didn't have the strength. Dirk ignored the weapon aimed inches from his face and clutched the young man's fatigues, drawing him tight to keep the gun aimed clear, while with his other hand he groped the top of the workbench. Feeling a hard metallic object, he pulled it up and swung it against the gunman's skull. It took 3 blows before he fell limp and slumped to the floor. Dirk looked in his hand and saw he was holding a piston and connecting rod from the disassembled engine. "Definitely a knocking problem," he muttered, and tossed it onto the workbench. He sprinted to one of the all-terrain vehicles parked by the door. Each had a small mesh trailer attached for hauling parts and equipment, but more importantly, each had a key in the ignition. He straddled one of the vehicles and turned the key. The motor spun to life just as three men appeared at the doorway. Dirk reached over and ripped the ignition cable from the adjacent ATV while twisting his down throttle. The little vehicle lurched forward, heading toward the open door. Ahead of him, Dirk saw that the original mechanic had returned, accompanied by a dockhand and a man in fatigues, brandishing a pistol. Dirk goosed the throttle and headed straight for them. The mechanic jumped to Dirk's right, while the other two ducked left, around the corner of the building. With the trailer bouncing wildly behind him, Dirk tore out of the warehouse and into the sunlight. He whipped the handlebars left, careening around the corner and after the two men. The dockhand jumped clear at the last second, but the man in fatigues hesitated. The ATV's flared fender creased him in the leg, knocking him to the ground. Dirk had to swerve right to avoid a wall of fuel drums, which sent the empty trailer bounding onto the prone man. The man cried out as the trailer's tires rolled over him, leaving him caked in dust. Dirk had hoped to turn back and drive past the warehouse toward the beach, but was thwarted when the dockhand emerged from the building with the assault rifle. Cursing himself for not taking the weapon, he wheeled the ATV sharply left and sped down the front of the dock. He waited for a fusillade of lead, but it never arrived. He quickly saw why. Directly ahead, a half-dozen laborers manned the conveyor system. The dockhand didn't want to fire into his compatriots just beyond. Dirk held his course to increase the distance from the armed dockhand, but ultimately he had nowhere to go. Ahead, the conveyor blocked the width of the dock, while to his left sat towering mounds of grey ore. He edged close to the dock as the workers at the conveyor began pointing and yelling. Barreling toward the heavy conveyor, he seemed bent on suicide. He wondered that himself, but he had no other choice. Building speed down the quay, he held steady until just a few yards from the conveyor. As the workers ducked behind the ramp for cover, Dirk jammed the ATV to his left. The all-terrain vehicle's knobby off-road tires slid on the sandy dock as he threw it into the turn while holding the throttle to its stops. All four wheels began to bite, and the ATV shot forward toward the mound of ore being loaded onto the ship. Dirk was nearly jolted off his seat when the front wheels met the base of the pile, but the ATV proved its mettle by blasting straight up the mound. It shot past an idling front-end loader and climbed past the feeder end of the conveyor. It was 20 feet up the side of the steep pile when its momentum began to waver, and Dirk eased the front wheels to his right. He came dangerously close to flipping the vehicle, but the trailer acted as an anchor and helped him to pivot the ATV around. One of the laborers ran, yelling, as Dirk sped back down the hill, angling past the far side of the conveyor. A small avalanche of ore crashed to the dock after him and sent the remaining workers scrambling for cover. As it slammed onto the dock at high speed, the ATV bounced high into the air before landing on all four wheels. The trailer was less artistic, breaking free of the ATV's hitch and smacking into the freighter, then dropping into the water. Dirk had to throw the ATV into a hard left to avoid the same fate. Braking and skidding, he barely clung to the wheel as the ATV danced and slid. One of the rear wheels struck a bollard, which jolted the vehicle back on track, and Dirk accelerated hard down the dock. Ahead, he could see the freedom of the open desert, in a gap between the dock and the dormitory. But as he sped ahead, another ATV appeared from around the building's comer. Dirk slowed and waved as he passed the other rider, who he realized was the smirking gunman in green fatigues from the patrol boat. The gunman gave Dirk an empty stare, and then the light of recognition flipped on. By then Dirk had opened his throttle and was tearing past the building. Across the dock, scores of men were running toward them, shouting and pointing. The gunman whipped his ATV around and gave chase. A sharp, rocky cliff backed the lagoon, forcing Dirk to ascend a lesser hill that ran parallel to the dock. Shots rang out from below, peppering the hillside around him. He zigzagged up the hill, generating a billow of dust that obscured his path. Ducking low, he urged the ATV on until cresting the rise and disappearing from view below. As he turned and angled toward the beach, he ventured a glance over his shoulder. Green Fatigues was hot on his trail, less than 50 yards away. Dirk squeezed harder on the throttle as the ATV wallowed through a dry wash. Passing the other ATV earlier, he had seen a holster on the driver's belt. Once again, he found himself weaponless against an armed man. But at least he had the ATV, and he knew where he was going. Green Fatigues indeed had a holster with a loaded pistol, which he removed with one hand when the vehicles hit a stretch of sandy flats. Steering and accelerating with his right hand, he used his left to fire a handful of pot shots, all of which missed by a wide margin. Over his shoulder, Dirk caught sight of the gun and threw his ATV into a shallow serpentine course. Already kicking up a large cloud of dust, it now sprayed wide walls of brown that offered sporadic cover. But that maneuver also allowed the pursuer to draw closer until he was choking on Dirk's dust just 20 yards away. Dirk veered left along a flat rise above the beach, briefly losing his companion in the haze. When Green Fatigues broke free of the dust, he had a clear view of Dirk and fired 2 shots. One of them hit home. Dirk heard a loud pop as one of the rear tires burst. The ruptured tire thumped loudly, and Dirk muscled the handlebars to maintain control. He was as good as finished. Green Fatigues could speed ahead or alongside and finish him off with an easy shot. Weighing his options, Dirk prepared to swing the ATV around and force a collision. But ahead, in the sand, he saw footprints that angled sharply inland. They were his own footprints from earlier in the day, and they signaled a possible riposte, one that just might give him a fighting chance. 49T His sandy surface gave way to dust-covered rock, which rose in an undulating fashion. The gradual inclination concealed the approaching precipice, the one Dirk had climbed that morning. And the one Dirk hoped to use to his advantage. Over the rocky surface, the ATV's trailing dust grew lighter, forcing Dirk into a dangerous maneuver. Rather than dodge his pursuer, he angled ahead of him, desperate to obscure his vision. As Dirk crossed his earlier footprints, he eased off the throttle. The lip of the precipice appeared a second later. He hesitated, drawing the gunman in close, before downshifting and jamming on the brakes. The ATV wavered as its knobby tires skidded across the rock. Dirk swung his leg over the seat, let go of the handlebars, and leaped. Barely 10 feet from the ledge, Dirk's ATV regained momentum and soared over the side. Green Fatigues' hard-charging ATV arrived a few seconds later. Too late, he saw the abrupt drop-off. He mashed on the brakes and flung the handlebars over with white knuckles, but to no avail. The ATV skidded off the edge and plunged over the cliff, Green Fatigues flying up and over it, screaming as he fell. Dirk had missed the sight. After jumping from his own ATV, he had pulled himself into a tuck before hitting the ground hard and rolling several times. Sliding feet first toward the cliff, he clawed at the ground as his legs went over the ledge. He stopped just short, legs dangling midair. With his head pounding, he pulled his lower body back over the ledge and lay on his back, recovering. He felt scrapes and bruises, but he'd managed not to break any bones. After a minute, he rose to his feet and peered over the side. 40 feet below, his ATV stood on end, its nose augured into the ground and its body telescoped. A few yards away, the other ATV lay upside down, its wheels still spinning. Dirk didn't see Green Fatigues at first, then spotted a motionless leg protruding from beneath the vehicle. Dirk walked along the cliff, moving gingerly until his limbs loosened. Glancing back toward the dock facility, he saw some movement, a small foot patrol heading his way. Just beyond, at the mouth of the lagoon, he saw the patrol boat heading to sea. They were taking the theft of the ATV rather seriously, Dirk thought. He retraced his morning footsteps until he reached a shallow face in the ridge where he could slide down. At the crash scene, he found the inverted ATV battered but mostly intact. He dug his feet into the sand, positioned a shoulder against its side, and shoved, rolling the vehicle back onto its wheels. The mangled body of its rider lay embedded in the sand, his back and head unnaturally twisted. Dirk pocketed the man's pistol and climbed onto the ATV. The seat and handlebars were bent and 2 fenders torn off, but the drivetrain looked undamaged. He hit the ignition button and heard the starter grind and grind. Gasoline had drained from the fuel line while the vehicle sat inverted, and it took several tries before the engine caught. Dirk gunned it, and the ATV took off, the exposed tires sending sand flying. At the far end of the beach, Dirk pulled up alongside the small berm. Summer appeared from a large hole in the center and waved. After pulling herself inside, she had excavated nearly a third off rubber raft. He hopped off the idling ATV and ran to her. "You all right?" "Fine, except for my dead leg." She noticed his bruised appearance, and the even more battered at "I thought I heard a crash." "What happened?" "I had a falling out with an acquaintance." He motioned his thumb over his shoulder. "The crowd at the port facility is the same bunch that rammed us. I borrowed one of their ATVs, and they aren't too happy about it." Summer saw the urgency in his eyes. "We need to go. I think that would be a good idea." He scooped her off the ground and carried her to the ATV. "Wait," she said. "The Barbango's logbook." Dirk gave her a quizzical look. "That's a rubber raft buried in the sand. It's from a vessel called the Barbango. I found a book wrapped in oilskin under the bench," she said, pointing at the mound. "I can't read it because it's written in Italian, but it looks like a logbook." Dirk stepped to the partially buried raft and reached in. He froze when he saw a fully exposed skeleton, which he had somehow missed seconds earlier. The torso lay near a bench seat, on which sat the oilskin-wrapped logbook. He snatched it, climbed onto the ATV behind Summer, and handed it to her. "You didn't mention its scribe was still hanging around." "There's at least 2 other bodies. We need to have the ship's archaeologist examine the site." Dirk reached around his sister and twisted the throttle. "Perhaps another day." Leaving the bones and beach behind, they rode up a rocky ridge that fingered into the sea. From its peak, they could view the opposite coastline curve before them in a broad expanse of sandy flats. The turquoise hull of the Alexandria bobbed in the swell several miles distant. Dirk focused his eyes on the ground, driving down the rocky hill as fast as he dared, aware of Summer's impaired ability to stay seated. Summer was the first to notice the vessel, a small Zodiac, skimming parallel to the beach ahead. When the ATV's tires reached the flat sands, Dirk accelerated to top speed. The Zodiac was traveling away from them, but he quickly closed the gap. Honking the ATV's high-pitched horn, he caught the attention of Jack Dahlgren, who was piloting the Zodiac with a NUMA crewman. The parties converged, Dirk driving his ATV into the waves as Dahlgren drew the Zodiac near. "Enjoying the local tourist sites in comfort," R.C. Dahlgren said by way of greeting. The Texan's relief at finding them alive was evident in his eyes. "More than we really cared to," Dirk said. "Permission to come aboard?" Dahlgren nodded and inched the Zodiac alongside the ATV. "Summer's lost feeling in her left leg," Dirk said. "We think she's bent." Dahlgren plucked Summer, still clutching the Barbango's logbook, off the ATV and set her in the inflatable boat. "Everyone aboard Alexandria will be anxious to hear what happened. Had us plenty worried when we found the sub downstairs without you in it. Guess you'll have plenty of time in the chamber to fill us in." he had to sit down and goose the motor to keep the Zodiac from swamping under a wave. As Dahlgren pivoted back to the ATV so Dirk could jump aboard, he noticed the shredded jumpsuit and multiple bruises. "If you don't mind me saying, you look like you went square dancing with a rototiller." "If it's any consolation, I feel like it," Dirk said. "You don't want to park that ATV on dry land?" "No, the Uma was rather troublesome about me borrowing it. I suggest we get to the Alexandria as soon as possible." Dahlgren gunned the outboard motor and steered toward the research ship. Dirk gazed across the horizon, spotting the patrol boat speeding in their direction. A moment later, a deep rumble drowned out the whine of the outboard, and a shadow darted over the Zodiac. Dirk looked up to see a low-flying C-130 lumber over. It was painted grey, with the multicolored flag of South Africa displayed on its tail. Dahlgren waved at the plane, slowing the Zodiac to be heard over its motor. "Search and rescue plane we dialed up out of Pretoria. About time they showed up. I guess we better let them know you're safe." He retrieved a handheld radio and informed the Alexandria of Dirk and Summer's appearance. While they waited for the message to be relayed to the airplane, Dirk tapped Dahlgren's shoulder and pointed to the approaching patrol boat. "Call back and ask the plane if they would buzz those guys. Tell them we suspect they are part of a local piracy ring." "I reckon the FAA doesn't extend to these waters," Dahlgren said, and relayed the message. The Cu-130 had already receded to a speck on the horizon. Then it turned and grew larger. The pilot brought it down low, barely 50 feet above the waves. Approaching the patrol craft off its stern, it caught the crew by surprise. Several gunmen threw themselves to the deck as the roar of the 4.200 horsepower turboprop motors engulfed the patrol boat. The plane flew past, made a lazy turn, and came back for a second run across the patrol boat's beam. This time, a few of the braver crewmen waved their weapons, but nobody fired a round. Undaunted, the C-130's pilot made 3 more passes, each one lower than the last. The patrol boat accepted the message, reluctantly veering off and motoring back to shore. Tracking it for good measure, the Cu-130 hung around at low altitude for almost an hour, before dipping its wings and heading home. Dirk looked to Dahlgren. "Remind me to send a case of beer to the South African Air Force. Those boys don't mess around, do they?" A few minutes later, they pulled alongside the Alexandria. Dirk and Summer were surprised to see their mangled submersible on the stern deck as they were hoisted aboard. "We found her promptly with the sonar and were able to rig her for lifting with an ROV," Dahlgren said. "We renewed our shore search when we didn't find you inside." The siblings were greeted warmly as they boarded, but Summer sensed a nervousness, even from Dahlgren, as she was helped onto a gummy. The ship's doctor rushed them to the decompression chamber, which was already prepped with food and medical supplies. Dirk tried to duck out, but the doctor ordered him in as a precaution. Before the hatch closed, Dahlgren poked his head inside to ensure they were comfortable. "Might not be a good idea to linger around the area," Dirk said. "We were able to plant all the seismic sensors before our run-in with the patrol boat. We can deal with the thugs another time. The captain's already winding us up for a run to Urban at flank speed." Dahlgren's face was taut and serious. "Why Durban? I thought we were headed up to Mozambique from here." The doctor yelled from behind the chamber to seal the hatch. "Bad news, I'm afraid," Dahlgren said. "Your dad and one have gone missing in the Pacific." Before the words could sink in, the heavy metal hatch closed, and the chamber's occupants were pressurized back into the depths. 50 RTT felt like he was in a chamber of his own, only his was a chamber of horrors. By the hour, the dank prison he shared on the Adelaide felt more and more claustrophobic. A daily rise in the outside temperature had turned the bay into a stifling hot oven. Making matters worse, the heat intensified the foul odors generated by the confined men and 2 dead bodies. Pitt felt constant hunger, but was thankful they were given plenty of drinking water. Periodically the hatch door would be thrown open, and 2 armed men would toss in boxes of bread and other dried stores from the galley. The prisoners valued the brief gusts of fresh air nearly as much as the food. Pitt and the SWAT team had tried formulating an escape plan, but their options were non-existent. The storage bay had been stripped of any tools or equipment to force another exit. The locked hatch, they found, was guarded around the clock. Multiple attempts at testing the handle or hinges were instantly met by a rapping from a gun barrel on the opposite side. Whenever the hatch was opened to deliver food and water, at least 2 men stood ready with assault rifles. Noticing the stale rolls they had been given to eat had hardened to the consistency of granite, Giordano suggested using those to attack the guards. Pitt's friend rebounded swiftly from his wound, which somehow showed no signs of infection. After sleeping nearly 3 straight days, Giordano had awoken with an inimitable vigor, and he quickly regained his strength despite the sparse diet. While most of the men grew resigned to their captivity, a few began losing control. Fights broke out among the crew of the Adelaide, while another man gave in to fits of hysterical yelling. Pitt felt an uneasy gratitude when he noticed a reduction in the ship's engine revolutions, signalling their arrival in protected waters. Pitt had counted the number of hours passed since he was thrown into confinement. Travelling at 16 knots, he calculated the Adelaide could have covered almost 4,000 miles, placing them anywhere between Alaska and Peru. But the warm temperatures suggested something equatorial. If the ship had held its southeasterly heading, Pitt figured they could be somewhere off southern Mexico or Central America. Confirmation came soon, after the ship had stopped and started several times, accompanied by the sound of dock activity. The ship got underway and sailed another 3 hours before stopping for good. A short time later, the prisoners were roused from their compartment. The men stepped from the hot and humid storage bay to an hot and humid deck. The ship was berthed at a dock, stern first, surrounded on 3 sides by dense jungle. Only a small patch of blue off the bow showed they had sailed from a larger body of water and backed into a narrow inlet barely large enough for the freighter to fit. The brightness of early morning stung their eyes, yet Pitt noted the sun was nowhere in sight. "Someone really likes their jungle around here," Giordano said, pointing a finger skyward. Shading his eyes, Pitt saw a jungle canopy overhead. It took him several seconds to realize it was a huge swath of camouflage netting that was strung over the entire dock complex. "Maybe just privacy nuts," Pitt said. He looked at the Adelaide, confirming his suspicions. The ship's name had been repainted Labrador, while the funnel and deck railing had been painted new colors. The hijackers were well versed at theft and concealment on a grand scale. The prisoners were herded to a gangway and marched off the ship, where they were greeted by a line of armed men in fatigues, several of them partnered with guard dogs. The captives were left standing along the dock for several minutes, which allowed time for Pitt and Giordano to study the facilities. The dock operation was modest, consisting of 2 small cranes and a conveyor system. Behind it were several large concrete pads, dusted with grey sediment, transfer stations for the raw ore and processed rare earth elements that were transferred in and out of the facility. Beyond the dock area, several low-slung buildings poked through the foliage. Pitt suspected they were separation and extraction plants, used to refine the stolen rare earth ores. The putt-putt of a small motor preceded the appearance of a golf cart bearing a muscular blond man wearing a fitted uniform with a holstered pistol on his hip. A coiled bullwhip dangled from a belt hook on the opposite side. Pitt noticed the guards tense at his arrival. "Looks like a lion tamer," Giordano whispered. "For a circus I want no part of," Pitt said. The overseer, Johansson, crossed the dock and spoke to Gomez, who had followed the prisoners off the ship. The Swede examined the freighter with a satisfied gleam. "She's carrying a full load of crushed monazite," Gomez said. "Testing confirmed high concentrates of neodymium, cerium, and dysprosium." "Excellent." The extraction facilities have been waiting for new material. We will engage the new prisoners in offloading the ore. What about the ship? She would make a nice addition to the fleet. Determine what reconfigurations are required to erase her identity, and we'll discuss it with Bulk after she's unloaded. Johansson turned his back on Gomez to examine the new captives. He reviewed the men with a caustic eye, paying particular attention to the SWAT team. "Welcome to Porter's Del Infierno," he said, "the gates of hell. You now belong to me." He waved his hand across the dock toward the buildings beyond. "This is an ore refining center. We take raw ore and process it into various minerals of high value. You will be workers in the process. If you work hard, you will live. If you do not complain, you will live. And if you do not attempt escape, you will live." He stared down the line of weakened men. "Are there any questions?" A crewman from the Adelaide, one who'd had a difficult time in captivity, cleared his throat. "When will we be released?" he asked. Johansson approached the man and smiled at him. Then he casually pulled his sidearm and shot the man in the forehead. A swarm of nearby jungle birds screeched at the sound as the man tumbled backward, falling into the water dead. The other assembled captives gaped in stunned silence. Johansson grinned. "Are there any more questions?" Met by barely a heartbeat, he holstered his weapon. "Good. Again, I welcome you to Porter del Infierno. Now, let's get to work." 51T. The deep throb of the towboat's engine fell silent, revealing the lesser sound of waves lapping against her hull. Awakened by the absent growl and vibration, Anna rose from her bunk and stretched her arms. She rubbed her wrists, where the handcuffs irritated her skin, and stepped to a tiny porthole on the starboard bulkhead. It was still dark. Scattered lights dotted the shore a mile or so across the river, indicating they had docked on its eastern bank. The river, she was certain, was the Mississippi. From their staffing point in Paducah, there was only one way to go: Duffin River, taking the Ohio to its confluence with the Mississippi near Cairo, Illinois. The night before, she had peered out to see the glowing lights of a large city, wondering if they shined from Memphis. As she watched the silhouette of a large freighter pass upriver, she guessed they were somewhere near New Orleans. She rinsed her face in a basin and again searched the cramped cabin for a potential weapon. It was a hopeless exercise she had performed at least 20 times before, but at least it kept her mind working. She got only as far as an empty bureau when she heard the lock jiggle and the cabin door open. Pablo stood in the doorway, a bemused look in his eyes and a baseball bat in his hands. "Come along," he said, "we are changing vessels." He led her onto the towboat's deck, where he slipped the bat across her back, wedging it into the crooks of her elbows. "There will be no swimming exhibition this time." Keeping one hand firmly grasping the bat, he led her off the towboat. The contortion made Anne's shoulders ache as they stepped onto a dimly lit dock. Pablo guided her past the barge, where a mobile dock crane had hoisted the flatbed trailer from the deck. Stray wisps of hay fluttered through the air as Pablo and Anne followed the crane, which crept down an embedded rail track toward a small freighter. In the faint light, she could make out the ship's name on the transom: Salzburg. Though the dock was deserted save for the crane operator, several armed men wearing fatigues lined the freighter's rail. "Please let me go," Anne said with exaggerated fear. Pablo laughed. "Not before we make our delivery. Then, perhaps, you can win your freedom," he added with a leer. He marched her up the freighter's forward gangway and across the deck. A large rectangular dish mounted to a wheeled platform blocked their path. Next to it, a crewman was checking cables at a control station mounted with power generators and computer displays. As they passed, the man looked up, briefly locking eyes with Anne. She gave him a submissive look, pleading with her eyes for help. He smiled as they passed. "Don't get cooked," he said. Pablo pushed Anne ahead, guiding her to the superstructure at the stern and up 2 flights to the crew's quarters. Her new cabin was slightly larger than the last but featured a similarly minuscule porthole. "I hope you are pleased with the accommodations," Pablo said, removing the baseball bat from her arms. "Perhaps later in the voyage we can spend some time together." He stepped from the cabin and locked the door from the outside. Anne sat on the hard bunk and glared at the door. Despite her act with Pablo, most of her fears had been replaced by anger. Clearly the freighter was leaving the country, taking both the Sea Arrow's motor and its plans. She would be trapped in the cabin for days, or even weeks. Rather than lament, she contemplated how it had all been pulled off. Her analytical mind went to work, stewing over the thefts. Acquiring the Sea Arrow's plans and motor had been all too easy for Pablo. He must have had inside help. The involvement of the 2 men who had abducted her, and then were killed, indicated as much. And what about her? Why had she been abducted? She could draw only one conclusion, that she must have been getting close to identifying the source. She racked her brains, reviewing the contractors and persons of interest. She kept returning to Tom Cerny. Could the White House aide have been alerted to her inquiry? She paced the small cabin, noticing several cigarette burns on the cummer desk. The marks made her think of the crewman and his odd greeting. "Don't get cooked," she repeated. The words nagged at her until suddenly their meaning struck like a bolt of lightning. "Of course," she said, disgusted that it hadn't come to her sooner. "Don't get cooked indeed." 52 late-night Coiver, Urschel flight from Durban via Johannesburg proved the quickest way back to Washington for Dirk and Summer. They were bleary-eyed when they staggered off the plane early the next morning at Reagan National Airport. Remarkably, Summer walked freely through the terminal, showing stress from the flight but no lingering paralysis from her decompression sickness. Timely immersion in the Alexandria's Deco chamber had proved her salvation. While the nunless ship rushed from the tip of Madagascar to Durban, Summer and Dirk had been pressurized to an equivalent depth of 400 feet. The paralysis in Summer's leg promptly disappeared. The ship's medical team slowly relieved the pressure in the chamber, allowing the nitrogen bubbles in their tissues to dissipate. When they were released from the chamber almost 2 days later, Summer found she could walk with only a faint lingering ache. Since flying could aggravate the symptoms, the ship's doctor insisted they not board an airplane for 24 hours. Fortunately, their steaming time to Durban occupied the full duration. Free of the chamber, they had time to brief the others on their work in the submersible, inspect its damage, and book their flight home, before racing to Durban's King Shaka International Airport the moment the Alexandria touched the dock. After collecting their bags at Reagan, they took a cab across the tarmac to their father's hangar. Letting themselves in, they stored their bags and cleaned themselves up in the loft apartment. "You think Dad would mind if we borrowed one of his cars to run to the office?" Summer asked. "He's always given us a standing offer to drive what we like," Dirk said. He pointed to a silver and burgundy roadster parked near a workbench. He said in an email before he left for the Pacific that he just got that Packard running strong. "Why don't we take it?" He checked to see that it had plenty of gas while Summer opened a garage door. Sliding into the driver's seat, he pulled the choke and adjusted the throttle lever mounted on the steering wheel and hit the starter button. The big straight-eight engine murmured to life. Letting it warm up for a moment, he pulled the car outside and waited for Summer to lock the hangar. She jumped into the passenger seat with a travel bag in tow, not noticing a white van parked across an adjacent field. "What's with the funky seats?" she asked. The Packard Roadster's tight cockpit held 2 rigid seats. Summer's passenger seat was permanently offset a few inches farther from the dash than Dirk's driver's seat. "More room for the driver to turn and shift at high speed," Dirk explained, pointing to the floor-mounted gear lever. "I'll gladly take the extra legroom." Built in 1930, The Model 734 Packard chassis carried one of the factory's rarest bodies, a sleek bow-tie speedster. The trunk line tapered to an angular point, giving the car a highly streamlined appearance. Sporting dual-side mounted spare tyres, the body gleamed with metallic pewter paint, contrasted by burgundy fenders and a matching body-length stripe. Narrow wood-light headlights on the prow, combined with an angled windshield, added to the sensation that the car was in motion even while parked. Dirk drove north onto the George Washington Parkway, finding that the Packard loped along easily with the highway traffic. It was only a 10-minute drive to the NUMA headquarters, a tall glass structure that bordered the Potomac. Dirk parked in the underground garage, and they took an employee elevator to the top floor and Rudy Gunn's office. His secretary directed them to the Computer Resource Center, so they dropped down 3 flights to the high-tech lair of Hiram Yager. They found Gunn and Yager parked in front of a wall-sized video screen, examining satellite photos of an empty sea. With bedraggled hair and circles under their eyes, both looked as if they hadn't slept in days. But the men perked up at the sight of Pitt's children. "Glad to have you back," Gunn said. "You gave us quite a scare when your submersible went RMSSMG." Summer smiled. "Us, too. I thought we were going to have to sedate Rudy," Yager said. "Your leg okay, Summer?" "Just fine. I think the coach seat from Johannesburg was more painful than the Benz." She eyed a collection of dirty coffee cups on the table before breaking the mood. "What's the latest on Dad and A1?" Both men turned grim. "Unfortunately, there's not much to report," Gunn said. He described Pitt's mission of protecting the ore carrier, while Yager dialed up a map of the eastern Pacific. "They boarded the Adelaide about 1,000 miles southeast of Hawaii," Yager said. A Navy frigate on exercise out of San Diego was scheduled to meet them when they neared the coast and escort them to Long Beach. The Adelaide never appeared. "Any sign of debris?" Dirk asked. "No," Gunn said. "We've had search and rescue craft from Hawaii and the mainland overflying the area for days. The Navy has dispatched 2 vessels to the scene, and the Air Force has even sent in some long-range reconnaissance drones. They've all come up empty." Dirk noted a white horizontal line beginning at the left edge of the screen that ended when it intersected a Rika line from Hawaii. "Is that the Adelaide's track?" "Her AIS beacon provided her track to that point shortly after your dad and the SWAT team went aboard," Yager said. "After that, the AIS signal went dead." "So she sank?" Summer asked, her voice breaking. "Not necessarily," Gunn said. "She could have simply disengaged the tracking system, which would be an obvious move after a hijacking. We've drawn a couple of big circles around her last reported position to see where she could have gone." Yager replaced the ocean map with a split screen of 2 satellite ocean photos. At the bottom was overlaid a stock photo of a large green bulk carrier labeled Adelaide. "We're looking at coastal satellite photos to see if she might have popped up somewhere. Hiram has accessed every public and not-so-public source of satellite reconnaissance. Unfortunately, the point of disappearance is smack in the middle of a large dead zone in satellite coverage, so we're jumping to the coastlines. North, South, and Central America, for starters." Yager stifled a yawn. "Should keep us busy till Christmas." "How can we help?" Summer asked. "We've got satellite images for most of the major West Coast ports from the past 4 days. I'll divvy them up and see if anyone can spot a ship resembling the Adelaide." Yager set up 2 laptops and downloaded the images. Everyone went to work, scouring the photos for a large green cargo ship. They worked all through the day, studying image after image, until their eyes burned. Yet hopes were raised as they pegged 11 ships from the sometimes fuzzy and obscured photos that appeared to fit the Adelaide's profile. 3 in Long Beach, 2 in Manzanillo, 4 to the Panama Canal, and 1 each to San Antonio, Chile, and Puerto Caldera, Costa Rica, Yager said. I can't imagine any of the Long Beach vessels would be ours, Dirk said, unless they ran to another port to offload first. Gunn looked at his watch. It's still early out west. How about we break for dinner? When we reconvene, we can begin calling the port authorities at each location. They should be able to confirm if the Adelaide cleared their local facilities. Good thought, Dirk said, standing and stretching. I've run out of gas on a diet of airline food and coffee. Just a second, Summer said. Before we break, I need a quick favor from Hiram, and then I'll need your help in making a delivery. She picked up her travel pack, which clinked with the sound of bottles inside. I'm pretty hungry. Can we grab a bite on the way? Where we're headed, she said, I can positively guarantee there will be something good to eat. 53 The Packard roared out of the parking garage and skirted past a white van at the edge of the outside lot before merging into the evening rush hour traffic. Dirk crossed into Jorgatotham as an evening breeze tousled Summer's hair in the open car. Turning down a shady residential street filled with elegant homes, Dirk stopped in front of a former carriage house that ages ago had been transformed into a courtly freestanding residence. They had barely rung the bell when the front door was opened by a gargantuan man sporting an overflowing grey beard. St. Julian Perlmutter's eyes twinkled as he greeted Dirk and Summer and invited them inside. I nearly ate without you, he said. You were expecting us? Dirk asked. Of course. Summer emailed me with the particulars of your Madagascar mystery. I insisted you both come by for dinner the instant you returned. Don't you two talk to each other? Summer smiled sheepishly at her brother, then followed Perlmutter through a book-infested living room and into a formal dining area, where an antique cherry wood table sat overloaded with food. Perlmutter was a marine historian, one of the best on the planet, but he had a second love as a gourmand. His eyes lit up when Summer opened her bag and offered him 3 bottles of wine from South Africa. A Virgiligen Chardonnay and a pair of red varietals from de Toren. He examined the labels with delight. Outstanding selections. Shall we? He wasted no time in finding a corkscrew and pouring the Chardonnay. I am, of course, distressed to hear of your father's absence. May he be in safe port, he said, raising his glass. While discussing Pitt's disappearance, they dined on pork loin in chipotle sauce, fingering potatoes, and baked asparagus. Fresh Georgia peaches in a cream and brandy sauce were devoured for dessert. The host's French cook and housekeeper had the night off, so Summer and Dirk helped Perlmutter clear the table and wash the dishes before sitting back down at the table. The wine was delicious, Summer, but don't toy with me, Perlmutter said. You know what I really want to get my hands on? I thought you'd never ask. She opened her travel bag and pulled out the carefully wrapped journal from the beached life raft. The log of the Barbango, she said. So that's what this is all about, Dirk said. And here I thought you were just happy to see us. Perlmutter laughed with a roar that echoed TLN off the house. A long-time friend of their father, he had readily taken to Pitt's twin children as a sort of kindly uncle. My boy, your company is welcome anytime. He opened and poured another of Summer's bottles. But a good nautical mystery is sweeter than WME. Perlmutter took the package and carefully unwrapped its oilskin covering. The leather-bound journal showed signs of wear, but was otherwise undamaged. He gently opened the cover and read the title page, written by hand in bold lettering. Viaggio di sommergibil Barbango, Gauno 1943. Capitano di Corvetta Umberto de Julio. Perlmutter looked up at Summer and smiled. That's our submarine? Submarine? Dirk asked. The raft on the beach, Summer said. It contained the remains of crewmen from a World War II Italian submarine. The Barbango, a large boat of the Marcello class, Perlmutter said. She had an illustrious record in the Atlantic early in the war, sinking 6 vessels and downing an aircraft. but she lost her teeth in 1943 when she was assigned to a project with the code name of Aquila. Latin for eagle, Dirk said. Summer gave her brother a suspicious look. Astronomy, he explained. I remember it from a constellation near Aquarius. Mule would have been a more befitting name, Perlmutter said. The Germans were concerned over their high loss of surface ships while trading war materials with Japan, so they convinced the Italians to convert 8 of their largest, and somewhat outdated, submarines to transport duty. The interiors were gutted and most of their armaments removed so they could carry a maximum amount of cargo. Sounds like dangerous duty, Dirk said. It was. 4 of the vessels were sunk outright, 1 was scuttled, and the other 3 captured in Asia before completing a round trip. Or at least that's what the history books say. Perlmutter began scanning the pages, examining the dates. So what happened to the Barbarigo? Summer asked. Designated Aquila 5, she departed Bordeaux on the 16th of June, 1943, bound for Singapore with a cargo of mercury, steel, and aluminum bars. Radio contact was lost a few days later, and it was presumed she was sunk somewhere near the Azores. He skipped ahead to the last page. My Italian is deplorable, but I read the last entry as the 12th of November, 1943. Nearly 5 months later, Dirk said. Something doesn't figure. I have the answer, I hope, right here. Summer pulled out a sheaf of printed pages. I had Hiram scan the logbook into his computer system. He claimed it was child's play to translate it into English and gave me the output right before we left. She began passing the pages around the table, letting Dirk and Perlmutter devour them like a pair of hungry coyotes. Here we go, Dirk said. It says here that they were spotted and attacked by 2 aircraft in the Bay of Biscayne shortly after leaving port but safely eluded them. Their radio mast was damaged, which prevented them from communicating with Central Command. Via the journal, they followed the Barbarigo's voyage around the Cape of Good Hope and across the Indian Ocean. The submarine offloaded its cargo in Singapore and then was diverted to a small Malaysian port near Kuala Lumpur. On the 23rd of September, we took on 130 tons of oxidized ore called Red Death by the locals. Summer read. A German scientist named Stein reversed the loading and joined the crew for the return voyage. The first officer later wrote that Steiner stayed holed up in his cabin with a stack of physics books for the rest of the trip, Dirk said. Red Death. Perlmutter said. I wonder if it is something like Edgar Allan Poe's Plague of the same name. I'll have to take a look at that, and this fellow Steiner. Certainly a curious cargo. The trio flipped through several weeks of entries describing the submarine's return across the Indian Ocean. On the 9th of November, the handwriting turned hurried, and the pages showed saltwater stains. This is where they got into trouble, while off the coast of South Africa, Perlmutter said. He read aloud a terse description of the Barbarigo diving to avoid a nighttime air attack. After eluding several bombing runs, the crew believed they had escaped the attack, only to discover that the sub's propeller had been disabled or blown off entirely. Dirk and Summer sat silently as Perlmutter read of the resulting tragedy. With no propulsion, the sub remained submerged for 12 hours, fearing that additional aircraft had been called to the scene. Surfacing at midday, they found themselves in an empty sea, drifting to the southeast. Carried past the shipping lanes and without a long-range radio, the officers feared they might drift to their deaths in the Antarctica. Captain de Julio ordered the crew to abandon ship, and they took to the 4 life rafts stowed beneath the forward deck, saluting their beloved vessel as they left her side. In a mix-up of orders, the last officer off failed to prime the scuttle charges and sealed the main hatch. Rather than sinking before them, the Barbarigo drifted off toward the horizon. Perlmutter stopped reading and raised his eyebrows like a pair of drawbridges. My word, he said quietly. That is most curious. What happened to the other 3 boats? Summer asked. The log entries become spottier at this point, Perlmutter said. They attempted to reach South Africa and were within sight of land when a storm struck. The boats were dispersed in the rough seas, and Captain de Julio said the men in his boat never again saw the other three. During the ordeal they lost 5 men, all their food and water, and their sail and oars. The raft was carried east, drifting away from shore with the coastal current. Eventually the weather turned hot and dry. With no fresh water, they lost 2 more crewmen, leaving only the captain, the first officer, and 2 engineers. Ravaged by thirst, they eventually spotted land again and were able to paddle closer. High winds and huge swells carried them ashore and tossed them onto the beach, Perlmutter said. They found themselves in a hot desert, desperate for water. The last entry states the captain went off alone in search of water, as the others were too weak to walk. The journal ends, God bless the Barbarigo and her crew. We can attest to the barrenness of the region, Summer said after a time. What a tragedy that they nearly made it safely to South Africa and ended up 1,000 miles away in Madagascar. They fared slightly better than the crewmen in the other 3 boats, Dirk said. Perlmutter nodded, though he appeared lost in thought. He rose from his seat and padded into the living room, then returned a few minutes later with an armful of books and an inquisitive look. Congratulations, Summer. It would appear as if you have solved 2 enduring mysteries off sea. 2, she asked. Yes, the fate of the Barbarigo and the identity of the South Atlantic Wraith. I'll buy the former, Dirk said, but what's this Wraith? Perlmutter opened the first book and flipped through its pages. From the logbook of the merchant ship Manchester, off the Falkland Islands, the 14th of February, 1946. Light seas, winds out of the southwest 3 or 4. At 1100, the first officer reported an object off our starboard beam. Appeared at first to be a whale carcass, but believe it is a man-made vessel. He closed the book and opened another. The freighter Southern Star, the 3rd of April, 1948, near Santa Cruz, Argentina. Unknown object, possible sailing vessel, spotted adrift 2 miles distant. Black hull, small superstructure amidships. Appears abandoned. Perlmutter picked up a 3rd book. Accounts of a South Georgia whaling station. In February of 1951, the whaler Paulita arrived with a kill of 3 mature grey whales. Captain reports spotting a ghost ship, low black hull, small sail amidships, drifting 100 miles north. Crew called it the South Atlantic Wraith. You think the Barbango is this Atlantic Wraith? Summer asked. It's entirely possible. For a period of 22 years, there were sightings of a supposed ghost ship adrift in the South Atlantic. For one reason or another, no one seemed to get a close view, but the descriptions are all similar. It seems to me that a bottled-up submarine could drift about an empty sea for quite a while. At those southerly latitudes, the sub's conning tower could easily ice over, Dirk said, so from a distance it resembled a sail. That might be confirmed in the last recorded sighting. Perlmutter opened the final book. It was in 1964. An endurance sailor named Lee Hunt was making a solo round-the-world voyage when he saw something unusual. Ah, here it is, he said, and began reading aloud the passage. While approaching the Magellan Straits, I encountered a horrific storm, brutal even for these waters. For 30 hours, I battled 20-foot seas and raging winds that tried with all their fury to drive me onto the rocks around Cape Horn. It was in the midst of this duel that I caught a glimpse of the South Atlantic Wraith. I thought it a berg at first, for it was encrusted in ice, but I could see the dark, sharp edges of steel beneath. She washed by me quickly, carried with the winds and waves, toward a sure death on the shores of Tierra del Fuego. Wow, Summer said, still afloat in 1964. But apparently not for long, if Hunt's account is accurate, Perlmutter said. Is Hunt still alive? She asked. Perhaps we could talk to him. I'm afraid he was lost at sea a few years ago. But his family might still possess his logbooks. Dirk finished his glass of wine and looked at his sister. Well, Summer, I guess you are still leaving us with two enduring mysteries to solve. Yes, Summer said, finishing his thought. Where the Barbago sank and what she was carrying. 54 Dirk and Summer left Perlmutter's house satiated with good food and wine and piqued by the Barbango's strange fate. The dinner had been a welcome respite from their worries about their father, which returned the minute they said their goodbyes. We best get back and see if Rudy and Hiram have had any luck with the port authorities, Dirk said. I've been thinking we should re-examine the possibility that the Adelaide travelled west. As they walked to the street, they heard a car door shut, and Dirk noticed two men sitting in a white van a few spaces behind the Packard. Dirk fired up the Packard with the first press of the staffer and flipped on the headlamps. While the woodlights looked great by daylight, their nighttime performance didn't match the rest of the car. Easing away from the curb, he drove slowly down the street, watching in the rearview mirror as the van's lights flicked on when they reached the end of the street. Dirk turned right and mashed down the accelerator, speeding down a tree-lined street. A few seconds later, the van screeched around the same corner. Summer noticed Dirk's focus on the mirror and glanced over her shoulder. I don't want to sound paranoid, she said, but that same van may have been parked in the NUMA lot when we left the building. One better, Dirk said. I think it was also parked next to Dad's hangar this morning. He meandered through the wealthy Georgetown neighborhood, turning down O Street and heading west. The van followed his every move, staying a dozen lengths behind. Who would be following us? Summer asked. Someone related to the people in Madagascar. I can't imagine. It might be someone interested in Dad. Maybe we should just ask them. He slowed the car as they approached a cross street. Just beyond was a pillared and gated pedestrian entrance to Georgetown University. Portable barricades were normally in place to prevent vehicles from entering the gateway, but they had been removed for a delivery truck exiting the campus. As the truck pulled clear, Dirk hit the gas and skirted around it through the open gate. A security guard gaped as the antique Packard zipped by. A few seconds later, he had to jump back as the white van barreled TLN off in pursuit. Dirk followed the road across the grounds a short distance to a circular drive. A statue of the university's founder, John Carroll, sat at its center, facing the entrance gate. Footlights illumined the statue in a yellow haze, lending a lifelike aura to the long-dead bishop. Dirk wheeled the Packard around the back of the statue and slowed, double-clutching and dropping into first gear. He watched for the lights of the van as it hurried onto campus and turned onto the circular drive. Dirk turned off the Packard's woodlights and gunned the engine. The old car leaped forward as he turned the wheel hard, shifting into second while keeping the accelerator pinned to the floorboard. While the van was slowing, the roadster shot around the circle. Rather than exit back toward the gate, Dirk held the wheel tight, curving around the loop. The van's taillights appeared in front of them, and Dirk had to brake to avoid rear-ending it. Summer reached over and turned the woodlights back on, signaling to the pursuers that the game was up. The van's driver hesitated, unsure what had happened until he recognized the pale yellow beams of the Packard behind him. Not prepared for a confrontation, he stomped on the gas. The van's tires chirped as it shot forward, turning off the circular drive. He took the first road he could, a straight lane that ran behind a stately structure called Healy Hall and into the center of campus. Go after him, Summer said. I didn't get his plate number. Dirk shoved the Packard into gear and took off. A fast car in its day, the Packard was powered by a straight-eight engine that boasted 150 horsepower. The van might have left the old car behind on an open highway but not in the tight confines of the college campus. The van sped past the large stone building. Only a few students were about, and those in the street quickly cleared way for the speeding van. The lane abruptly turned left into a side building complex, but it was blocked by a campus policeman in a patrol car who had stopped to chat with a student. Unable to turn, the van's driver continued straight, bounding up and onto a concrete walkway that bisected a grass courtyard. A girl on a bicycle screamed as she narrowly missed getting flattened. The Packard followed a few yards behind, inciting an eruption of flashing lights from the patrol car. "I think we're out of danger and into trouble," Summer said, noting the lights behind. Dirk tightened his grip on the wheel as the roadster bounded over the uneven surface. He followed the van along the walkway until it dropped off a curb into the parking lot of a student dormitory. Just ahead, two freshmen were smuggling a beer keg into the building when the van charged at them. The students dove for safety as the van sped by, just clipping the keg. The aluminum keg skittered across the parking lot and bounced off a retaining wall. A short distance behind, Dirk braked hard but couldn't avoid the keg. The front bumper caught it first, gouging a hole in the aluminum before the right fender knocked the keg aside. The shaken beer exploded in a foamy fountain that doused the side of the car, and Summer inside. "Dad's not going to like that," Dirk said. She wiped the suds from her face. "You're right, he won't. It's light beer." The van and the Packard accelerated through the parking lot, pushed faster by the pursuing patrol car. The van skidded out of the parking lot and onto a cross street. Unable to decide which way to turn, the driver went straight, bouncing onto a sloping gravel road that stretched ahead. The road dipped down a small hill and turned onto the university's football field. In the middle of a practice, the men's lacrosse team was forced to scatter as the van bounded across the artificial turf. Seeing the old Packard and the police in pursuit, several players fired lacrosse balls at the van, ringing its side with dents. A few took aim at the Packard until they were disarmed by a wave and smile from the beer-drenched Summer. The van opened a sizable gap on the Packard as it sped off the opposite side of the field and passed through an open gate. The driver turned left on the facing street, following a sign that directed them toward the university's exit on Canal Road. "Come on, we can lose them," the van's passenger said. 50 yards behind, Dirk heard a similar appeal from Summer. "Don't lose them, I still haven't gotten the full plate number." Dirk turned onto the road in pursuit, but had to slow for a trio of co-eds crossing the street to a tennis court. Behind him, the campus police had nearly caught up. The road curved past another residence hall before descending a landscaped hill out of campus. Dirk saw the van accelerate sharply down the hill and he tried to keep pace. At the bottom of the hill, a stoplight marked the intersection with Canal Road, a busy thoroughfare that fed into suburban Maryland. The light was green, and Dirk feared it would change before he drew close. Then it flashed to yellow, and he knew the van would have to stop. Only it didn't. With the van's passenger urging him on, the driver floored the gas when the light turned yellow. The van was still 50 feet from the intersection when the light turned red. Remarkably, the stopped cross-traffic hesitated, perhaps detecting the bouncing rays of the van's headlights as it roared down the hill. Charging into the intersection at better than 70 miles an hour, the van crossed the near lanes of traffic and attempted to turn left into the far lanes. But its speed was far too great, and the panicked driver slammed on the brakes, sending the van into a skid. It slid across the asphalt until its right front tire kissed the curb. The tire burst, but the van kept moving, hopping the curb and plowing into a low retaining wall, the front fender buckling as the rear wheels bounded into and over the curb. The combined forces flipped the van onto its side atop the retaining wall. It slid a few feet, then tumbled over the wall, splashing roof first into the road's namesake, the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, flowing just beyond. Dirk skidded the Packard to a halt before the stoplight and raced across the street, with Summer running a step behind. They reached the retaining wall and peered over. The canal had swallowed most of the van, leaving only a portion of its still spinning tires protruding. A dull glow brightened the murky water at one end, where the van's headlights had yet to short out. Dirk slipped off his jacket and kicked off his shoes. "I'll try and get them out," he said. "See if I can get the campus police to help." He jumped into the canal and swam to the van, diving along the passenger door. The glowing headlights turned the water's visibility from 0 to next to nothing, and he had to find the open window frame by touch. The frame height was barely a foot high, telling him the roof had collapsed at impact. It didn't bode well for the occupants. Reaching inside the open window, he felt a lifeless body strapped in the seat. Groping blindly, he found the buckle release and freed the seat belt. The body dropped loosely, and he pulled on the victim's shoulders, dragging him through the narrow window. Dirk shot to the surface, gasping for air, as he pulled the head and torso free of the water. A bright flashlight beam, aimed by the campus policeman, shined on the victim, and Dirk knew he had wasted his time. The passenger's head tilted at a grotesque angle, his neck broken. Dirk pulled the body to the bank and called up to the policeman. "Give me your light." He passed Dirk the light as he reached out to help pull the body ashore. Dirk swam to the van's other side and dove once more. With the flashlight, he could now see the driver was also dead, his torso pinned between the crushed roof and the steering wheel. Unlike his partner, he hadn't been wearing a seat belt. Though running short of breath, Dirk shined the light past the driver and into the rear compartment. A row of electronic processing devices was mounted on a shelf. Sitting nearby was a large acrylic parabolic dish used for eavesdropping. Pushing off from the door, he swam to the back of the van and checked its license plate before popping to the surface. He stroked to the bank, where Summer helped him up the incline. "No luck with the other one?" "No, he's dead, too." "I've got paramedics on the way," the policeman said. His inexperience with fatalities was betrayed by a pale face. He regained his composure but spoke with a forced tone of authority. "Who are those people? And why were you chasing them?" "I don't know who they are, but they stole something from us. They get your money?" "Or was it jewelry or electronics?" "No," Dirk replied, looking at the dead man. "It was our words." 55:1 was after midnight when Dirk and Sumner staggered back into the NUMA computer center. Gunn and Jagger were still examining images on the large viewing screen. "I didn't realize you were taking time for a 7-course meal," Gunn said. Then he noticed their appearance. Dirk's hair was disheveled and his clothes damp, while Summer's outfit sported a large stain, and she reeked of stale beer. "What on earth happened to you two?" Summer related the series of events, including a 2-hour interrogation by the District of Columbia Police. "Any idea who would have tailed you?" Jagger asked. "None," Dirk said. "I suspect it may have something to do with Dad." "Could be," Gunn said, "especially if they saw you leave his hangar this morning. From a distance, there is a strong resemblance between the two of you." Summer handed Jagger a slip of paper. "Here's the van's license number. The police wouldn't tell us, but maybe you can identify the owner." "With ease," Jagger said. "How are things progressing with the Adelaide?" Dirk asked. "Not well," Gunn said. "We've been in contact with every major port authority along the coast of North, South, and Central America. No one has a record of the Adelaide making an appearance in the past week." "Guess that leaves 2 options," Dirk said. "They either offloaded at a private facility or they headed in another direction." He neglected to mention a third option, that the ship had sunk. "We've been talking about those scenarios," Jagger said, "and we don't believe they headed west. First, it doesn't make a lot of sense to hijack a ship out of Australia in the Eastern Pacific if you plan to take the cargo someplace in the Western Pacific. The second problem is fuel. Fully loaded, the Adelaide would be stretching it to make a double crossing of the Pacific without refueling." "Makes sense. That only leaves about 1,000 other places she could have ducked into along the coast." Gunn and Jaeger nodded. They were searching for a transparent needle in a very large haystack. Gunn described the details of their port searches and the latest surveillance images while Jaeger grabbed the keyboard and began typing. A few minutes later, he called to the others. "Got something on your van," he said, as a Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles registration form appeared on the screen. "The owner is Secure Tech of Tysons Corner, Virginia." Jaeger brought up another site on his screen. The State Corporate Commission describes their business as providing data encryption links for closed network computer systems. They have 8 employees, and their primary customer is the US government. "Doesn't sound like the type of security company that would be eavesdropping on people," Summer said. "Unless," Dirk said, "their declared business is a front." "It doesn't appear to be," Jaeger said after some additional research. They have a number of valid contracts with the Army and Navy for data line installations. Returning to the Corporate Commission's site, he noted that Secure Tech was a wholly owned subsidiary of Habsburg Industries. "It's a privately held firm, so information is rather limited, but they are based in Panama and have interests in mining and shipping." Jaeger performed several searches but found only brief mention of the firm. A shipping periodical displayed a photo of one of the firm's bulk carriers, the Graz, dockside in Singapore. Dirk glanced at the photo and sat up in his chair. "Hiram, can you enlarge that photo?" Jaeger nodded, blowing up the image until it filled the entire screen. "What is it?" Summer asked. "The logo on the funnel." Everyone peered at the image of a white flower centered on the ship's squat gold funnel. "I think that's an Edelweiss," Summer said. "In keeping with the ship's Austrian name, I imagine." "I saw that same flower on the freighter docked in Madagascar," Dirk said. The computer room fell silent. Then Gunn asked, "Hiram, can you determine what kind of mining this Habsburg Industries is actually involved?" "They operate a small gold mine in Panama near the Colombian border. The firm also has an active brokerage business in specialty ores, including samarium, lanthanum, and dysprosium." "Rare earth elements?" Summer asked. Gunn nodded. "Rare earth elements. Habsburg Industries suddenly looks very interesting. I'd wager the operation in Madagascar was stealing rare earth minerals," Dirk said. "The reason they attacked our submersible was because we were working around the spot where they sank a hijacked ore ship. We found a pristine wreck in the area that had recently been sunk," Summer said. "There was no apparent damage, and the ship's name was intentionally obscured. Jack Dahlgren did some digging and thinks it was a bulk carrier called the Norseman," Dirk said. "She was lost in the Indian Ocean 4 months ago, carrying basenacite ore from Malaysia. In case you hadn't guessed, basenacite contains rare earth elements." "Could the Habsburg ship in Madagascar have been hijacked, too?" Summer asked. Jaeger checked the Panamanian ship registry. "Habsburg owns 4 ships, all dry bulk carriers, named Graz, Innsbruck, Linz, and Salzburg." "What's the Austrian connection?" Dirk asked. "The company is owned by Edward Bolk, a mining engineer originally from Austria," Jaeger said. "I can't find mention of any of the 4 ships reported missing." "Then that makes Habsburg a likely suspect in the disappearance of the Adelaide," Summer said. "The key," Gunn said, "will be their 4 ships." Jaeger flexed his fingers over the keyboard. "Let's see what we can find." Summer found coffee for everyone while Jaeger taxed his mainframe's circuitry, pursuing inquiries on the 4 ships and their recent whereabouts. It took the better part of an hour before he could narrow their locations. He displayed a map of the world on which a multitude of colored dots shone, signifying the ship's recent ports of call. "The blue lights represent the Graz," Jaeger said. "She is currently believed to be in or about Malaysia. Over the last 3 weeks, she was seen in Tianjin, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. So she's not in play," Gunn said. "The yellow lights represent the Innsbruck. She made a transit through the Panama Canal 3 weeks ago and was seen in Cape Town, South Africa, 8 days ago. Dollars to donuts, that's the ship I saw in Madagascar, Dirk said. Likely so. That leaves the Linz and Salzburg. The Linz was reported in a Jakarta dry dock 10 days ago, and is believed to still be there for repairs. So the green lights are the Salzburg? Summer asked. Yes. She appeared in Manila a month ago, then in the Panama Canal, making a northerly crossing, 4 days ago. Homeland Security port surveillance indicates she was docked in New Orleans just yesterday. Yager drew a line on the map across the Pacific from Manila to Panama. Then he inserted a red triangle at a spot in the eastern part of the ocean. The red mark is our last known position of the Adelaide, about 6 days ago. The track of the Salzburg passed within 200 miles of the Adelaide's mark. Wouldn't have needed much of a course deviation to cross paths, Dirk said. The timing is about right, Gunn said. The Salzburg would have been in that area 5 or 6 days before reaching the canal, which is when the Adelaide went quiet. Yager returned to an earlier database. Panama Canal Authority records show she made the transit last Friday, entering the Pacific locks at 3 in the afternoon. I might be able to find archival video of her. A few minutes later, he projected a clip from one of the locks. It showed, in grainy black and white footage, a mid-sized freighter waiting for the lock to flood. An Edelweiss flower clearly showed on its funnel. Dirk looked at the image with a sense of hope. Look at her plimsoll mark. She's riding high in the water. Her holds must be empty. You're right, Gunn said. If she hijacked the Adelaide, she didn't transfer the cargo aboard. Yager pulled up a profile of the Salzburg. The Adelaide is 100 feet longer. They'd have to leave a large chunk off her cargo behind if they ransacked and sank her. The rare earth ore she was carrying was too valuable for that, Gunn said. No, she must still be afloat. I'm starting to believe she was taken to a place where her cargo could be offloaded. But where? Summer asked. You checked all the major ports. She could easily slip into a private facility without our knowledge. There's another possibility, Dirk said, rising from his chair. The wreck we ran across in Madagascar, the Norseman. She had had her identity scrubbed from the hull. What if they did the same with the Adelaide, only they passed her off for another vessel? Yager and Gunn both nodded, and Dirk began gathering up his things. When he began moving toward the door, Summer called out to him. Where do you think you're going? Panama. And you're coming with me? Panama. Sure. If the Salzburg is behind the Adelaide's disappearance, then someone at Habsburg Industries has to know something about it. Maybe, but we don't know anything about Habsburg Industries or even where they are located. That's true, Dirk replied, shooting Gunn and Yager an expectant look. But we will by the time we get there. 56T he Bolivipcucked, and every within earshot flinched, fearing the lick of its knotted tip. Occasionally Johansson would show compassion and simply snap it in the air for effect. But most of the time he directed the whip to the bare skin of a forced labourer, eliciting an agonized cry. There were nearly 70 of them, slaves culled from the hijacked ships carrying rare earth. Now they were the ones carrying the rare earth, hauling the stolen ore to various extraction centres hidden in the jungle. Weakened by a regimen of hard labour and a subsistence diet, the men were quickly reduced to haggard zombies. The arriving captives from the Adelaide were shocked at the sight of them, in their ragged, soiled clothes, staring impassively at the new arrivals. Pitt and Giordano took one look at the men and knew there would be no benefit in delaying an escape. I'm not impressed by the long-term medical coverage offered here, Giordano muttered as they were divided into work teams to offload the Adelaide's cargo. I agree, Pitt said. I think we should look for employment elsewhere. What's with the dog collars? Pitt had also seen that the labourers all wore tubular steel collars. The men wearing them carefully heeded the edge of the dock, not venturing beyond their immediate work area. Johansen cracked his whip, and the Adelaide captives were marched into a clearing. A table was set up with a box containing the collars, and one by one the men were fitted with the devices, which were locked if the key. Giordano's ball-sized neck barely accommodated his collar, which clung tightly to his skin. "Do we get a cattle brand, too?" he asked of the armed man fitting the device. His reply was a cold sneer. When all the men had been fitted, Johansen paced in front of them. "In case you are wondering, the neck bands you are wearing are a protective device. They protect from escape." He gave a malicious smile. "If you look to the dock, you will see a pair of white lines on the ground." Pitt saw two parallel faded lines, painted several feet apart. The lines looped away from the dock and disappeared into the jungle. The white lines encircle a 5-acre area, encompassing the ore depot, the mill house, and your living quarters. It is your little island of life. Beneath the lines are electrified cables that will emit a 50,000-volt shock to your steel collars should you attempt to cross them. In other words, you will die. Would you like a demonstration? The men stood silent, not wishing to witness another sacrifice. Johansen laughed. "I'm glad that we understand each other. Now, it is time to get to work." Gomez's crew from the ship deployed the dock conveyor to the Adelaide's first hold and began offloading the crushed monazite. The ore was dumped onto a concrete pad inside the white lines, where it quickly grew to a small mountain. Shovels and rubber-tired ore carts were delivered by a weary group of captives, and the new slaves went to work. Plugrid and his Coast Guard team were assigned as shovelers, while Pitt, Giordano, and the others were given the less arduous task of pushing the loaded carts to the nearby mill house and unloading them. The equatorial heat and humidity quickly took a toll on the men, wringing the strength out of them. Pitt and Giordano worked as slowly as they could, trying to conserve energy, while sweat dripped down their faces. But always they heard the sound of the bullwhip, keeping the pace moving. The loaded carts were difficult to push for Giordano with his injured leg. He moved unsteadily, shoving his cart with short hops. Pitt was following close behind when Johansen stepped out of the jungle. His whip cracked a second later, the leather tip striking Giordano on the forearm. Despite the eruption of a red welt, Giordano reacted as if a gnat had landed on him, turning to Johansen with an ungracious smile. "Why is your cart only half full?" the Swede shouted as a pair of guards rushed to his side. Pitt could see the look in Giordano's eyes and knew his friend was ready to pounce. The two guards would make it a hopeless act. Pitt shoved his cart forward, bumping into Giordano as a signal to stay calm. Giordano turned to Johansen and exposed the bloody bandage on his thigh. "Playing on an injury," Johansen said. "Fill the cart full next time or I'll do the same to your other leg." He turned to Pitt and let his bullwhip fly. "That goes for you, too." The lash snapped against Pitt's leg. Like Giordano, he ignored the stinging pain and stared at Johansen with malice. Giordano nudged him this time, and the two men moved off with their carts while Johansen turned his attention to the next group of labourers. "Woe is me and my gold-bricking ways," Giordano said under his breath. "I've got some ideas on what I'd like to do with that bullwhip," Pitt said. "You and me both, brother." They dumped their carts at the side of the mill house and made their way back to the dock, trying to survey the camp's layout. 4 long, low-roofed buildings off the back of the mill house contained the extraction and separation operations. Beyond them, faintly visible through the brush, a 2-story building housed the living quarters for the guards and facility workers. The captives' housing was located on the opposite end of the mill house. It was an open-walled structure, with a dining area at one end, surrounded by a 10-foot-high wall capped with barbed wire. Hidden farther into the jungle, and well beyond the white lines, a small power-generating station provided electricity for the compound. The captives worked until dusk, by which time they were ready to collapse. As he returned his empty ore cart, Pitt heard a sharp cry from the dock. One of Plugrid's men had tripped while storing a shovel and had fallen close to the white line. A surge of high voltage had coursed through his body before he could roll clear. He trembled as his heart pounded wildly, but he survived the shock as a living warning to the others. Pitt and Giordano shuffled into the camp mess area as it began to rain, the palm-covered roof leaking everywhere. They were given bread and watery soup, which they took to a nearby table. Two emaciated men joined them. "Name's Maguire, and my friend's Brown," one said in a Kiwi accent. He was a dusty-haired figure with a stringy beard. "Formerly of the Gretchen. You just get off the Labrador?" "Yes. She was called the Adelaide when we went aboard." Pitt introduced himself and Giordano. "First time I've seen a hijacked ship here," Maguire said. "They usually steal the cargo at sea and scuttle the ship. That's what they did to the Gretchen, right off Tahiti. Zapped us with their microwave device and took control before we knew what hit us." "Was it mounted on a big square dish?" Pitt asked. "Yes." "Know what it is?" "We think it's an offshoot of an anti-crowd control device called the Active Denial System, or ADS. It's bloody nasty, whatever you call it." "How long have you been here?" Giordano asked. "About 2 months. You're the second crew I've seen come in. Our numbers have been down as the attrition rate's a little high," he said in a low voice. "Just drink plenty of water and you'll be okay. At least they don't short us that." He swabbed up the remains of his soup with a hard crust of bread. "Pardon the ignorance," Pitt said, "but where exactly are we?" Maguire laughed. "Always the first question. You're in the hot, rainy, wretched jungles of Panama." "Exactly where in Panama, I can't say. Maguire here has befriended one of the guards," Brown said. "They apparently take periodic leave by boat in Colon, so we must be near the Atlantic side." Maguire nodded. "Some of the boys think we're in the Canal Zone, but it's hard to know for sure as we never get off our little 5-acre island of joy. The boss comes and goes by helicopter, so true civilization must be a bit farther away." "Anybody ever make it out of here?" Giordano asked. "Seems like the prisoners heavily outnumber the guards." Both men shook their heads. "Seen a few try," Brown said. "Even if you get past the death stripes, they'll come after you with the dogs." He noted the welt on Giordano's arm. "You get kissed by Johnny the Whip today." "Something more than a peck," Giordano said. "He's a sick one, no doubt about it. Best to steer clear of him whenever possible." "Who ultimately does run this place?" Pitt asked. "A guy named Edward Bolk. Some sort of genius mining engineer. He's got his own residence just up the way." Maguire pointed toward the dock. "He built this entire complex to extract and refine rare earth elements. From what we've learned, he's a major player in the world market, and is particularly tight with the Chinese. One of the extraction workers claims $250 million worth of rare earth elements are processed here a year, much of it stolen." Giordano whistled. "Makes for a tidy profit." "The extraction facilities," Pitt said, thinking escape. "I'm guessing they must use a large amount of chemicals in the process." "Some deadly, I hope," Giordano said. "Yes, but it's out of reach," Maguire said. "All the serious stuff is performed in the buildings beyond our access. We're just the grunts. We load and offload the ships and run the mill house." "You hoping to play with matches?" "Something on that order. You might as well forget about it. Brown and I considered it for weeks, but we've seen too many good men die in the attempt. Somebody will blow the whistle on this place one of these days. We just need to hang on until it happens." A string of lights above their heads flashed briefly. "Lights out in 5 minutes," Maguire said. "You boys best find a place to bunk." He led them to a large screened room filled with rattan sleeping mats. Pitt and Giordano picked two and lay down as the room filled with men and the lights went out. Pitt ignored the discomfort of the steamy room and the hard mat as he lay in the darkness, contemplating a way out of the death camp. He drifted to sleep without an answer, not knowing his opportunity would come much sooner than he thought. 50-70 laborers froze when they heard the thumping whine of a helicopter landing. Johansson's whip immediately prompted the men back to work, purging any hopes that an armed force had arrived to set them free. Instead it was Bolk himself, arriving fresh from Australia, where he had set in motion the final stages for his takeover of the Mount Weld mining operation. Climbing out of the helicopter, he bypassed a waiting golf cart and strode to the dock, a pair of armed guards in tow. A ragged group of labourers, including Pitt and Giordano, were transferring the Adelaide's final hold of ore when Bolk stepped onto the dock. He glanced at the slaves with disdain, briefly locking eyes with Pitt. In that instant, Pitt seemed to read into the Austrian's psyche. He saw a joyless man, one scrubbed clean of compassion, ethics, and even a soul. Bolk coldly eyed the piled ore before examining the ship. He waited briefly for Gomez, who was summoned from the ship and scurried down the gangplank. "The cargo was what we anticipated?" Bolk asked. "Yes, 30,000 tons of crushed monazite ore. That's the last of it there." Gomez pointed at the final mound. "Any trouble with the acquisition?" "The shipping line sent out an added security team. We subdued them without issue. Someone was expecting an attack." Gomez nodded. "Fortunately, they arrived after we had already seized the ship." A troubled look crossed Bolk's face. "Then we must dispose of the vessel. After changing identities at sea, we entered the canal without question," Gomez said. "I can't afford the risk. I have an important transaction pending with the Chinese. Wait 3 days and dispose off ship. There's a salvage yard in São Paulo I can take her to. They'll pay top dollar." Bolk thought a moment. "No, it's not worth the risk. Strip what's valuable, and dispose of her in the Atlantic." "Yes, sir." Pitt lingered near the ore pile, straining to overhear the conversation while his cart was filled. He watched as Bolk turned his back on Gomez and walked toward his residence, and Gomez returned to the ship. "The Adelaide's headed out in a few days," he said to Giordano. "I think we need to be aboard when they shove off." "Fine by me. I just don't want to go as a piece of toast." He tapped his steel collar. "I have a theory about our dog collars," Pitt said. He fell silent when Johansson emerged from the bush, cracking his whip. "Pick up the pace," he yelled. "You're falling behind the mill." The labourers quickened their movements, none making eye contact with him. Johansson paced the dock area until he spotted Giordano, pushing a fully loaded cart and limping. The bullwhip snapped, striking Giordano in the back of the thigh. "You, there! Get a move on." Giordano turned and gave him a look that could blister paint. His knuckles turning white as he pushed, Giordano propelled the ore carrier ahead as if it were an empty grocery cart. Johansson smiled at the display of strength, then wandered off to berate another group of labourers. Pitt followed Giordano along the path to the mill house. It ran parallel to the twin white lines alongside the dock, and Pitt gradually eased the cart toward the nearest line. When he approached within 3 feet, he began feeling a tingling in the collar. He took a quick step and pulled himself onto the cart for a moment as it rolled along. The tingling immediately ceased. He veered the cart back onto the path, catching a brief shock as he pushed off with his foot. When he caught up to Giordano, Pitt was smiling. After a brief lunch of cold fish stew, the two men were led into the mill house, where they were assigned to feed the ball mill, a huge metal cylinder mounted horizontally on rotating gears. Crushed ore was fed into one end, where it would collide with hardened steel balls housed inside as the cylinder rotated. The balls pulverized the ore into a near powder, which was filtered out the opposite end. The mill rumbled like an overgrown washing machine loaded with marbles. The raw ore that had been transferred from the dock was piled in large mounds along the open side of the building. A short conveyor carried the ore to a raised platform built over the ball mill, where it was manually fed into the device through a large funnel. A guard ordered Pitt onto the platform to feed the mill, while Giordano joined another man shoveling ore onto the conveyor. The work was less strenuous than the hauling. The ball mill took time to digest the ore, which allowed frequent rests for the labourers. During one of these intervals, Johansson made an appearance. The overseer entered the far side of the building, lingering at the back end of the ball mill, where workers collected the powder in more carts and transferred them to the next staging area. The mill guard stepped over and joined him in a brief discussion of output. A few minutes later, Johansson walked the length of the ball mill. For once, his hands were empty, the rawhide lash coiled to his belt. As he approached the feed piles, he spotted Giordano and the other worker seated on one of the mounds. Johansson's face flushed, and his eyes bulged with rage. "On your feet," he screamed. "Why aren't you working?" "The ball mill is full up," Giordano said, casually pointing to the spinning cylinder. He remained seated while his companion jumped upright. "I said, on your feet." Giordano tried rising, but his injured leg lost its footing, and he buckled to his knee. Johansson lunged forward, catching Giordano before he could recover. Grabbing a shovel wedged in the ore, the Swede swung it hard, aiming for the bum leg. The blade connected with a whack, striking just above the wound on Giordano's thigh. He collapsed as blood began seeping from the reopened wound. Standing on the platform, Pitt had seen it coming but could not react in time. His own shovel in hand, he took a quick step across the platform and leaped off the edge. He fell toward Johansson but was too far away to land on him. Instead, he swung the shovel in a chopping motion as he fell, stretching his arms and aiming at Johansson's head. The shovel missed the overseer's head but struck his left shoulder hard. Johansson winced and spun around as the shovel bounced away and Pitt landed hard at his feet. Still gripping his own shovel, Johansson took a swipe at Pitt. Trying to rise, Pitt was forced to fling himself backward, and he caught a glancing blow on his side as he rolled toward the ball mill. Pursuing like a rabid animal, Johansson was above Pitt instantly, raising the shovel for a vertical blow to the head. Pitt rolled beneath the spinning gears of the ball mill as the shovel head smacked the ground beside him. Pitt reacted in turn, grabbing the shovel's wooden handle to prevent another blow. Johansson tried to jerk it away, but his left hand was numb from the earlier blow and he didn't have the strength. Changing tack, he pushed the handle down while diving onto Pitt. The big Swede weighed 75 pounds more than Pitt and landed like a rock. The impact knocked the breath from Pitt's lungs. Johansson managed to wedge the shovel handle beneath Pitt's throat as he landed and applied his full strength to choke him. Pitt struggled to push the handle clear, but he was pinned in an awkward position. As the handle pressed tighter against his throat, he noticed a large gear of the ball mill's drive system whirring above his head. Pitt bucked and twisted, trying to throw Johansson against the gear, or at least to break his grip on the shovel. It was no use. Johansson didn't budge, and he focused all of his energies on choking the life out of Pitt. A pounding sensation exploded in his head as Pitt began gasping for air. A wave of desperation fell over him, and he let go of the handle with his right hand and reached up toward Johansson's waist, groping for his sidearm. But Johansson's pistol was holstered on his opposite hip. Instead, Pitt felt the coiled bullwhip hooked to his belt. He grasped the whip, pulling it free, but he began to sag as spots blurred his vision. Then a loud whack filled his ears, and the choking eased, if only for a moment. Giordano had crawled within throwing range and was pelting Johansson with clumps of ore. A hard chunk, driven by Giordano with the velocity of a Major League fastball, struck Johansson behind the ear. The Swede grunted and turned toward Giordano, ducking as another rock came flying by. The distraction gave Pitt time to catch a breath of air, which cleared his vision. Seizing the moment, he whipped up his free hand and looped the bullwhip around Johansson's head. Johansson retaliated by releasing the shovel and throwing a right fist at Pitt's head. Pitt could do nothing to deflect the blow, as he was reaching up with the handle of the whip. As the blow struck his face, he jammed a lanyard ring on the handle into the gear teeth spinning just above him. The punch nearly knocked Pitt out, but he remained alert enough to see the coiled whip tighten around Johansson's neck and jerk him upward. As he flailed to break free, the huge toothed wheel carried the Swede up onto its rotating surface. A hoarse scream passed from Johansson's lips as he was dragged by the neck to the machine's opposite side. At its base, the external gear engaged with the flywheel from the ball mill's 800 horsepower motor. Johansson fought to escape, but was pulled into the rotating gears. The meshing metal teeth chewing through the leather whip and then into the flesh of the overseer's neck. His screaming ended, and the rotating gears spit a thin line of red across the room. The machine bucked and slowed a moment, then revved back up to speed. Beneath the gears, a pool of blood spread across the floor from Johansson's decapitated body. Pitt climbed to his feet. The guard at the other end of the mill had finally taken notice and began running toward him. "You really gunked up the works this time," Giordano said, grinning despite his pain. "Thanks for the assist." Pitt moved quickly toward him. "You okay?" "Yeah, but the leg's leaking again." "You better take a solo run." The guard was now yelling at Pitt while attempting to draw his weapon. Pitt nodded at his friend. "I'll be back." He dove under the conveyor belt as a burst of gunfire echoed through the building. Giordano casually tossed some crushed ore across the floor when the guard rushed after Pitt. His eyes focused on his quarry. The guard slipped on the ore and fell halfway to the floor. Pitt used the opportunity to spring from the opposite side of the conveyor and dash out the end of the building. A late spray of gunfire followed him as he cut around the corner and ducked into some nearby foliage. Trapped on the 5-acre island, he had no illusion about being able to remain concealed for long. The gunfire had already attracted the attention of several nearby guards. Pitt needled his way through the brush, using its cover to move well clear of the mill house. The pursuing guard exited the building too late to see him and was forced to sweep the area slowly as he called in support. Pitt angled through the bush until he reached the cart path. Then he sprinted toward the dock as fast as his weakened legs would carry him. The path soon opened onto the dock and the remaining pile of ore. Poseidon and a few of his men were shoveling their way through the pile. As he came off the path, Pitt held his breath, knowing he had only one means of escape. As he caught sight of the men, he saw what he was looking for. With renewed urgency, he stepped up his pace, pushing aside the thought that if his assumption was wrong, he would soon be dead. 58 Ligeia looked up from a shovelful of ore in his hands when Pitt came charging down the path, pointing past him. "I need one of those," Pitt yelled. Poseidon looked behind him and saw a trio of ore carts. The men around him stepped out off-way as Pitt approached. Without slowing, he ran to a lightly filled cart and shoved it toward the dock. "The white lines," Poseidon said, but Pitt shook him off, driving the cart forward with all the force he could muster. On the dock, a lone guard assigned to Poseidon's work detail had been on his radio and didn't react until he saw Pitt thrusting the cart toward the electric lines. He swung his AK-47 toward Pitt and fired a burst. The poorly aimed shot chewed up the dust by Pitt's feet, inciting him to push harder. The cart's front tires crossed the first white line, and he began to feel a tingle in his neck. The cart was now rolling freely. As the pain began to amplify around his throat, he leaped and dove inside. He tumbled onto a small mound of ore as the cart's rear tires crossed the line. 50,000 volts should have surged through his collar, killing him instantly. But the electrical charge had to find a path from the buried line to the collar. The fat rubber tires of the ore cart failed to conduct the charge, and the shocking sensation vanished from Pitt's neck. Fortunately for Pitt, the ground was level and the cart continued rolling, crossing the second white line onto the dock. Another burst of gunfire sounded, and Pitt burrowed into the ore at the bottom of the cart. A spray of holes punctured the sides just above his head as the guard took better aim. Pitt caught some shrapnel from an exploding chunk of ore but otherwise escaped injury. The cart bounded across the dock, then smashed into the raised lip at the water's edge. Pitt looked up to see the Adelaide moored above him. Ejecting himself like a jack-in-the-box, he dove out of the cart and over the side of the dock, splashing into the water below. Caught by surprise, the dock guard didn't fire until after Pitt disappeared. He ran to the edge and aimed his rifle at the concentric circles created by Pitt's splash, and waited for him to surface. Pitt struck the water near the aft end of the Adelaide, which had been backed into the inlet. He dove deep before turning and swimming hard toward the stern. The murky water offered a few feet of visibility, and he easily followed the hull's dark contour until it tapered back and a large bronze propeller appeared. An expert diver, Pitt was comfortable in the water and could easily hold his breath for more than a minute. He took a few more strokes past the ship and angled away from the dock. Though he was good for some additional strokes, he stopped and eased toward the surface, giving a sudden kick just before he broke for air. His head burst from the water, and he took an easy stroke toward the far shore before grabbing another fresh breath of air, then pulled himself under. He spun and kicked down as fast as he could, swimming back toward the ship, as a spray of bullets struck the water above him. While Pitt was in fact backtracking, the guard had brought his feigned motion to shore and aimed his shots accordingly. The gunman stopped firing long enough to yell to two approaching guards. "Cover the far shore. He's headed over there." The two men ran to the head of the inlet, scanning the water for Pitt to surface. But Pitt had already returned to the Adelaide and was swimming along her outboard hull. It was a demanding swim down the length of the big ship, which Pitt conducted underwater, surfacing quickly a few times for air. When he reached the relative concealment of the bow, he scanned both sides of the ship. Teams of guards with dogs were beating through the jungle on the far side of the inlet. On the dock, the guard who had fired at him was speaking with another gunman while pointing at the water. Pitt saw few safe places to hide, and his position off the Adelaide was too exposed for him to remain there long. A short distance ahead of the freighter, a small crew boat had been docked. The boat was secured with a thick chain, however, which was locked to a dock cleat. Between the two vessels a rusty ladder led up to the dock. That gave Pitt an idea. Ducking underwater, he swam to the base of the ladder in one breath. Pulling himself up a few rungs at a time, he peered over the edge of the dock, and saw the two guards running toward him. He dropped down the ladder, surprised he'd been detected. As he was about to dive underwater, he hesitated at the sound of boots clanging on metal. He looked up and saw the men race up the Adelaide's gangway and head to the stern. They'd not seen him after all. The dock was now empty, and Pitt made his move, jumping up and sprinting across its width. He eyed a storage shed near the crew boat and reconsidered escaping by water. There would be tools inside the shed, something he could use to free the boat. But to get there without being seen, he'd have to loop his way through the brush. He made it to the jungle fringe and cut across a small footpath. Following the path around a thick cedar tree, Pitt suddenly ran smack into another man rushing from the other direction. The men bounced off each other and fell hard to the ground. Pitt reacted first. He sprang to his feet, then paused when he recognized the other man. It was Bolk, wearing pressed slacks and a polo shirt. The Austrian was slow to get up but wasted no time in ripping a handheld radio from his belt and pressing it to his lips. "Johansson, the escaped slave is near the northern dock." Pitt shook his head. "I'm afraid Johnny the Whip won't be making any more house calls." Bolk stared at Pitt as his radio call was met by a long silence. Another voice came on and spoke to Bolk in hurried Spanish. The Austrian ignored it as he stared at Pitt. "Just stay where you are." "Sorry," Pitt replied, "but I've decided to check out of your sadistic hotel." He could hear voices coming from the dock and movement farther up the path, which Pitt now realized ran from Bolk's residence. "You'll be hunted down and shot." "No, Edward Bolk," Pitt said, staring at the old miner with contempt. "I fully intend to come back for you." He turned and dove into the jungle, scrambling from view seconds before a contingent of guards appeared. Seeing Bolk, they sprinted up to him. "You reported seeing the escaped slave?" one of them asked. Bolk nodded and pointed at Pitt's trail, then tossed his radio at the man. "Have all available guards converge here right away," he said. "I want that slave brought back to me within the hour." "Dead." 59 twigs snapped and bunches swayed as Pitt bawled through the thick brush. He didn't know how many men were on his trail, and since he couldn't move both quickly and quietly, he abandoned caution and simply advanced as fast as he could. He kept to the strip of natural vegetation that was contained by the dock on one side and the road to Bolk's residence on the other. When the brush narrowed and a pair of white lines appeared to his left, he knew he had to change course. He wound his way to the edge of the road, ducking under a fern and holding his breath as a golf cart with several guards careened by. The instant it was out of view, he bolted across the road and into the opposite thicket, heading deep into its cover. After only a few dozen yards he came to a stop. Beneath a rocky ledge, the lake appeared in his path. Pitt now realized Bolk's compound had been built on a narrow peninsula. His only hope of escape was to travel the length of the peninsula without being detected and flee into the expanse of landscape that lay beyond. Breathing heavily, he pressed forward, slowing when one of the extraction facilities blocked his way. As he crept to one end, he saw a guard circling the building. He threw himself to the ground and snaked his way around the end of the building, then rose and sprinted into the jungle. At the base of a small mahogany tree, he sank to the ground and rested. But his respite was ended by a sound that shocked him back onto the run. It was the shrill bark of attack dogs, making their way in his direction. Pitt had seen guards patrol with Dobermans, and once with a German Shepherd, but he had put them out of his mind. Now clear of the compound, they would be his most dangerous challenge. The volume of their barking told Pitt they were no closer than the extraction facility, giving him hope that he had a safe head start. He could only trust that they didn't have a specific scent to follow. But his wet footprints from the dock had given the dogs a faint starting point, and they had picked up just enough scent to track him. The handlers released 2 of the animals to pursue him on their own, but they kept 3 others leashed, carefully sweeping his trail to ensure it wasn't lost. Dragging himself off the ground, Pitt ran. Prickly leaves and sharp branches tore at his face and clothes as he threaded his way ahead. The dog's constant barking pushed him forward, pushing the aches from his mind. The minimal diet he had endured the past few days quickly showed as his strength waned, producing a weariness he shouldn't have felt so soon. But Pitt's mental strength was a fortress, and he willed himself forward, ignoring the pain and fatigue. Willpower or not, there would be no outrunning the pursuit dogs, they were simply too fast. Their incessant barking grew louder, reminding Pitt of a locomotive approaching a train station. He stopped and picked up a pointed stick, then headed to an open bluff to his left where he would make his stand. He barely had time to turn when 2 large Dobermans, running head to tail, emerged from the brush and leaped at him. Pitt was too late in wielding his stick to spear the first dog. Instead, he had to use it defensively, ramming it across the dog's throat as its jaws tried to snap off one of his ears. He tossed the animal aside, only to have the second dog leap onto his turned shoulder from behind. Pitt ducked his head as a cascade of sharp teeth lunged for his neck. Pitt waited for his flesh to be shredded, but felt only a weak bite against the top of his shoulder, and then the dog fell limp. Flinging it off his shoulder, He saw a lifeless look in its eye as it fell motionless. But the first dog quickly regained its footing and sprang again for Pitt's jugular. As it leaped, Pitt heard two soft thumps and saw a pair of red dots appear on the dog's chest. The beast's open jaws went slack as Pitt fended it aside with his stick, and the dog joined its partner dead on the ground. Pitt knew the act was no divine intervention and he spun around to determine its source. Just over the rise, he saw some movement in the grass and stepped closer to investigate. A short, thin man stood up from the brush and moved to meet him. Jushing was wearing jungle fatigues and combat boots, with a bush hat pulled low over his face. He carried an AK-47, a wisp of smoke still curling from its silencer. He gazed at Pitt with a stony expression, then stepped past him to one of the dogs. Quickly, to the ravine, he said in imperfect English. He grabbed the Doberman by its collar and dragged it over the rise. On the other side, the hill descended sharply, falling into a narrow ravine. A small creek trickled through the floor of the ravine, surrounded by dense ferns. Ju dragged the dog to the edge of the precipice and flung it over. The carcass tumbled to the bottom, where it was quickly swallowed up by the ferns. After catching his breath, Pitt arrived with the second Doberman and duplicated Ju's disappearing act. He then followed the Chinese agent to a makeshift camp hidden in the side of the hill. "What are you doing here?" Pitt asked, still listening for the barks of the remaining dogs. "Call it business," Ju replied, picking a laptop computer off a stump, closing its screen, and shoving it into a backpack. But before the screen went dark, Pitt noticed the images displayed, a checkerboard of video feeds showing sections of Bokk's compound. The agent had planted tiny wireless surveillance cameras around the facility to track activity and guard movements. "You must keep running," Ju said. He scrambled to clean up his makeshift camp, rolling up his bed and stuffing its mosquito netting into his pack. A second large backpack, its flap open, sat near Pitt's feet. Inside he could see several packets of electronic detonator caps next to clear-wrapped packages of reddish clay-like material. Pitt had been involved with enough underwater demolition projects to recognize it as a cache of Semtex plastic explosives. Ju tossed Pitt a protein bar and a canteen from his pack before slipping it on. He then scattered leaves around the compressed grass where he had slept the night before. Finally, he hoisted the second pack, looking warily at Pitt when he noticed the flap was open. "Go," he said to Pitt. "They are less than 10 minutes behind." "When are you going to blow up the compound?" Pitt asked. Ju stared at Pitt, his face an empty slate. The Americans had always been considered an unspoken enemy. But he found admiration for this man, having observed the better part of his escape on his hidden video cameras. Though he had seen labor camps in China, he was repulsed by Bokk's hidden slave operation. 22 hours from now," he said. "And the captives?" Ju shrugged, then casually aimed his assault rifle at Pitt. "It is time to go. You travel west, as I am going east." He pointed into the jungle. "Do not follow me." Pitt looked past the expressionless face into Ju's black eyes, where a hidden intelligence and compassion were barely revealed. "Thank you," Pitt said. Ju nodded and tummed, disappearing into the bush. 60 Ju was still parked in front of his mammoth video display when Gun popped by for an update. In contrast to Jaeger's casual attire, the NUMA deputy director was wearing a sport coat and tie. "What's up with the fine threads?" Jaeger asked. "I got called over to a meeting with the vice president. He'll want to know the latest on the search for Pitt and Giordano." Jaeger shook his head. "Search and rescue ops continue to come up empty. The Navy has in fact informed us they will be calling off their search efforts at the end of the day." "Anything more on the Adelaide?" "Nothing concrete. Our formal requests to Interpol and every Coast Guard organization between Alaska and Chile have produced nothing. If she's afloat, someone has to have seen her," Gunn said. "Have Dirk and Summer arrived in Panama?" They were rushing to catch a red-eye to Panama City. He glanced at the video board, whose numerous displays included a digital clock in the lower corner. Presuming they made their flight, they should be landing about now. Gunn had followed Jagger's gaze to the screen and noticed an email notice with Pitt's name on it. Mind if I ask what that is? Not at all. In fact, I was just going to ask if it made any sense to you. It's an email that was sent to the NUMA website a few days ago. One of the girls in public relations forwarded it to me when she didn't know how to respond. Probably somebody's 4-year-old playing on a keyboard. He enlarged the email until its brief message was clearly displayed, to Pitt. Abduk zur hate Glexkan looks like gibberish, Gunn said, except for the last word. Must have been penned by someone named Ann from Lexington, Kentucky. That's all I made out of it. I'd stick to your 4-year-old theory. He patted Jagger on the shoulder. Give me a shout if anything new on the ship comes in. Will do. Give my regards to the Admiral. Gunn took the metro to downtown Washington, exiting at the Farragut West Station and walking the 3 blocks to Sandecker's office in the Eisenhower Building. The Vice President welcomed him to a meeting table built from old ship timbers, where he introduced him to the DARPA Security Director, Dan Fowler, and a female FBI Division Director named Elizabeth Mayers. Sandecker could see by Gunn's weary face that Pitt's disappearance weighed heavily on him. What's the latest on Pitt and Giordano? Search and rescue teams still haven't found a thing. The Navy's calling off their efforts today. He looked at Sandecker and waited for him to react. He wasn't disappointed. The Vice President's face turned red, and he marched to his desk and buzzed his secretary. Martha. Get me the Chief of Naval Operations on the line. A few seconds later, he was chewing out an admiral who had previously outranked him. He slammed down the receiver and returned to the table. The Navy's search has been extended 3 more days. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What about that ship you told me about? Sandecker asked. The Salzburg. Gunn said. She was last reported in New Orleans. Homeland Security's checking with the local port authority to see if she's still there. What's the connection? Fowler asked. Mostly circumstantial, Gunn said. The Salzburg appears to have been in the vicinity of the Adelaide when she disappeared with Pitt aboard. Just one-off straws, we're grasping it in a mystery with few clues. We know the feeling, Mayers said. Sorry. Gunn said. Rudy Sandecker explained, before Pitt disappeared, he was involved in the recovery of some highly classified plans related to a submarine project called Sea Arrow. The Sea Arrow. Isn't that a concept for a high-speed attack sub? There is nothing conceptual about it. At least there wasn't until now. I'm guessing, Gunn said, that this relates to the recovery of that boat off San Diego, the Cuttlefish. Exactly, Sandecker said. Only things have escalated into a full-blown national security disaster. Elizabeth, why don't you fill him in? The FBI woman cleared her throat. I should caution you, this is classified information. 4 days ago, an advanced propulsion motor built for the Sea Arrow was hijacked during transport from the Navy's research lab at Chesapeake, Maryland. Is that why a recent Homeland Security alert was issued? Gunn asked. It was, Mayers said. Our agency has been working around the clock, examining every airport, shipping terminal, and truck stop in the country. I can't begin to tell you the amount of resources assigned to the case. And still no leads? Sandecker asked. Plenty that have been false or dead ends. The best we have is a description of a Latino male who purchased a derelict Toyota, which was later involved in the hijacking. Beyond that, we're still grasping for clues. Do you think it's still in the country? Gunn asked. We'd like to think so, Mayers said, uncertainty evident in her voice. That's part of the reason you're here, Rudy Sandecker said. The FBI's looking at all available resources and would like the NUMA fleet to help. Since your ships are often stationed in out-of-the-way places, they want to be made aware of any unusual behavior that might be seen concerning domestic shipping. We've made the same request to the Navy, Coast Guard, and some of the major port operators, Mayers added. Absolutely, Gunn said. I'll pass the word immediately. Sandecker turned to Fowler. Dan, do you have anything to add? No, sir. Just that we've confirmed that Anne went missing shortly before the hijacking. We, along with the FBI, suspect that she was either killed or abducted by the same perpetrators. Anne Bennett? Gunn asked. She was abducted? Yes, and we fear the worst, Mayers said. She's been missing for 5 days now. Gunn nearly fell off his chair. The garbled email Yager had shown him clicked in his head. Anne's alive, he said, and I know where she is. Or, rather, where she was a few days ago. Lexington, Kentucky. She's still alive? Fowler asked. Yes. It was a cryptic email we received at NUMA. It must have been a warning or a plea for help. We don't understand the full text, but I think part of it indicates she was abducted with the Sea Arrow motor. Mayers stiffened in her chair. I'll get the local field office mobilized. Fowler looked blankly at the vice president. Why Lexington, Kentucky? Perhaps a local airfield that's friendly to the thieves. They could still be in transit, Mayers said. Perhaps they were on their way to the West Coast or Mexico. Looks like you have your work cut out for you, Elizabeth Sandecker said. All right, let's get after it. I'll want an update, same time tomorrow. The vice president's visitors rose to leave. As they walked to the door, Mayers approached Gunn. I'd like to see that email as soon as possible. Of course, Gunn said. But not, he thought, until he and Yager had deciphered the full meaning of the message. 61T. His cabin door burst open with a bang. Anne was sitting atop a writing desk, peering out a small porthole at the sea rushing by. She had spent most of the journey perched there. Aside from an early bout of seasickness after leaving the Mississippi Delta, the trip had been a voyage of tedium. Her only excitement was the 2 meals a day brought by an ugly bald man who she presumed was the ship's cook. From her hours of staring out the starboard port, she had determined they were sailing south. Guessing their speed was somewhere between 15 and 20 knots, she figured that put them roughly 1,000 miles south of New Orleans by the second day. Her southern geography wasn't that great, but she figured they weren't far off Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. She hadn't seen Pablo since coming aboard but had braced herself for his appearance. When the door sprang open, she knew it was him. He plodded into the cabin and slammed the door behind him. He appeared more relaxed than Anne had seen him before, and when he stepped closer, she could tell why. He reeked of cheap rum. "Miss me?" he asked, grinning like a shark. Anne retreated farther into her desktop corner, pulling her knees beneath her chin. "Where are we headed?" she replied, hoping to redirect his thoughts somewhere hot and steamy. "Colombia." Pablo cocked his head, surprised that she knew, or guessed, his nationality. "No, but perhaps after we make our delivery the two of us can fly to Bogotá for a long romantic weekend." He moved closer to the edge of the desk. "When will the delivery occur?" Always the questions. He leaned over to plant a slobbery kiss on her face. Anne raised the soles of her feet to his chest and pushed with her legs. To her surprise, the big man stumbled backward, falling onto her bunk. Anne shuddered. Would he kill her for refusing him? But the alcohol had mellowed him and he rose from the bed, laughing. "I knew you were a wildcat underneath," he said. "I don't like being caged like one." She held up her cuffed wrists. "Why don't you take these off first?" Both wild and smart, he said. No, I think that will be the one thing I let you leave on. He began unbuttoning his shirt, staring at her with an unfocused leer. She trembled in the cummer, still atop the desk, and contemplated a break for the door. Sensing her thoughts, Pablo stepped over and blocked the way, then began inching closer. Anne was about to scream when another sound blared through the cabin. It was audio static, emanating from a ceiling speaker wired to the shipboard intercom. Then a voice roared through the cabin, as well as the rest of the ship. "Señor Pablo, please report to the bridge." "Señor Pablo, to the bridge." Pablo shook his head and gazed at the speaker with disgust. Fumbling to button his shirt, he stared at Anne with hungry eyes. "We shall resume our visit later." He eased out of the cabin and locked the door behind him. Anne wilted in her corner, tears of relief wetting her cheeks for the reprieve she feared was only temporary. Leaving her cabin, Pablo climbed to the bridge and approached the captain with irritation. "What is it?" "An urgent call for you on the sat phone." The captain motioned toward a waiting handset. Pablo shook off his alcoholic stupor and spoke into the receiver. The conversation was one-sided. Pablo remained quiet until ending the call by saying, "Yes, sir." Then he turned to the captain. "How far are we from the canal?" The captain adjusted the scale on a navigation screen. "Just over 600 miles. Pablo looked at the digital map and studied the nearby coastline. "We need to make an emergency trip into Puerto Cortes, Honduras, to pick up some paint and cargo." "A delivery to the estate?" "No, a requirement on board." "But we have only a skeleton crew aboard the Salzburg." "Then I'll need every man's full effort," Pablo said, "or skeletons they will become 62 RTT honored Jew's request and headed west through the jungle." He thought about circling back and trying to locate the boat that Jew had most certainly arrived in, but ultimately figured it would be well concealed. As he pushed through the brush, Pitt wondered who the man was and why he'd been sent to destroy Bulk's operations. Not that Pitt didn't harbor similar feelings, but he presumed the motive had more to do with the trade in rare earth elements than for humanitarian reasons. Soon after they had parted, the sun had dropped from the sky, and the canopied jungle turned dark. Pitt stumbled off clouds of mosquitoes that appeared at dusk to feast on his exposed skin. The going became treacherous as the dense world around him gradually faded to black. He found himself walking into sharp branches or tripping over unseen logs, but there was nothing he could do about it. The dogs continued their pursuit, slow and methodical. Pitt had hoped the trackers would follow Jew's trail, but they still tracked his scent. Pitt could tell by the sporadic barking that they were perhaps just a few hundred yards behind. He stopped and listened every few minutes, trying to gauge their position. As the jungle enveloped him, he lost any reference for finding direction. The sound of the dogs became his only clue. Fearful of accidentally backtracking into the teeth of the searchers, he kept a careful ear out for their barking. The jungle came alive at night with a concert of strange hoots, calls, and cries. Pitt kept his sharp stick in one hand in case the cries came not from a bird or frog but from a jaguar or calaman. The noises helped take Pitt's mind off his fatigue. Without Jew's water and protein bar, he might have collapsed, but the minimal nourishment kept him going. Fatigue oozed from his bones, making every step painful. Being unused to the hot, steamy environment only added to his lethargy. Tempted to stop and lie down, he thought of Giordano and the other prisoners, and his feet kept moving. Though his clothes had dried after his earlier swim, now they were soaked from endless sweat. He prayed for rain, knowing it would help him elude the trackers. But the normally reliable Panamanian skies failed to cooperate, offering nothing more than an occasional drizzle. He slipped on a patch of mud, then pulled himself onto a tree stump and rested. The darkness also seemed to have slowed the trackers. A distant barking told him he still held a comfortable lead, but he soon spied a faint glow through the foliage from the searchers' lights. Pit dragged himself to his feet and pressed on into the gauntlet of unseen branches. Hour by hour, the night wore on in a cycle of plodding, tripping, and stumbling off the jungle. Always, the din of dogs overshadowed the jungle's other sounds. Moving like a zombie, Pit staggered through a grove of bamboo, then took a step and felt only air. He collapsed over the lip of a narrow ravine, tumbling headfirst down a grassy hill and into a small stream. He sat there for several minutes, the cool water washing away the pain of his bruises and lacerations. Overhead, a seam of twinkling stars provided a faint but welcome light. The water would give him the chance to escape the pursuing dogs. After refilling Juice's canteen, he shuffled down the center of the creek. The water seldom came past his knees, but it was deep enough to mask his tracks. With the starlight, he found the going easier, even as he slipped and fell in the stream bed. He followed it for what felt like miles but was in fact only a few hundred yards. Reaching a low bank, he hobbled up the stream's opposite bank and entered a grove of kapok trees. A low branch beckoned, and he shimmied onto it and rested. The jungle had quieted, and he heard few noises except the stream. He no longer detected the chase dogs, giving him hope that he had finally given them the slip. As he leaned against the trunk, he realized the pursuit had been almost as taxing mentally as it was physically. He was fighting the urge to sleep when he heard a rustling in the bushes across the stream. He looked over his shoulder as a yellow glow bounced through the foliage. He froze as the silhouette of a large dog materialized above the far stream bank, sniffing the ground. Pit cursed his bad luck. Following the stream bed, he had inadvertently reversed his track and traveled toward his pursuers. The German shepherd gave no indication it saw or smelled Pit. He held perfectly still in the tree, not even breathing. The yellow glow grew brighter until a gunman with a flashlight emerged from a thicket and called to the dog. It turned to its trainer and began to follow, but not before letting out a growl. 10 feet from Pit, a roar erupted like a lion in an electric chair. Pit nearly flew off the branch but caught himself as the gunman's flashlight scanned the tree. The light found a furry black and brown creature perched a little above Pit. It was a howler monkey, and it let out a second raucous cry before hopping onto another branch and scurrying away from the light. Pit sat frozen at the edge of the flashlight's beam as the dog barked wildly. The beam wavered, then bounced back to capture Pit dead center. Pit dropped from the branch and hustled through the grove of trees. A second later, a burst of gunfire chewed up the kapok tree's now empty branch. The jungle fell still as the echo from the gunfire receded. Then the landscape erupted in squawks and cries as 1,000 animals fled the scene. Pit headed the pack, scrambling through the maze of foliage with his hands outstretched. The first rays of dawn were creasing the sky, aiding his run. And run he did. The German shepherd had been sent to follow but hesitated at crossing the stream, giving Pit an extra head start. But the shepherd found a narrow place to cross the stream and resumed pursuit. Its incessant barking allowed Pit to gauge the dog's steady approach. Although tired itself from the night-long chase, the shepherd kept coming. Pit had little energy left for an extended sprint. He knew he couldn't outrun the dog, but if he could separate it from its handler, he might have a chance. The question was whether he had enough left in him to fight the dog. The barking grew closer, and Pit decided it was time to turn and fight. He realized he'd left his sharp stick by the tree when he fled. As he scoured the ground for a new weapon, he overlooked a low tree branch and ran face first into it. The blow knocked him flat to the ground. As he lay there dazed, he heard the barking approach. But he also heard a metallic clacking that seemed to vibrate through the earth. On instinct alone, he crawled forward, past the tree and up a small mound. The sound grew louder. He fought his pain and peeked over the mound. In the dim light he saw a train, not 20 feet away. He shook off the thought it was a mirage and staggered to his feet. The train was real, all right, crawling through a narrow cut in the jungle, pulling flatbed cars loaded with shipping container after shipping container. Pitt stumbled toward the tracks as the shepherd crested the mound and sighted him. With a renewed fury, the dog sprinted after Pitt as he staggered on rubber legs for the train. A half-loaded flat car was passing by, and Pitt dove for it. His torso hit the bed, and he clawed forward as the dog attacked. The German shepherd leaped and clamped its jaws onto his dangling right foot. Pitt rolled onto the flatbed as the dog hung from his foot in midair. Pulling Juice canteen from his neck, he flung it at the dog. The canteen struck its snout, and the shepherd whimpered and let go. But a moment after falling to the gravel beside the rails, the shepherd regained its senses and chased after Pitt's flatbed. For a quarter-mile, the dog ran alongside it, snarling and leaping but unable to jump aboard. Then the train crossed a ravine over a nanau trestle, and the dog was forced to give up. Pitt waved farewell to it as it barked and howled in frustration at the vanishing train. Crawling across the flatbed car, Pitt then curled up next to a rusty container, closed his eyes, and promptly fell asleep. 63T His slow-moving freight train jolted to a stop, awakening its lone passenger. Stretched out on one of its flatbeds, Pitt pried open his eyes under a bright morning sun. The Panama Railway train had reached its terminus at a rail yard in the port of Balboa. Near the Pacific entrance to the Panama Canal, and just a few miles south of Panama City, Balboa was the key transit point for shipping across the isthmus. Pitt jumped off the flatbed car and found himself surrounded by a steel jungle. Mountains of multicolored shipping containers were stacked in every direction. He looked down a long line of rail cars to see a gantry crane positioned over the tracks and workers beginning to offload the ubiquitous containers. Standing near the end of the train, Pitt followed the tracks out of the rail yard, figuring the odds were high that the local rail authorities would treat him as a vagrant. Exiting the yard, he climbed a rusty chain-link fence and found himself in a neighborhood of aged warehouses. A half-block away, he noticed a small building with a handful of cars parked out front. It was a rundown bar that catered to the local dock hands. A faded sign proclaimed it El Gato Negro, complemented by a painting of a black cat with crossed-out eyes. Pitt walked into the dim bar, garnering stares from the few early morning customers already warming the bar stools. Pitt approached the bartender, then caught a glimpse of himself in a large mirror behind the bar. The sight nearly frightened him. It was the image of a tired, emaciated man with a bruised and blooded face, wearing soiled, shredded, and equally blooded clothes. He looked like a man returned from the dead. "I telefono?" Pitt asked. The bartender looked at Pitt as if he'd landed from Mars, then pointed to a corner next to the restroom. Pitt ambled over and was relieved to find a battered payphone. Though all but extinct in America, the venerable payphone lived on around the world, sometimes in the most unlikely of places. Reaching an English-speaking operator who balked only momentarily at his request to make a collect call to Washington, D.C., Pitt soon heard the line ringing. Rudy Gunn's voice jumped an octave after hearing Pitt say hello. "You and a one are safe." "Not exactly." Pitt quickly explained the Adelaide's hijacking, their arrival at the Panama facility, and his escape. Panama Gunn said. "We had calls into the Panama Canal Authority to look out for the Adelaide. They changed her name at sea. Probably had phony papers already prepared. Bolk's facility is somewhere in the middle of the canal zone, so he probably has inside support at the locks." "Did you say Bolk?" "Yes, Edward Bolk. An old Austrian mining engineer who runs the Camp of Horrors. I was told he's a major player in the market for rare earth elements. He was one of our few leads in your abduction," Gunn said. "He owns a ship called the Salzburg that was sighted near the Adelaide around the time of her disappearance. Probably the same ship that bumped off the Tasmanian Star before it made an appearance in Chile. And maybe the Cuttlefish, too. Apparently she's armed with some sort of microwave device that proves lethal. Bulk may have an operation in Madagascar as well, Gunn said. I'll get the ball rolling with the Pentagon to go after one and the others. It sounds like a joint military operation with Panama security forces is in order. Listen, Rudy, we've got a really narrow window. Pitt described his encounter with the Chinese agent Zhu and his plan to destroy the facility. Glancing at his Dr. Dive watch, he said, we've got less than 5 hours to get one and the others out of there before the fireworks go off. That's a tall order. Call Sandeca and pull out all the stops. I'll do what I can. Where are you now? A bar called the Black Cat, somewhere near the Pacific Rail terminus. Stay put. I'll have someone you know pick you up within the hour. Thanks, Rudy. Pitt felt the fatigue of his escape fade away, replaced with a renewed energy for the task still at hand. Saving Giordano and the others was all that mattered. He walked back to the bar, and the bartender waved him to an empty stool. He slid onto the seat to find, served up in front of him, a full shot glass containing a clear liquor. Beside the glass was a pair of long-handled bolt cutters. Pitt put his hands to his neck and felt the steel collar. He had forgotten it was still there. He looked at the bartender, who returned his gaze and nodded. "Si muchas gracias, amigo," Pitt said, reaching for the shot glass and firing back the contents. A popular local spirit called Seco Harirano, it burned with the sweet taste of rum. He set the glass down, reached for the bolt cutters, and smiled at the bartender. "Who says a black cat brings bad luck? 64. You sure we're in the right place?" Dirk shot his sister an annoyed look. Since they aren't fond of posting street signs around here, the answer would be no. He swerved around a stalled truck filled with plantains and accelerated the rental car along the congested road. Since landing at Tucumán International Airport that morning, they had been crisscrossing Panama City, first checking into their hotel, then visiting the mineral brokerage headquarters of Habsburg Industries. It was a tiny, rented story front office that was closed and appeared little used. The owner of a bakery next door confirmed it was seldom open. Dirk and Summer were beginning to think their trip to Panama was wasted when they received a call from Gunn that their father was alive and waiting at the edge of town. They passed a sign welcoming them to the district of Balboa, and Dirk knew they were on the right track. He followed a pair of semi-trucks that he assumed were headed to the port facility, then turned down a dirt side road when the port entry gates appeared. 3 blocks down the road, Summer spotted the sign with the Black Cat. Dirk barely had the car in park when Summer leaped out and ran inside the bar, ignoring its unsavory appearance. She almost didn't recognize her father, seated at the bar in ragged clothes eating an empanada. He was equally shocked to see both his children. "Dad, let's get you to a hospital," Summer said. Pitt shook his head. "No time. We'll need to coordinate with the Panamanian military to rescue one and the others." Dirk looked at the assorted bar patrons, who all stared at the out-of-place Americans. "Dad, how about we discuss this in the car?" "Fair enough," Pitt said. He looked at the empty shot glass and plate of food. "Do you have any local currency?" Dirk opened his wallet. "I'm told our greenbacks are the preferred currency in Panama." Pitt pulled a $100 bill from his son's wallet and gave it to the bartender, then shook hands with him. "That was 2 days' worth of per diem," Dirk said as they walked out of the bar. Pitt gave him a wink. "Put it on your expense report." Dirk studied a road map before they took off down the rut-filled road. "What has Rudy arranged with the Panamanians to get into Bulk's facility?" Pitt asked. "Rudy's pulling his hair out," Summer said. "He called us 3 times on the way over. As you probably know, Panama has no standing army in the wake of Manuel Noriega's removal. Paramilitary groups within the Panamanian public forces are willing to conduct a joint raid with a U.S. team, but only after they review the evidence and make adequate preparations for a tactical assault. Nobody expects a task force to be assembled within 48 hours. Dirk looked to his father. You think one and the others may be at risk sooner. Pitt explained his encounter with Jew. Once those charges go off, I expect Bolg's forces to execute all the prisoners and hide their remains. Do we have any US forces that can go in solo? Dirk shook his head. Special Ops forces out of the Southern Command are our best bet. They've been put on alert but are still 10 hours away. Rudy said the only presence nearby he's been able to find is a Navy ship out in the Pacific headed for the canal. After traveling just a short distance across Balboa, Dirk drove up a hill to a large, ornate building that overlooked the port district and the canal. A sign on the manicured lawn proclaiming it the Panama Canal Authority Administration Building. The authority is responsible for security of the canal and the adjacent canal zone, Summer said. Rudy says they are our only hope for an immediate response. Inside the building, Pitt's appearance drew stares from the staff and visitors. A receptionist escorted them to the office of the Director of Canal Security, a poised man named Madrid who wore a thin mustache. He gave Pitt second and third looks as he introduced himself. I have been advised of the urgent nature of your visit. Your vice president is a very persuasive gentleman, he said, shocked to have received a personal call. Lives are at stake, and time is short, Pitt said. I'll call our nurse, and get you some fresh clothes, while we talk. Madrid led them into his office, which had an oversized map of the canal on one wall. A man in fatigues was studying some aerial photographs at a table. May I introduce Commander Alvarez? He heads our field security operations and will be leading your rescue operation. They joined him at the table, where Pitt described his abduction and the operation at Bolg's hidden facility. We've pulled the Habsburgs Company transit records and have found an odd pattern of canal crossings, Madrid said. Their ships enter at one end, Pitt said, and don't exit the other until days later. Exactly correct. They are delivering purchased or stolen raw ore at the facility and then shipping out the refined product. Madrid nodded with a pained look. The passage of commercial ships through the canal is a tightly controlled operation. They apparently have assistance from the pilots, and perhaps our unlocks personnel, to make such transits without attracting attention. There's a lot of money involved with their product, Pitt said. They can afford substantial bribes. Mr. Pitt, can you show us where the facility is located? Alvarez asked. Pitt walked to the map and tracked the Panama Canal railway line that ran near the canal's eastern edge. I can only guess that I caught the rail line somewhere in this area. He pointed to a remote area off Gatun Lake, about 30 miles from Panama City. The facility would be somewhere between the canal and the rail line. Alvarez rifled TLN off a folder and pulled out a packet of color aerial photographs. This would be the approximate region. He examined each photo closely before passing it around the table. The photos showed swaths of dense jungle that occasionally bordered Gatun Lake. A few pictures showed the Panama Railway line cutting TLN off the jungle, but none gave any sign of Bolg's facility. They poured TLN off 40 photos as skepticism grew on Madrid's face. Wait a second, Summer said. Pass that last photo back. Dirk handed her the photograph and she lined it up against another on the table. Take a look at the jungle in these two pictures. The four men craned their necks, seeing a uniform blanket of green jungle flowing across both photos. Nobody said anything until Pitt slid over a third photograph. It's the color, he said. It changes exactly. Summer pointed to one of the photos. There's a linear seam here where the jungle color seems to turn a bit gray. I see it, Madrid said. It's the artificial canopies over the facility, Pitt said. They've faded with age and no longer match the surrounding jungle. Alvarez pieced the images together with several contiguous photos until the composite showed a distinct peninsula that fingered into Gaetan Lake. He took a marker and highlighted the discolored areas, revealing a large rectangle adjacent to a patchwork of smaller squares. The large rectangle would cover the dock and inlet, Pitt said. Some artificial mangroves block the entrance and are pulled aside when a ship enters or leaves. What are the other squares? Summer said. The other buildings in the compound. He took Alvarez's marker and noted Bulk's residence, the mill house, the slave housing, and the multiple extraction buildings. He described the facility's security forces to the extent he knew them, leaving out no detail. How many prisoners? Madrid asked. 80. Amazing, Madrid said. A slave camp hiding right under our noses. He turned to Alvarez. You've got it pinpointed? Yes, sir. It's right here. He located the peninsula on the large wall map and marked it with a pushpin. Clearly within our jurisdiction. Suggested entry. Short notice will dictate an approach from Gaetan Lake. We can bring up the Coletta from Miraflores as our command ship and run 3 of our patrol boats off her as assault craft. He studied Pitt's markings on the photos. If we can enter past the barricade, we'll send 1 boat into the inlet and land the other 2 outside, with those forces sweeping in. Once the facility is secure, we can bring the Coletta to the dock to evacuate the prisoners. You best assemble the men and equipment at once, Madrid said. We'll reconvene aboard the Coletta in 2 hours, and brief the assault team in transit. Yes, sir. Alvarez stood and scurried out of the office. You are welcome to join me on the Coletta during the operation, Madrid said to Pitt and his children. We'll be there, Pitt replied. I have an injured friend I was forced to leave behind. I understand. As to the matter of the Salzburg, I have heeded your Vice President's plea and ordered extra security at the Gaetan locks. If the ship should appear for a canal transit, we will be prepared to seize her. Pitt shrugged. I suppose seizing Bulk's ship might answer a few more questions. Summer could see her father didn't know the full picture. Dad, didn't Rudy tell you about your friend Ann Bennett? Pitt shook his head. She went missing about a week ago, about the same time some sort of propulsion motor was stolen from a Navy research lab truck. Rudy said there was a connection between the two. The Sea Arrow, Pitt muttered. Rudy thinks Anne was abducted with the motor. He and Hiram found a cryptic email she sent you over the Nunla website indicating she was in Kentucky. Then she's still alive. Rudy thinks so. They believe she was telling them the motor was hidden on a hay truck. Rudy speculated they were trying to avoid the eastern seaboard in their attempt to get it out of the country. He believes they shipped it down the Mississippi, and Hiram actually found video from the Horace Wilkinson Bridge in Baton Rouge that shows a barge passing by with a hay truck aboard. Seems a bit tenuous, Pitt said. Less so when it was discovered that Bulk's ship, the Salzburg, was in New Orleans at the same time, and departed a day later. The Salzburg, Pitt said. So Bulk has been behind the Sea Arrow thefts from the beginning? But what does he plan to do with it? Summer asked. Pitt thought back to his encounter with Jew and the response he gave when asked why he was there. Business, Pitt said. He plans to sell it to the Chinese, perhaps as part of a deal related to their combined rare earth holdings. He looked at Summer. How long ago did you say the Salzburg left New Orleans? About 4 days. Recon showed it heading south at the Mississippi Delta, Dirk said. Why hasn't the Coast Guard or Navy tracked her down and boarded her? Pitt asked. They would have, but for one thing, Dirk said. The ship has vanished 65 within clear sight of the Canal Authority Administration building. A rust-covered grain ship sat at anchor, absorbing the gentle waves of the Pacific. Named the Santa Rita, she was flagged in Guam, though the government of Guam would have been surprised to learn as much. Aside from never filing papers there, The Santa Rita had never once carried an ounce of grain. She was in fact an aging resource of China's Ministry of State Security. Originally configured as a spy ship to monitor the Taiwan Strait, she later carried missiles to Iran in her grain-hauling configuration. Retired to less clandestine duty, she had been under contract to haul a shipment of Mexican pharmaceuticals to Shanghai when Zhu took her over off Costa Rica. The tired agent was resting on the bridge, just a short time after returning from his nighttime foray into Bulk's camp, when his cell phone rang. As he checked the number, his stoic face registered a hint of surprise. "Zhu," he answered bluntly. "Zhu, this is Edward Bulk. I have to inform you we will be making a slight change in the rendezvous plans. I was expecting the transfer to occur within the hour. There's been a minor security delay, but there's no cause for alarm. The shipment is safe. We will, however, need to postpone the rendezvous for another 6 hours." Zhu grew silent. His explosives would detonate at Bulk's compound in approximately 4 hours. He had timed them to go off after he received the Sea Arrow's motor and plans. The entire transfer was now in jeopardy. "That is unacceptable," Zhu said calmly. "I have a strict timetable to adhere to. My apologies, but you can understand the sensitivities at play. My vessel is nearing the Gatun locks and will still require the complete canal passage. If you wish, you might consider entering the canal at your end. If you head north TLN off the Miraflores locks, we could make the transfer in Miraflores Lake. That would reduce the time of our delivery by an hour or two. I can make a call and move you up for immediate passage through the lock." The last place Zhu wanted to be was trapped in the middle of the Panama Canal. But if that was the only opportunity to acquire the Sea Arrow's secrets, so be it. With luck, Bulk might not know his facility was a smouldering ruin when he passed over the technology. "Very well," Zhu said. "Make the transit arrangements, and I will proceed to Miraflores Lake. Please expedite your vessel, as we will be waiting." Hanging up, he stared out the bridge window, feeling like he was about to dance on the edge of a razor. 66N early 40 ships were moored in Limon Bay, cornesting like a swarm of bees around a hive. Each awaited its turn to be funneled from the Atlantic Ocean into the Panama Canal. A small container ship arrived and cut past the long line of freighters, tankers, and other carriers to take its place at the front of the line. The century-old Big Ditch was handling more ships than ever, but its capacity was soon to swell. A major expansion was underway, adding 2 new sets of locks capable of handling the world's largest container ships. While expensive to cross, the Panama Canal shaved thousands of miles off the alternative of traveling around Cape Horn. Watching the container ship sail past, the captains waiting their turn in Limon Bay knew that jumping to the head of the line required paying a steep premium. The container ship slowed as a pilot boat drew alongside, delivering a Panama Canal Authority boarding officer and a canal pilot. The ship's captain escorted them to the bridge, where he relinquished command to the pilot, a requirement of all ships transiting the canal. The boarding officer confirmed the ship's tonnage and dimensions to determine the vessel's fare manifest. "Please," he asked the captain. The officer thumbed through the document, noting a short list of equipment parts. "Most of those containers empty?" he asked. "Yes, taking them to Balboa," the captain said. "I noticed you were riding high in the water." He computed the fee, with a steep kicker for moving up in line. "Your account will be charged accordingly." Then he turned to the pilot. "The Portobello is cleared to proceed." He left the bridge and reboarded the pilot boat, which whisked him to the next ship waiting in line. The pilot sailed the Portobello down a long channel to the Gatun locks, the canal's Atlantic entry point. The locks consisted of a parallel set of 3 huge sequential chambers, which enabled southbound vessels to be lifted 85 feet above sea level to begin crossing the isthmus. The Panama Canal itself was built like a liquid wedding cake. Its highest point was at its center, the large, man-made reservoir of Gaytun Lake. The lake cascaded down 3 levels at either end. Due to a geographic quirk, the canal's fresh water flowed to the Atlantic Ocean in the north and to the Pacific in the south. The elevated lake allowed for gravity to fill and drain the locks, raising or lowering ships, depending on their direction of travel. But the Panama Canal was an uneven wedding cake, due to a separation between locks on the Pacific side. While the 3 chambers of the Atlantic's Gaytun were sequential, the Pacific's were far apart, with a single-chamber lock called Pedro Miguel at the lake and a dual-chamber lock called Miraflores a mile beyond. It took a typical ship about 8 hours to complete the 50-mile journey from ocean to ocean. The pilot inched the Portobello close to the first chamber at Gaytun, stopping just short of its huge open doors, which were called gates. Messenger lines attached to steel tow cables were hoisted aboard and secured, their opposite ends attached to tiny locomotives, called mules, which ran along the lock's edge. Under the pilot's guidance, the mules gently towed the freighter into the chamber and held it in place as the gates astern were closed. Once sealed, additional water was released into the mammoth chamber until the ship had been raised nearly 30 feet. Armed guards, not usually seen around the locks, patrolled the area, giving the ship a careful once-over. When the water level matched the next chambers, the front gates were opened and the ship was pulled forward by the mules. The process was repeated 5 more, until the Portobello motored out of the last chamber and into Gaytun Lake, 85 feet higher than when she started. Clearing the locks, the pilot ordered the helm to increase speed. "Helm, belay that order," the captain said. "All stop." The pilot's face turned red. "I command the vessel through the canal." His demeanor softened when he detected another presence on the bridge. He turned to find Pablo approaching him. "Pablo. I thought this tub was eerily familiar to the old Salzburg. When did you boys get into the container business?" "About 36 hours ago," Pablo said. "We'll be taking her from here." Sure. The pilot spotted the bag in Pablo's hand that contained the usual cash bribe and a bottle of Chivas Regal. "There's an extra 1,000 for you," Pablo said, handing him the bag. "No more mention of the Salzburg." "Whatever you say. The monkeys on the dock were looking for you, but I guess you fooled them. See you on the next run." The ship's crew lowered a rubber boat and ran the pilot to shore, where he could hop in a taxi to the nearest bar. When the inflatable returned, the disguised Salzburg got underway. "You sure he can be trusted?" the captain asked. Pablo nodded. "We'll have completed the transfer before he's halfway through that bottle of scotch." Pablo allowed himself his own notion of relief. Since receiving the warning call from Bulk 2 days earlier, he had feared every call on the radio and every passing ship. But the rush transformation of the Salzburg into the Portobello, aided by a paint respray of the bridge and funnel, and a large load of empty containers, had fooled the canal authorities at the Gaytun locks. That meant one thing. They were home free. 67 he let a Skrexmd through the Panaxar Canal, passing the speed-restricted commercial ships like they were standing still. An Italian-built patrol boat of some 40 meters, she sported a 20mm turreted cannon on her bow muzzle. Below deck, 30 armed commandos were crammed into the wardroom, receiving a final briefing from Alvarez. They were well trained, having conducted numerous joint exercises with international forces in mock defense of the canal. Pitt tried to quell their obvious enthusiasm for the mission by detailing the strength of Bulk's forces. Yet Pitt felt his own impatience. Showered, bandaged, and wearing a fresh set of borrowed fatigues, he was anxious to get into the facility and free Giordano. But a daylight raid was risky, and everything hinged on his brief encounter with Jew. Pitt just hoped that his instincts were right. Alvarez handed him a holstered Signal Sauer P228 automatic. "You know how to use it?" Pitt nodded. We should arrive at the deployment zone in 10 minutes. I'll be leading Boat 1 into the cove. We'll secure the dock, knock out the generator, and release the prisoners. Boat 2 will land on the peninsula and secure the residents, hopefully with bulk inside. Boat 3 will follow as a reserve. You can join Boat 3, but I must request that you act as an observer only. I'll help where I can. Good luck, Alvarez. Pitt looked for Dirk and Summer but didn't see them in the emptying wardroom. He could hear the patrol boat's motor slow, and he followed the others onto the deck. The Coletta had followed the canal's transit route around the eastern shore of Bano Colorado Island, a large nature preserve in the middle of Gaytun Lake. The canal's narrow channel was marked with lights and signs to prevent ships from running aground in the nearby shallows. The lightly drafted Coletta had no such concerns as she raced across the path of an approaching container ship. She travelled east for a mile until she approached a narrow landmass covered with dense vegetation. The Coletta drifted under the hot sun as 3 inflatable assault craft were lowered over the side, each loaded with 10 commandos. Pitt sensed his boat had some extra passengers as he squeezed between 2 unarmed commandos with bush hats pulled low over their faces. "A little room for the old man," he said. Dirk looked up from beneath his hat. "We wanted to be here to help. I'd rather you both stayed on the boat." Pitt unhooked his holster and passed the signal sour to Dirk. "Keep an eye on your sister." "No worries," Summer whispered beside him. A commando had already engaged the outboard motor, propelling the inflatable toward shore behind the first 2 assault craft. The first boat veered left for the cove, while the other 2 eased right toward a small protected bluff. The boats had been in the water less than 5 minutes when their entire plan of attack fell apart. A ring of moored buoys containing sensors and video cameras had detected their approach. Alarms sounded around the compound, alerting Bulk's security forces. Most deployed to the dock after securing the prisoners, while another force took to the roof of Bulk's residence. Boat 1, with Alvarez leading his team, took the first hit. Maneuvering past a fake mangrove swamp, they approached the dock, only to be met with a fusillade from shore. Alvarez and his men gamely fired back, suppressing some of the gunfire, until a battery of rocket-propelled grenades came blasting at them. One landed in the boat, skidding to the rear transom before detonating. 2 men were killed instantly as the stern blew apart, sending the rest of the men into the water. Boats 2 and 3 had a moment's warning before gunfire erupted from the rooftop of Bulk's concealed residence. Closest to the shore, Boat 2 took the brunt of the fire, incurring several casualties, as they maneuvered and returned fire. The pilot managed to run the boat ashore, the commanders finding marginal protection behind a low rock berm. But the team was effectively pinned down by the shooters on the roof. "Run to the right!" Pitt yelled to Boat 3's pilot as the battle ignited in front of them. He had foreseen Boat 2's predicament and motioned for the pilot to sweep hard right and put ashore out of view of the residents. The panicked pilot turned up the outboard's throttle and jammed the rudder to the side. They nearly made it unscathed as the team leader, a burly man named Jorge, organized return fire. But as the rooftop shooters focused on the third boat, Jorge was shot twice in the stomach. Pitt saw the scared look in the eyes of the other commandos, none of whom had ever witnessed actual combat. He immediately stepped forward. "We need to suppress the rooftop fire to get the men from Boat 2 off the beach. Follow me to the house." When their hull touched bottom, Pitt leaped over the side and sprinted into the jungle. Inspired by his show of fearlessness, the commandos tore after him. "I'll stay here and look after Jorge," Summer said to Dirk as she rummaged for a medical kit. "Go help Dad." Dirk nodded, thumbing off the safety of his pistol, and leaping from the boat. He quickly caught up with the others as they snaked their way through the jungle. Pitt stopped them at the fringe of a clearing that surrounded the house. Several gunmen were visible on the roof, waiting for them to emerge from the brush. Pitt studied the residence, noticing an exterior side stairwell that led to the roof. He turned to a young man crouched next to him. "Do you have any grenades?" "Only smoke grenades." "Give me what you have." After collecting 4 smoke grenades, Pitt lined the men in a picket. "On my signal, spray the rooftop to give me cover. When I get to the stairs, I'll lob the grenades onto the roof. Move in quickly and secure it." Pitt slithered to a position closer to the house and then yelled, "Now!" The jungle exploded with gunfire, targeting the rooftop guards. Pitt took off running as the guards ducked for cover. But they regrouped quickly and returned fire. Sprinting to the house, Pitt saw the rooftop gunners were obscured by the residence's front porch, and he angled toward the entry. He was nearing the porch steps when the front door burst open and 2 guards charged out. In their wake followed Bulk, like a running back behind his blockers. The trio dashed down the first steps, then froze at the sight of Pitt a few feet away. Bulk's eyes flared in shock. But there was no hesitation in his voice as he spoke over the background gunfire. "Kill him!" 68B Bulk's guards swung their rifles toward Pitt and ready to fire. But Pitt was a step ahead. He popped the pin on one of the smoke grenades and tossed it on the steps. The grenade skidded across the carved stone and stopped at Bulk's feet. The guards dropped their weapons, grabbed Bulk, and heaved him over the far balustrade. One guard dove after him, but the other hesitated. He'd heard the grenade hissing and noticed a first wisp of smoke spurting from it. Realizing it was not an explosive, he kicked it off the steps, and a grey cloud erupted over the lawn. He turned back to Pitt, who stood, exposed, at the corner wall a few feet away. The guard raised his rifle and took a bead on Pitt. But before he found the trigger, 2 red splotches appeared on his chest, and he staggered back on his heels. The guard teetered, then collapsed on the steps and rolled to the ground. Pitt saw his son kneeling on the lawn, the signal sour held outstretched in his hands. Dirk jumped up and ran to the side of the house as a salvo of bullets stitched the ground beside him. "Thanks for the backup," Pitt said. Dirk smiled. "Smoke is no match for lead." Pitt motioned toward the porch steps. "Bulk." Dirk took the lead as they crept across the porch, but Bulk and the other guard had already vanished down a jungle path. Reversing course, Pitt led his son up the side stairwell, halting a few feet from the top. He heaved the remaining grenades onto the rooftop, engulfing it in a thick cloud of smoke. Ground fire ceased as the Boat 3 commandos streamed out of the jungle and raced up the stairs. A few seconds later, the remaining Boat 2 commandos broke from the shore and joined the assault. The combined forces quickly overran the guards, sweeping the roof as the smoke cleared. As the residents fell silent, they could still hear sporadic gunfire from the dock area. "Has anyone heard from Alvarez?" Pitt asked, as the commandos reassembled on the roof. "I've had no response," said the leader of Boat 2. "We better move to the dock." "I'll show you the way," Pitt said. The commandos rushed back down the stairs. A small contingent peeled off to secure the interior of the house while the rest followed Pitt down the same path Bulk had taken. When the commandos arrived at the dock, a half-dozen security guards were scattered about it, firing into the water. They had been joined by 2 armed crewmen on the bow of the Adelaide, firing from above. The Canal Authority commandos opened fire, catching several guards without cover and dropping them quickly. The rest of the dock guards fell back, retreating into the jungle for cover. But the crewmen on the ship held their position and returned fire. An extended firefight ensued, until the better-trained commandos picked off both men. Over the clatter of gunfire, Pitt had detected a revving motor. He caught a quick glimpse of a small crew boat exiting the mouth of inlet, the white-haired figure of Bulk visible next to the pilot. Pitt turned to the Boat 2 commander, who was kneeling behind a rubber tree, reloading his rifle. "Bulk has escaped in a small boat." Call Madrid on the collider and have them pick him up. The commando nodded. Snapping a magazine into place, he hit the transmit button on his radio and called the support boat. Aboard the collider, Madrid had been using binoculars to watch a small container ship approach when he received the call. He turned to see Bulk's crew boat surging out of the inlet and he brought his patrol boat to bear. "Gunner, prepare for a warning shot ahead of the approaching boat," he said. "Fire." A man let loose a blast from the 20mm deck gun, ripping a fountain of water ahead of the crew boat. The fleeing boat reduced speed but held its course across the collider's bow. Focused on stopping Bulk's boat, Madrid had ignored the container ship, which was approaching off his stern quarter. "Gunner, prepare for a burst into the motor." "Fire." The gunner took aim, but before he could fire he fell to the deck and began flailing his arms as if attacked by a swarm of bees. Screaming, he rolled to the rail and hurled himself over the side to find relief in the lake's waters. Inside the wheelhouse, Madrid suddenly found his skin inflamed with a searing pain. He danced away from the helm, unable to grip the controls. Screaming in pain, he looked out the window to see the container ship bearing down on him. The ship plowed into the collider at slow speed, its lumbering mass easily crushing the patrol boat's bow. The smaller boat was kicked backward, as its interior filled with water. In seconds, its stern rose, and the boat plunged underwater. Bulk watched the patrol boat disappear as his own boat tied up alongside the container ship. He sprinted up the ship's accommodation ladder with his guard in tow, crossed the deck, and climbed to the bridge. Panting, he staggered to the helm, where Pablo stood admiring the modified active denial system on the ship's bow. "We seem to have made a timely arrival," Pablo said. "They've attacked the facility," Bulk said. "Who has?" "One of the prisoners. He escaped yesterday." "They would have to be from the Canal Authority. I thought that was their boat." "I'm sure Johansson will take good care of them ashore." "No, Johansson was killed." "By the man who escaped." "Can they know of the deal?" Bulk shook his head. "500 million will buy you plenty of new facilities," Pablo said. "The plans and motor are safe aboard." Bulk eyed the changed appearance of the Salzburg. "Yes. The Chinese are waiting for us in Miraflores Lake." Pablo looked at him like a child awaiting a birthday present. "Then I see no reason to delay our payment a minute longer." He ordered the ship in Toth Canal's main channel, and the Salzburg was swiftly on its way. 69th Canal Authority Commandos fished out Alvarez and the remnants of his team that had been scattered across the inlet or huddled among the dock pilings. The operations leader looked like a druned rat, but he shook off the loss of half his team to take command of the combined forces. He pointed to a wide trail off the far end of the dock that meandered into the jungle. "The prisoners are down there." "Yes," Pitt said. "The trail leads to a mill house. The prison housing is just beyond." Alvarez split his men into two groups and set off down the trail with the lead force, Pitt and Dirk following. They moved cautiously, fearing an ambush, but the remaining guards were nowhere to be seen. The trail widened as they approached the mill house, a high-roofed, open building. Alvarez sent 3 men to scout the side entrance, but they never made it. Gunmen opened fire from every door and window in the structure. Bulk's remaining security forces, a dozen strong, had gathered in the mill house to mount a final defense and counter-assault. Their sudden barrage inflicted casualties on nearly half of Alvarez's men. Alvarez himself was hit in the leg, and Pitt dragged him to cover. The operations leader quickly called in his reserve force, which had followed on the flank. Under a blanket of return fire, he retrieved his wounded men to the cover of the jungle, but the battle regressed into a stalemate. Alvarez radioed the collider for assistance but heard only static in reply. "There's no response," he said to Pitt. "Without additional support, we'll have to pull back." "Not without the prisoners." Pitt grabbed an assault rifle from a wounded commando who had fallen unconscious. "Keep them occupied. We'll try to get around to the housing complex." He motioned to Dirk. The two men took off off the jungle, skirting wide left around the mill house. Pitt led them on a partial loop, then cut back toward the tall structure. Peering from behind a gnarled cedar, they eyed the end of the mill house and the prisoners' housing just beyond. The housing stood in the center of a wide clearing, fully exposed to the gunmen in the mill house. Pitt could see several prisoners peering through the housing's lone gate, trying to watch the gun battle. He noticed an ore cart parked on the grass midway between their position and the gate. "I'm going to make a run for that cart. If I can get there undetected, I should be able to make it to the gate." Dirk gauged the distance between them and the mill house. "Tough range to cover you from here. I'll go with you." Before Pitt could protest, Dirk sprinted for the cart. Pitt followed on his heels, though his weakened legs couldn't keep pace for long. They were seen by a gunman on the second floor of the mill house. Bullets tore into the ground alongside the ore cart as Dirk ducked behind it. A couple steps behind, Pitt had to dive for cover, rolling hard into his son as the bullets struck close by. Dirk stuck out the signal sour and fired twice, but that only attracted more gunmen from the mill house. The cart clanked as it absorbed crossfire from several shooters. "Not the stealth approach I hoped for," Pitt said. "They must have gunmen all over that building." Dirk peeked over the top of the cart, fired another 2 shots, and ducked back down. "There's a guy on the second floor with an RPG. Pitt stuck his assault rifle around the side of the cart and sprayed a short burst at an open window. The bullets chewed up its frame and shattered the glass. As he pulled his gun away, Pitt saw a guard emerge from the shadows with a bulbous green device on his shoulder. He knew that a successful shot from the RPG would vaporize them both. He swung his rifle atop the cart and was preparing to fire again when an explosion rang out like a thunderclap. Shooting ceased as all eyes watched a black cloud rise from beyond the prisoners' housing complex. Pitt looked at his watch and grinned. Dew had come off after all. "You're 10 minutes late," Pitt muttered. A second later, the entire mill house erupted in a fireball. A half-dozen additional explosions rang out, leveling the separation and extraction buildings that were spread throughout the compound. The entire jungle belched smoke and flames as Bulk's hidden facility was methodically destroyed. Dew had spared only the prisoners' housing, Bulk's own residence, and a staff hall where a dozen research workers were huddling during the fight. Chunks of the millhouse roof rained down around Pitt and his son as they crowded behind the ore cart. The blast unleashed the ball mill, sending the giant cylinder tumbling out a side wall and rolling into the jungle. Most of the guards inside were killed instantly, but a few were hurled out the windows and landed on the grass unscathed. Canal Authority commandos cut them down on the spot. Pitt and his son moved quickly to the prisoners' housing. Pitt shot the lock off with his rifle and kicked open the gate. The crowd of captives inside surged forward. "Boy, are we glad to see you," Plugrid said, pushing through to pat Pitt on the shoulder. Maguire and the other men rushed up and shook his hand. Pitt worked his way through the crowd, anxiously counting each man while searching for his friend. Reaching the last man standing, Pitt found himself a head short. Giordano's. With an uneasy feeling, Pitt stepped through the mess and the living quarters. Both were empty. Turning back toward the gate, he noticed a hammock strung between 2 grills in the open kitchen. The still figure of Giordano lay on it. Pitt moved closer, staring at his friend with apprehension. Then a familiar snore gurgled from Giordano's throat. Pitt grinned from ear to ear. "Rise and shine, big boy." Giordano cocked open a sleepy eye. "You got back pretty quick. I knew you'd miss me." Giordano yawned and sat up. "Quite the fireworks show. Did you get Bulk?" "No, he slipped out when the fun started." He handed Giordano a nearby crutch that had been crudely carved from a stick of zebra wood. "How are you feeling?" "Like a contender for the National Hopscotch Championships." Giordano hopped up on one foot and planted the crutch under his arm. His wounded leg was bandaged so thickly, it resembled a tree stump. Pitt helped him hobble to the gate, where the other captives were milling about, afraid to leave. A commando came running past the smouldering mill house and approached Pitt. "Alvarez sent me." "Are these all the captives?" "Yes, every man is accounted for." "Where did those explosions come from?" "Planted here ahead of time." "They really saved our bacon." "They sure did," the man said. "Alvarez says to get everyone to the dock." He turned and started jogging back the way he came. "We've got a lot of wounded to attend to." Pitt began herding the captives out of the compound when Giordano grabbed his arm and pointed to the sky. "Someone leaving without us." Pitt looked up to see a wisp of black smoke rising from the dock area, the sooty exhaust from a large diesel engine. "It's the Adelaide," Pitt said with resolve. "Their fight wasn't over yet. 70 Al, keep the movement, TG," Pitt shouted, already on the run. "Dirk, come with me." In the rush to free the captives, Alvarez had failed to send anyone aboard to secure the Adelaide. Hiding on the bridge, Gomez had fired up the ship's engines at the beginning of the assault. After seeing Bolk escape and the subsequent explosions in the jungle, he had no reason to linger. Pitt and Dirk emerged from the jungle to find the Adelaide still at the dock. The stern mooring line had been released, and Pitt glimpsed Gomez yank the line onto the deck, then disappear into the ship's superstructure. Ahead of the ship, a crewman on the dock moved to release the bowline. Pitt and his son kept on running. The forward gangway was still in place, so they still had a chance to get aboard, if not hold its bowline. That possibility evaporated when the crewman slipped the line off its bollard, then gazed toward the mouth of the inlet. A small outboard motor could be heard over the drone of the Adelaide's warming engines. As Pitt and Dirk hustled along the length of the big ship, they saw the source. It was Summer, piloting Boat 3. With her were 4 or 5 bedraggled men, lying in the bottom of the boat. The crewman on the dock watched a moment, then kicked the bowline into the water. As the boat neared the dock, he calmly removed a holstered pistol and took aim at Summer. A rapid peal of gunshots rang out as a half-dozen bullets tore into the crewman's back. At least 2 shots had come from Dirk's signal Sauer, the rest from Pitt's assault rifle. The crewman spun and squeezed off a stray shot at his attackers, then collapsed dead. A second later, a screech and a loud crash filled the air. "She's underway!" Dirk shouted. Gomez had engaged the engines and was pulling away from the dock. The noise had come from the gangway, which skidded off the edge of the dock and slammed against the hull, dangling from its deck mountings. Summer drove the inflatable alongside the dock as the ship pulled away. A container ship came in and rammed the collider, she yelled to Pitt and Dirk. She had sped over in the inflatable and fished out the survivors as the container ship sailed away. "I'm pretty sure they picked up Bolk. It might have been the Salzburg." A flood of thoughts filled Pitt's mind. If Summer was right, the Sea Arrow's plans and motor would be aboard. And possibly Anne as well. The ship would have to be stopped before it could escape the canal. He spoke quickly to his kids as he watched the moving Adelaide. "Dirk, run down to the end of the dock." "Summer, keep the engine running, I'm coming aboard." He strapped the assault rifle over his back and dove off the dock. He hit the water a few feet from the inflatable but stroked toward the ship. He couldn't match speed with the fleeing vessel, but he had a second target in mind, the ship's bowline, dangling through its scupper and dragging through the water. He snagged the thick line, then slid along its length until he reached a heavy looped end. A smaller messenger line was attached to it, and he tossed that line to one of the men in the inflatable. "Stay with the ship," he yelled to Summer, grabbing the side of the inflatable as she wielded it around and chased after the vessel. A weakened Madrid leaned over the side and helped Pitt aboard. Together, they reeled in the heavy bowline. Pitt had his daughter push ahead of the ship, dragging the line like an anchor. On shore, Dirk had sprinted to the end of the dock, where a final mooring bit was mounted. As the inflatable struggled closer, Gomez guessed what they were attempting and turned the Adelaide as far across the inlet as he could. Dirk could see the ship pulling away and urged Summer to hurry. Pitt's and Madrid's arms ached from pulling the heavy line as Summer buried the throttle and took a bead on her brother. Dirk got on his belly and leaned over the side of the dock as the inflatable pulled alongside and Summer cut her motor. Pitt heaved the loop at the end of the line up and Dirk grabbed it just as the line went taut. Muscling it with all his might, he rolled the loop to his side, barely slipping it over the end of the bit. "Get clear in case it snaps," Pitt yelled. Dirk got to his feet and sprinted down the dock as Summer turned the inflatable around and followed. Suddenly the inflatable veered toward the Adelaide, and Dirk quickly saw why. Summer brought the boat alongside the dangling gangway and Pitt jumped up and grabbed it. Climbing hand over hand, he pulled himself up and boarded the ship. The bowline was pulled taut, grabbing the ship by its nose and holding it in place. With its propeller still churning, the stern began swinging to starboard, threatening to lodge the ship crossways in the inlet. On the dock, the mooring bit's mounts strained under the pressure, fighting to hold the ship in place. As the tug-of-war played out, Summer brought the inflatable alongside a dock ladder, where Dirk helped Madrid and the other injured men ashore. When Jorge, the last man, was transferred to the dock, Dirk jumped into the inflatable. "Run me over." "I'll back him up," he shouted. Summer gunned the throttle and shot to the side of the Adelaide, allowing Dirk to jump onto the dangling gangway. "Be careful," she shouted. Dirk nodded. "Just get away from that line." Summer hurried back to the dock as a twang arose from the straining rope. Gomez had turned the rudder over and was applying full power against the line. Something had to give and finally it did. The bowline's threaded loop snapped at the mooring bit, sending the line whipsawing toward the Adelaide. Clinging to the gangway, Dirk ducked as the line slapped against the hull, nearly taking his head off. As the loose line began to fall over him, he scrambled up the gangway and pulled himself onto the deck. Free of its leash, the ship surged forward, angling out of the narrow inlet. Dirk scanned the deck for his father, but aside from the bodies of the two gunmen on the bow, the ship appeared empty. He eyed the bridge atop the rear superstructure and took off at a run across the long, open deck. He made it to a side door and was on the first steps of the companionway when gunfire erupted overhead. Repeated bursts of gunfire sounded for nearly half a minute as Dirk raced up the stairs. When he reached the fourth level, the shooting fell silent, and he proceeded cautiously from there up to the bridge deck. He clutched the signal sour at the ready as he crept onto the bridge. He'd taken only a few steps past the door when a warm muzzle was jammed into the back of his neck. He froze in his tracks, but the barrel was quickly removed. "I don't remember giving you permission to come aboard." Dirk turned his head to find it was his father holding the gun, relief plastered on his face. "I wasn't aware you were the captain of this tub," Dirk said. "Apparently, I am now." Pitt pointed across the bridge. There was nothing but camouflage around them. The bridge windows were shot out and the radar and navigation monitors shattered. Smoke from the decimated electronics filled the air with an acrid odor. In the far corner lay the blooded body of Gomez. Gave him a chance, but he refused to take it. Dirk nodded, then glanced out the broken forward window of the pilotless ship. The Adelaide had nearly cleared the inlet, but a wall of rocks and mangroves blocked its path. "There are rocks ahead," he said, jumping to the helm. "They are not real," Pitt replied. "Part of the fake scenery to disguise the inlet." A few seconds later, the ship charged into the decoys. There was no jarring collision. Instead, the Adelaide sailed smoothly through. Out the side window, Dirk saw an overturned styrofoam rock gently float away. Clear of the inlet, the Adelaide charged into the open waters of Gaytun Lake. A large crane ship was crossing the canal to the north, while a pair of tankers and a container ship were headed around a bend to the south. Pitt stepped to the helm and dialed up the ship's TLN throttle controls to full. "Not going back for the others?" Dirk asked. Pitt gave a steely gaze toward the container ship vanishing around the channel ahead. "No," he said. "We have a ship to catch." 71B Olk stood peering out the rear bridge window. Billows of black smoke from the site of his hidden facility painted the horizon. It was destroyed, he knew, because of the escaped prisoner, the one who had tossed the smoke grenade onto his front steps. But Pablo was right. The money he would receive from selling the Sea Arrow's technology would leave plenty for a new rare earth extraction facility. He had already done work at a site on Madagascar. He could safely expand his operations there. But he would lose precious months of trading activity at a critical time in the minerals market. Once he was safely in Colombia, he vowed, he would have Pablo hunt down the prisoner and bring him his head on a platter. He faced forward as the Salzburg entered a narrow stretch of Gatun Lake called Gamboa Reach. "How much farther to the lock?" Pablo turned from the helm. "It's about 12 miles to Pedro Miguel." He noted the angst on Bolt's face. "I've radioed ahead. The lock's transit chief is expecting our passage. There will be no problems." The bridge radio blared with the voice of a tanker pilot castigating another ship for passing it on the lake. Bolk and Pablo ignored the chatter as they eyed the Sea Arrow's motor on the deck below, covered on the flatbed tuck and concealed by stacked containers. 2 miles behind them, the tanker's pilot still spouted venom at the large bulk carrier that had cut in front of him. "The maximum speed in this section of the canal is 8 knots, Jerk," he radioed. On the bridge of the Adelaide, Pitt couldn't hear a word the man said, since the ship's radio had been destroyed in his gun battle with Gomez. He didn't even know his speed, as the navigation instruments were also demolished. But he had little doubt the ship was travelling well over 8 knots. Empty of all cargo and most of her fuel, the Adelaide sailed light on her feet. Pitt coaxed every ounce of speed he could from the ship, and soon had her approaching 20 knots. She left the tanker and its angry pilot in her wake as Pitt set his sights on the next vessel ahead. It was a large Dutch Panamax tanker, built to the original specs of the canal's locks at nearly 1,000 feet long. The canal channel had narrowed even more as Pitt caught up to the Dutch ship and pulled up to its port flank to pass. The Adelaide had just edged alongside the tanker when a large blue container ship appeared, sailing in the opposite direction. Dirk gauged the distance needed to pass the tanker and shook his head. "No way we can get past her ahead of that container ship." He expected his father to slow the ship and duck back behind the tanker until there was room to pass. Instead, Pitt stood calmly at the helm. He had no intention of slowing down. Dirk grinned at his father and shook his head. "Those boys in that container ship aren't going to be happy." The pilot of the oncoming ship had already noticed the Adelaide in his lane and was making furious demands over the radio for the bulk carrier to back down. But the increasingly frantic calls went unanswered as the vessels converged. Pitt continued to gain on the tanker, but its monstrous length made passing it an interminable task ahead. The tanker and container ship had already passed bow to bow, so there was no escape for anyone. Pitt had estimated the canal cut was wide enough for the 3 ships to pass side by side, but he didn't know if it was deep enough for all 3. Positioned in the middle, where the channel would be deepest, he didn't really care. The tanker's pilot did what he could to slow his vessel and steer it to the right-hand side of the marked channel. But because his ship had the deepest draft, he refused to push it any closer to the bank. That left the game of chicken in the hands of the container ship's pilot. Pitt helped the cause by pulling tight alongside the tanker, close enough that a man could jump from one vessel to the other. But, by all appearances, a collision looked inevitable. As the container ship bore down from the other direction, Pitt and Dirk braced for impact. The approaching ship, stacked to the sky with containers, filled their vision as its bow cut toward them. But the pilot wisely decided that grounding on the bank would be safer than a collision, and he guided the ship aside to make way for Pitt. The ships passed within a few feet of each other as the container ship's hull scraped bottom and its propeller churned through mud. The pilot and deck officers hurled a mountain of insults as the bridges of the two ships passed. Pitt merely smiled and waved. "They are going to want your pilot's license for that," Dirk said. "Think how mad they'll be," Pitt replied, "when they find out I don't have one." The channel turned and narrowed ahead, partially obscuring the outline of the Salzburg. Aboard her bridge, Bolk and Pablo came alert at the latest burst of ire from the radio. When the blue container ship had passed the Adelaide and the pilot saw the repainted name on her stern, he made further threats over the radio. "Labrador," he said, "I will be filing a formal complaint with the canal authorities in Colin." Bolk stiffened at mention of the ship's name. "Labrador. That's the name given to the hijacked vessel at our dock." He grabbed a pair of binoculars and sprinted to the rear window. There was no mistaking the large bulk carrier a mile behind them, spurting past the Dutch tanker. It was the Adelaide. His face turned pale. "They are chasing after us," he said to Pablo. Pablo calmly surveyed the navigation screen. "We should be able to pass safely into the locks ahead. If not," he added, his eyes turning cold, "we'll make them regret coming after us." 72 He 2 ships Exel Colin entered the Gaillard Cut, the canal's most dangerous section. 9 miles long, it sliced through the Continental Divide and had presented the most difficult challenge for the engineers who built the canal. A Herculean excavation effort gouged out a trench more than 250 feet deep in some places, using manual labor and finicky steam shovels. Untold thousands lost their lives, some due to accidents and mudslides, but most from yellow fever and pneumonia. The magnitude of the feat was obscured when the canal waters were released in 1914, flooding the deep cut. A tranquil appearance belied its tricky currents that made the narrow passage a challenge to navigate. Pitt stormed into the cut, ignoring a channel marker that indicated a speed limit of 6 knots for large vessels. He occasionally felt the effects of the currents, as the stern drifted one way or another. But he refused to slow his pursuit. He had a clear bead on the Salzburg, having closed to within a half-mile. Though Pablo had ordered the captain to increase speed, it took precious time for the Salzburg to increase its pace. Peering back at the faster Adelaide, he realized he would have to take the offensive. When Pitt noticed a few men congregating on the Salzburg's forward deck, he passed the helm to Dirk. "Just for the record," Dirk said, "I've never piloted a vessel this size before." "She's easier to handle than a Duesenberg," Pitt said. "Just keep her off the bank. I'll be right back." As they drew closer to the Salzburg, Dirk could see 3 men on her bow manipulating a tall object that looked like a large radar dish. The men rolled the dish alongside some shipping containers on the port side rail and positioned it so it aimed rearward, at the Adelaide. Pitt appeared on the bridge a moment later. Dirk did a double take at seeing his father dressed in the reflective silver coating of a leveler hazardous materials protective suit. "What's with the Buck Rogers outfit?" "We brought them along for protection when we came aboard," Pitt said. "Bolk's ships are outfitted with a microwave device called ADS that's used for crowd control, only theirs is lethal. They likely have one aboard the Salzburg." Dirk pointed forward. "You mean that dish on their bow?" Pitt saw the active denial system aimed directly at them and tossed Dirk an extra suit. "Quick, get this on." Dirk was starting to slip on the hazmat suit when he felt a burning sensation on his back. "They must have it cranked up," he said, quickly zipping the suit up. Pitt felt the same sensation on his face and pulled on the matching hood with faceplate, and stepped to the helm. "Stay behind the bulkhead," he said to Dirk, his voice muffled by the hood. He jammed the helm control to starboard, feeling a hot sensation on his chest and arms. Standing before the shattered bridge window, he was in the device's direct line of fire. The hazmat suit provided some protection but didn't block the full effect. positioned on the Salzburg's bow, the system had to fire along the ship's port side to strike the Adelaide. Pitt could avoid the weapons beam by sailing to the far right of the channel and tucking in behind the leading ship. Within a few minutes, he did exactly that. Bolk watched as the Adelaide suddenly altered course. "She's veering to the bank. I think you got her." "The operator reports he had a clear strike on the bridge," Pablo said. Then they saw the Adelaide straighten its heading. The pursuer still maintained a slight speed advantage and continued to creep closer to the Salzburg's stern. "I think they might try and ram us," Bolk said. Pablo looked at the navigation monitor and saw they would soon be approaching the first set of locks at Pedro Miguel. "We need to dispose of them before we are in sight of the locks." He had a few words with the captain, then departed the bridge. Bolk remained where he was, glued to the rear window, watching the pursuing vessel. Pitt maintained a safe buffer with the ship ahead. He had hoped to pull alongside the Salzburg and force her into the bank, but the appearance of the adze on the port rail had nixed that plan. He was contemplating his next move when the Salzburg heeled over in front of him. At Pablo's command, the captain had turned the Salzburg hard to port. The adze operators immediately aimed the beam at the Adelaide's bridge. Pitt felt the familiar tingle on his skin, but it was what he saw next to the weapon that made his hair stand on end. It was Pablo and another man at the rail, shouldering rocket-propelled grenade launchers. An instant later, they fired the weapons. Off the bridge. Pitt yelled as the grenades flew toward them. With no time to flee, he dove to the floor, kicking the rudder to port as he fell. Standing across the bridge, Dirk jumped into the side companionway. The first grenade struck the steel face of the Adelaide superstructure just beneath the bridge. It fell to the deck and discharged harmlessly atop a hatch cover. Pablo had fired the second RPG, and his aim was on the mark. The grenade burst through the shattered window just above Pitt's head. Its high angle of entry sent it careening off the ceiling to the rear bulkhead, where it detonated. The entire structure shook from the explosion, which incinerated the bridge in a fiery cloud of smoke and flame. Watching from the deck of the Salzburg, Pablo smiled to himself. No man could have survived the Inferno. 73 Whoa, things saved Pitt's life. First was the bounce of the grenade, which ricocheted off the rear bulkhead and detonated in front of an engineering console. The shrapnel blew up, around, and into the console, but not through it. Lying on the other side, Pitt was spared the lethal spray of exploding steel fragments. His second salvation was the hazmat suit. It shielded him from the flash fire that accompanied the explosion and engulfed the bridge. The blast rattled his senses, and he struggled to breathe, but he easily climbed to his feet once Dirk returned and dragged him clear of the carnage. "Are you okay?" Dirk asked. His ears ringing, Pitt barely heard the words. "Yes, thanks to Buck Rogers." Shaking off the effects of the blast, he staggered to a nearby window. "We should be about on her." He had to yell to hear himself. The words barely cleared his lips when a bang arose from the bow. Pitt and Dirk grabbed at the bulkhead as the ship shuddered to a halt. Kicking the rudder to port when he fell had turned the Adelaide on an intercept course with the crossing Salzburg. Caught in the narrow channel, the Salzburg had to hold to its attempted U-turn and hope it could slip by the Adelaide. Pitt's action had ensured it couldn't. Bolk looked on in disbelief as the Adelaide, its bridge a charred ruin, turned toward them as if guided by an invisible hand. The Salzburg was halfway through her port turn when the Adelaide's prow struck her amidships. Accompanied by the screech of steel grinding against steel, the charging bulk carrier cut nearly 20 feet into the Salzburg's beam. Had the Salzburg been fully loaded, the pressure on her frame would have broken her in two. Still, the collision buckled hull plates all along her sides, allowing a rush of water to penetrate her interior. On deck, the stacked cargo containers scattered like falling blocks. Several tumbled into the canal after smashing through the starboard rail. On the port rail side, a pair of the empty containers fell onto the adze, flattening the dish and crushing its two operators. Pablo watched as another container rolled onto its side, pinning the leg of his fellow RPG launcher. The man screamed for Pablo to help, but there was nothing he could do, so he silently walked away. Both ships were mortally wounded, but the Salzburg was clearly in the worst condition. The ship quickly listed to port, sending more containers tumbling over the side. She settled lower as the canal waters washed over her main deck. She was sinking fast. Pablo raced to the bridge, where Bolk stared at the damage like a zombie. Pablo ran past him to a locked cabinet, which he kicked open. Inside was the plastic bin with Helen's design plans for the Sea Arrow. "Where's the captain?" he asked. "We must get off the ship." He went to check on the chief engineer. "There's no time to waste, we've got to get to the crew boat. Follow me." He picked up the bin and left the bridge. Bolk following a step behind. On reaching the main deck, they rushed to the elevated starboard rail, where Bolk's crew boat dangled. Pablo threw the bin aboard, then snapped at Bolk, "Get in. I'll lower you to the water and jump in." Bolk did as he was told. Pablo took the winch controls and had started lowering the boat when Bolk stopped him. "Look out, on the other ship." At the base of the Adelaide superstructure, two figures appeared in silver hazmat suits, one of them coated with black soot. Pablo saw that the other man brandished a gun. "I know how to delay them." He dropped the crew boat hard to the water, then tied off its bowline as Bolk released the winch cable. Pablo sprinted up to the accommodations level and unlocked Anne's cabin. For once, she was glad to see him. While she wasn't sure what had happened, she could tell the ship was sinking and feared being left to drown in her cabin. "Let's go." Pablo grabbed the handcuffs between her wrists and led her down the corridor. Reaching the main deck, she was shocked to see the towering hulk of the Adelaide enmeshed in the Salzburg's side. The entanglement hadn't slowed the degree of the Salzburg's list, which was approaching a sharp angle. Pablo led Anne down the sloping deck to the port rail, sloshing through ankle-deep water. He stopped in front of a lone container that had slid to the side, smashing partway through the side rail. It stood out from the other containers, and Pablo made sure it stood out even more. He fished for a key in his pocket and removed one of the handcuffs. Anne relaxed, feigning submission, as he pulled her close to the container. Taking a step, she sprang her knee into Pablo, just missing his groin. He fired back in the blink of an eye, backhanding her head and sending her sprawling against the container. He grabbed her cuffed wrist and pulled it to the deck, where he latched the cuff's free end to a loop at the base of the container. "I'm sorry things didn't work out," he said. "Be sure and wave to your friends." He turned and moved along the deck, ducking when there was a loud plink on the container behind him. He increased his pace and looked back to see a man at the rail of the Adelaide, firing a pistol at him. Pablo sidestepped down a row of containers and out of sight as two more shots followed. Dirk lowered the signal sour with disgust as his father caught up with him at the rail. They had shed the cumbersome hazmat suits, which had left them both drenched in sweat. "There's a woman tied to that shipping container," Dirk said. "I took a shot at the guy who put her there but missed." Pitt spotted a woman with short blonde hair lying at the base of a container. "That's Anne." Any relief at finding Anne alive was dispelled by observing the Salzburg's precarious state. The ship was sinking quickly. The gash from the Adelaide was taking her down by the beam, and Pitt could see that the ship would capsize before she went under. "Let's see if we can get to her." He took off running for the Adelaide's bow. The whole section was mashed flat but still locked in the jagged grip of the Salzburg. The tangled beams of the sinking container ship groaned as they tore against the Adelaide's bow. Pitt threaded his way through the shredded steel until he could drop onto the Salzburg's deck. He ran aft across the ship, snaking around the scattered containers, until reaching Anne. She looked at him in disbelief as he waded up to her. "What are you doing here?" He grinned at her. "I heard you were trying to take a cruise without me." She was too frightened to smile. "Can you free me?" He sloshed through the water to take a closer look. She was seated on the deck with her hand pinned low. Water already swirled above her elbow. Then the container creaked and slid a few inches over the port rail, dragging her with it. "It's a handcuff?" Pitt asked. She nodded. Dirk approached, and together they looked for something to free her with. Somewhere on the ship would be tools, but they had no time to search. The ship was already half underwater. And so was the container. "It's going to go over the side any minute," Dirk whispered. "I don't see how we can get her free of it." Pitt nodded and gazed up briefly at the Adelaide. "You're right," he said, a glimmer in his eye. "I reckon we'll have to save them both." 74T Adelaide, like the TASM 4NL4N Star in Chile, was equipped with its own conveyor for loading and offloading cargo. The Adelaide's system was mounted on its starboard beam, right above where Pitt stood. Climbing up the ore carrier's shattered bow, he raced to a control station next to the conveyor. The collision hadn't damaged the ship's auxiliary power, and a generator below deck hummed when Pitt tested the hydraulic controls. The conveyor consisted of a sliding belt that could be moved alongside each hatch. Hopper cranes were fitted on the opposite side of the deck, which would pull the ore from the hold and deposit it onto the conveyor. Pitt engaged the belt and moved it forward to the number 1 hold. He experimented with the controls until he figured out how to pivot the conveyor. Rotating it out from the Salzburg, he aimed it at Anne's container. A separate vertical control allowed him to lower the far end of the belt, which he dropped beneath the rail. Standing next to Anne's container, Dirk was signaling him closer when a deep bellow sounded from the depths of the Salzburg. Containers everywhere shifted as the ship began to founder. In a slow, steady motion, the port side deck dipped toward the canal while the starboard side rose, sending the containers in a mad tumble into the water. Pitt jammed the end of the belt ahead and below as far as it would go and engaged it. Looking out, all he could was a mountain of containers spilling into the water. At the stern, he saw the captain and a handful of crewmen leap for their lives. As the ship rotated, equipment, stores, and remaining cargo tumbled and crashed. With a sudden rush, the ship broke free of the Adelaide and capsized. The inverted Salzburg drifted for a minute or two, then let out a gurgle and slipped beneath the waters of the canal. The tip of the Adelaide's conveyor belt dropped below water level, and Pitt thought he had failed. But the belt stammered and shook, and a beige slab appeared beneath the surface. A moment later, a shipping container emerged, riding unevenly up the belt. Pitt looked over the side to see Anne and Dirk clinging to its base, their feet dangling over the waves. As water sloshed off the belt, it pulled the container up to the side rail, where Pitt powered the conveyor off. "Nice catch," Dirk said, "though I wasn't expecting a dip in the bargain." He dropped to the deck as Anne touched her feet down beside him. "You okay?" Pitt asked Anne. "I thought my arm was going to leave its socket, but, yes, I'm all right." She shook the water from her hair. "Hand me the gun," Pitt told his son. Dirk pulled the signal sour from his waist and handed it to his father. Pitt shook it to clear the water and held the muzzle to Anne's handcuffs. The shot split the chain that linked the cuffs and freed Anne from the container. "Would have tried that earlier, but you were too far underwater when we found you. But then I would have missed the ride." Anne smiled for the first time in days. She got to her feet and looked into the canal where the Salzburg had vanished. The Sea Arrow's motor was aboard. "They are not going to get it now," Pitt said. "But they still have the plans," she said. "I saw them in the boat with Pablo." Pitt nodded. He had seen Bolk and Pablo flee in the boat while he tried to save Anne. "There's only one place they can go." Having examined a map of the canal on the Adelaide's bridge, he knew the next lock was only a short distance away. Dirk was already crossing the deck to an inflatable secured beneath the tarp. In minutes, he had it winched over the side and lowered into the water with Pitt and Anne aboard. Already drenched, he dove over the side of the Adelaide and swam to the side of the boat, where he was helped aboard. Pitt started its small outboard, and they were soon zipping up the canal. The canal curved past Gold Hill, a small bluff that marked the Continental Divide and its deepest area of excavation. Just beyond it, the canal straightened, and the Pedro Miguel locks appeared 2 miles away. Bolk and Pablo had already reached the lock and sailed into the North Chamber, whose gates had been opened in preparation for the Salzburg. Pablo docked the boat against the center island, which bisected the lock's 2 chambers. He assisted a pair of canal workers in attaching fore and aft mooring lines to the crew boat before he jumped off. With Bolk still aboard, the workers walked the boat to the far end of the chamber and tied it off, foregoing the tiny locomotives used to maneuver larger vessels. Pablo strode toward the control house, a multi-story white structure in the middle of the island that managed the water flow for the chambers. A gruff transit supervisor with a clipboard met Pablo. "That's no 400-foot bulk carrier. We had an accident with the ship and need to make passage at once. Mr. Bolk will pay triple your usual fee if you don't book it." "Is that him in the boat?" Pablo nodded. "Haven't seen him for a while." He pulled a radio off his hip and called the control house. A minute later, the chamber's massive gates began to close. Soon the waters in the chamber would drain out the bottom, lowering the boat for the next section of the canal. "We'll have you out of here in 10 minutes," the supervisor said. Pablo glanced at the closing gates, then hesitated. A small inflatable boat was approaching at high speed with 3 people aboard. There were 2 men and a woman with short blonde hair. "Anne Bennett." "Just 1 minute." He pointed to the inflatable. "Those 3 attacked and sank our ship. Treat them as terrorist suspects and detain them for at least an hour." The man looked at the approaching boat. "They don't look like terrorists. There's an extra 10,000 in it for you." The supervisor beamed. "You know, I might just be wrong about that," he said. "Give my regards to Mr. Bolk." All he got in reply was Pablo's turn back as the Colombian walked briskly to the waiting boat. 75s. The gates of the northern chamber closed to accommodate Bolk's boat. The southern chamber's gates were opened to release a large freighter traveling in the other direction. Pitt slipped the inflatable around the wide freighter and motored into the chamber. He angled toward the control house and pulled alongside the dock, where the transit supervisor stood with 2 armed guards. The water level in the opposite chamber had already dropped several feet, obscuring his view of the crew boat. Dirk jumped onto the dock with the inflatable spolen in hand and held the boat close while Anne stepped off. Dirk turned to the supervisor. "The crew boat with 2 men aboard." He pointed to the boat in the other chamber. "You must stop its passage." "I'm afraid it is you who must be stopped," the supervisor said. "Guards, arrest these people." Pitt had gazed past the control house and spotted Pablo walking along the dock. Hearing the guards grab Dirk and Anne, he goosed the outboard's throttle. Dirk let the bowline slip, and the small boat took off down the chamber. It was 500 feet from the control house to the forward gates, and Pablo was nearly to the end when he heard the inflatable approach. He turned and was shocked to see Pitt at the helm, holding the signal sour. Unarmed, Pablo looked back to the control house guards. They were occupied holding Anne and Dirk and made no effort to chase Pitt. Their paid loyalty would go only so far. The crew boat was still a few yards ahead of Pablo, but Pitt angled to cut him off. On the dock, Pablo saw that a maintenance crew had been repairing a locomotive track and left behind a damaged rail. He scooped up the rail, a slim, forged steel rod about 6 feet long, and stepped forward. Pitt motored past Pablo and turned the inflatable toward the dock. He didn't notice Pablo's makeshift weapon as he leaped from the boat and turned his gun on him. Pitt's reflexes were dulled by fatigue, and when Pablo swung the rail, he reacted too late. He aimed and squeezed the trigger, but the rail arrived first, slamming into his outstretched hand. The gun fired harmlessly into the sky before being knocked from Pitt's hand and splashing into the water. Pitt recoiled as Pablo reversed his swing, but he was still tagged in the ribs with a sharp whack that sent him reeling. He managed to stay on his feet and backpedaled as Pablo came after him again. The rail cut the air with a whistling sound as Pablo swung it like a scythe. "You've come a long way to die here." "Not far enough," Pitt replied. Staggering backward to avoid the swinging rail, Pitt had almost reached the gates and the crew boat tied at the end of the dock. The chamber was draining quickly, and the crew boat had already dropped more than 20 feet. He glanced at the boat but saw it was too far to jump. Sensing Pitt's vulnerability, Pablo closed in for the kill, swinging the rail even harder. Pitt saw that the weight of the rail was beginning to slow Pablo's backswings and he decided to take the offensive. He stepped back as Pablo whipped the bar at him, but rather than keep retreating, he planted his feet and sprang forward. Pablo reacted by pulling the rail to his chest in defense as Pitt barreled into him. Pitt managed to catch Pablo slightly off balance and he staggered to the side. Pitt pressed the charge, grabbing the rail alongside Pablo's hands and pulling into him as hard as he could. Pablo had no choice but to step back and try to regain his leverage. But he had been turned sideways to the dock, and when he tried to plant a foot behind him, he found only air. He tumbled backward off the edge of the dock, taking Pitt with him. From the base of the control house, Dirk and Anne had watched the battle while the guards held them at gunpoint. Dirk saw the two men fall into the chamber with a large splash and waited for them to surface. As the water settled, he began counting the seconds, and felt a cold chill. After more than a minute, neither man had returned to the surface. 76 Pablo took the brunt of the fall into the lock chamber, landing on his back as Pitt drove him into the water. From the height of the dock, it felt like he had hit a concrete pad. The impact knocked the breath out of him while his back erupted in pain. His body tensed, shocked to inactivity. Pitt, however, stayed in control when he hit the water. He kicked his legs hard, driving his opponent deep. With his diving experience, he figured he could outlast Pablo in the water, and pressed on the rail to drive him as far down as possible. Focused on his attack, Pitt didn't notice the pull of swirling water. He was surprised, though, to quickly feel pressure in his ears, and he waggled his jaw to clear them. Slowly recovering from the shock of impact, Pablo's first instinct was to wrestle away the steel rail. But Pitt clung tight, using it to press Pablo deeper. Pablo finally came to his senses and realized he needed air. He pushed himself away from the rail, kicking to the side to escape Pitt. But a strange thing happened. Instead of ascending, he was drawn deeper by an unseen force. Unnerved, he reached back and grabbed the rail while kicking furiously. On the opposite side of the rail, Pitt stopped kicking, but another ache in his ears told him they were being sucked to the bottom. The two men had fallen into the lock chamber directly over one of the drainage wells that dotted its floor. When valves in the wells were opened, the chamber's water would drain through them into a lateral culvert, which was an even larger culvert built into the wall. At over 18 feet in diameter, this huge pipe emptied into Miraflores Lake. Near the surface, the swirling of the draining water was barely noticeable. But at the bottom of the chamber, it became an inescapable whirlpool. Like Pablo, Pitt briefly let go of the rail and tried to kick to the surface. But the suction of the water refused to release its grip. Pitt brushed against Pablo in the turbulence and regripped the rail, positioning himself parallel to the bottom. The draw of the water accelerated, pulling them forcefully to the well's 4-foot-wide mouth. Pablo fought the down force, but his legs and torso were sucked into the pipe. The rail would have been swallowed also, but at the last second Pitt muscled it sideways. It clanged atop the circular concrete well, jerking both men to a halt. Neither realized how hard the water had been pulling them and both nearly lost their grip. The impact threw Pitt off balance, and his legs were sucked into the well. The rest of his body followed, and he found himself hanging side by side with Pablo, clinging to the steel rail overhead, as thousands of gallons of water rushed past them. No longer concerned with battling each other, each man fought for his life. Their descent had taken only half a minute, but because of their exertions both men were out of air. Pablo had fought to maintain his breath since hitting the water, and now he began to struggle. His heart raced and his head ached. The fear of drowning flooded his thoughts, and he panicked. Hanging just inches away, Pitt could see Pablo's eyes bulge and his face shudder. Desperation took hold, and Pablo gave in to his instincts. Letting go of the rail, he kicked and clawed, trying to swim to the surface. He had no chance. Instead he whisked past Pitt, disappearing into the depths of the well. Pablo's surrender only served to give Pitt more resolve. He focused on maintaining his grip on the rail and tried not to think about the pounding in his brain or the overwhelming urge to inhale. He knew the locks could be filled or drained quickly. And the water level had already dropped by more than 20 feet since they had fallen into the chamber. Pitt told himself the draining would have to end soon. As his fingers went numb, he detected a deep rumble beneath him. For a moment, he felt the draining water pull even harder. It was the valves inside the drainage wells turning to close. Then he heard a bang, and the water ceased its deadly pull. Unbelieving at first, Pitt pulled on the rail and found himself ascending. He let go and kicked hard, exhaling, long and slow, his reserve of air as he rose. It was still 30 feet to the surface, but he reached it quickly, gasping in the humid air that greeted him. As he regained his senses, he heard shouts from the dock high above and an engine revving nearby. The lock gates had opened, and Bolk was engaging the boat to leave the chamber. 2 canal workers tossing down the mooring lines spotted Pitt in the water and called to one of the guards. Bolk spotted Pitt, too, and gunned the engine, ignoring the tossed lines. The crew boat leaped forward toward the open gates, spilling the stern line in the water. Pitt reacted at once, swimming a few short strokes and grabbing the floating line. It went taut, yanking him off the water, as the guard arrived and shouted at Bolk to stop. Bolk ignored the request, pushing down on the throttle. Pitt felt like his arms were being yanked out of their sockets, but he hung on as the boat zipped ahead. Clearing the lock, Bolk looked back and cursed at seeing Pitt in tow. Leaving the boat's controls, he stepped to the stern line and released the secured end from its deck cleat. The line bounded over the stern, freeing the boat and Bolk from the relentless man who refused to let go. 77 UDI, you better get down here right away. Okay, here on my way. Gunn hung up the phone and bolted from his office. Rather than wait for an elevator, he ran down a stairwell and emerged in the NUMA computer center seconds later. Yager sat in his command chair in front of the massive video screen. It showed a freighter moving slowly into a narrow compartment. What do you have? Gunn looked at the screen. Panama Canal. This is the Pedro Miguel locks, viewed through one of the Canal Authority's live video feeds. I've been monitoring their cameras while waiting to hear from Dirk and Summer about the raid. Yes, I've been waiting for their call. Check this out. I recorded it just a few minutes ago. Yager keyed up earlier footage of the same view, which showed a small boat come into one of the chambers. A few minutes later, an inflatable boat entered the parallel chamber and landed by the control house. Gunn stared at the figures who stepped out of the boat. That looks like Anne and Dirk. So that is Anne, Yager said. I wasn't sure what she looked like. But I pegged Dirk. They watched the rest of the events unfold, including Pitt's battle with Pablo and his watery ride out of the lock. The two could only stare in disbelief. Could that be Bolk in the boat? Yager asked. Yes, Gunn said. He must still have the plans or Pitt wouldn't be after. What do we do? Gunn shook his head with a dazed look. Sandecker, he said finally. We better call Sandecker 78T. He line Ivan slack in Pitt's hand after his short aquatic sled ride. Catching his breath, he watched Bulk speed across the lake. He'd been pulled just a short distance into Miraflores Lake. At the shoreline a few yards away was a landing with a moored boat. Pitt swam toward the boat and reached it in short order. It was a small auxiliary tugboat used by the Canal Authority to supplement the operating tugs used to maneuver large ships. Pitt pulled himself aboard and quietly untied the mooring lines, then made his way to the wheelhouse. He started the engine and pulled away from shore, oblivious to the standby crew who were busy assisting with the lock operations. As he turned into the lake, he pushed the tug to top speed as it passed a large object floating in the water. It was the body of Pablo, crushed and mangled from his death ride through the drainage culverts. The tug was no match for Bulk's crew boat, but it didn't have to be. Miraflores Lake was small, just over a mile long. Bulk couldn't escape from view, and if he wished to flee on the crew boat, he would have to pass through another series of locks. Following a half-mile behind, Pitt soon realized that wasn't Bulk's plan. The crew boat pulled alongside a large freighter idling on the lake and waited for its accommodation ladder to be lowered. Two armed men with Asian features descended the ladder and pulled the boat alongside. Bulk handed one of the men the bin containing the Sea Arrow's plans, then stepped off the boat. Approaching from its stern, Pitt saw that the black-hulled freighter was named the Santa Rita, ported out of Guam. The men were halfway up the ladder when Pitt barreled alongside in the tug. Spotting Pitt in the wheelhouse, Bulk stared at him as if he were a ghost. He spoke quickly to the gunman. The man carrying the bin raced to the top of the ladder, but the second gunman stopped and aimed his weapon. He studied the tugboat with a cautious eye and fired a warning burst ahead of it. Then he swung the gun toward Pitt in the wheelhouse. Pitt heeded the message, turning away from the side of the freighter and motoring on ahead. Jew approached the deck rail as Bulk climbed aboard. "Welcome," Jew said with faint emotion. Bulk stood wild-eyed, catching his breath after climbing the steps. "My ship was rammed and sunk, my facility attacked and destroyed. We have lost the motor, and my assistant Pablo was killed. But I escaped with the supercavitation plans. They are worth more than the motor." Jew stared at the Austrian, relieved that he was not a suspect in the destruction of his complex. But the loss of the Sea Arrow's motor was a failure, even with receipt of plans. "This changes our agreement." "Of course. But we can discuss it later. We need to clear the Miraflores locks at once." Jew nodded. "We are next in line to make the transit." "Was that in the tugboat?" Bulk looked at the tugboat receding in the distance. "Just a nuisance." "He can't stop us now." 79T. He nuisance Nivide. Pitt had plowed ahead of the Santa Rita, searching for a way to stop the ship and recover the plans. Alone in the tugboat, he had few options. He studied the lake ahead, seeing that at its far end the slim waterway split. A southerly fork led to a Nanao Dam and spillway that controlled the water level of the lake. To the north was the twin set of locks also named Miraflores. One of the chambers had just opened its gates, releasing a large white cruise ship. The locks, he knew, would be a dead end. Bulk no doubt had the same paid influence at Miraflores as he did at Pedro Miguel. Any plea to halt the freighter's passage through the locks would result in Pitt being arrested, just like Dirk and Anne, until the Santa Rita was safely at sea. He had to find another way. Chugging along the shoreline, he noted an old barge filled with mud that was moored near the dam. He continued on, circling in front of the locks and passing near the cruise ship, which he noted had a familiar look. He dropped back to confirm the name beneath her slightly damaged stern deck, then smiled as a plan came to mind. "Splendid," he muttered to himself. "Simply splendid." ATC Apton, you have our radio call from the canal tug off our port beam. Captain Franco stepped across the cruise ship's bridge and grabbed a handset from the deck officer. "This is Sea Splendor, Captain Franco speaking. Good morning, Captain. This is Dirk Pitt. He stuck his head out of the tug's wheelhouse and waved toward the cruise ship. My friend Pitt, the captain said. It is a small world. What are you doing here? Working for the Canal Authority. Not exactly. There's a critical situation at hand, and I need your help. Of course. I owe my ship and my career to you. What do you require? He spoke for a few minutes, then hung up the phone with a sullen look. He stepped over to his assigned canal pilot, who stood at the helm, monitoring their track. Roberto, the captain said with a forced smile, you look hungry. Why don't you go down to the galley for a quick meal? We'll call you to the bridge when we approach the locks at Pedro Miguel. The grizzled pilot, who was fighting a rum hangover, perked up at the offer. Thank you, Captain. The channel is wide through the lake, so you'll have no problems. He departed the bridge. The first officer looked at Franco. This is most unusual, Captain. What are you doing? Franco stepped to the helm and stared out the window with a vacant gaze. Completing the career that should have ended in Valparaiso, he said quietly, then ordered the ship to turn about. Pitt maneuvered the tug away from the cruise ship and drove hard toward the shoreline. His target was the rusty barge used in the canal's ongoing dredging operations. Nearly full of thick mud, it rode low in the water, awaiting a tow to be dumped in the Pacific. Pitt pulled inshore of the barge, tied the tug to its rail, and sprinted across her deck walkway. Near the bow, he found the barge's mooring line, a thick rope that he wrestled to free from a massive cleat. Dropping the line over the side, Pitt raced back to the tug and put it to work. He turned parallel to the side of the barge and nudged the barge into deeper water. It drifted close to the main channel, so Pitt backed away and took up a new position on its flat stern, shoving the barge toward the locks. A few hundred yards away, the Chinese ship Santa Rita had inched in front of the locks, waiting for a gate to open. Glancing over his shoulder, Pitt saw the Sea Splendor sweep up behind him, having used its bow thrusters to quickly turn around. When Pitt had first spotted the Sea Splendor, the cruise ship he had saved in Chile, he thought he might use her to block the entrance to the locks. But the Santa Rita was already positioned there, leaving no room for the cruise ship to intrude. His backup plan was much more audacious, if not foolhardy. If he couldn't block the Santa Rita from entering the locks, then he'd prevent her from leaving them. From the confines of Miraflores Lake, there was only one way to do that. Shoving the barge ahead, he guided it toward the locks, then veered south, following the fork in the waterway. Rather than aiming for the locks, the tug and barge were now headed for the adjacent dam. Pitt noticed the shadow of the massive cruise ship as it thundered alongside him. Sea Splendor ready when you are, the radio crackled. Roger, Sea Splendor. I'll guide you in. He eased the tug away from the barge and then directed the cruise ship into his place. Matching speed, the cruise ship, its high bow brushing against the barge's stern, maintained headway. Looking good, Splendor, Pitt said. Give it all you've got. Nudging against the barge, the cruise ship briefly applied full power. It was a short burst, but enough to send the barge racing through the water. Pitt tried to keep pace in the tug, watching the dam loom closer until it was barely 100 yards away. Reverse engines, Pitt radioed. Thanks, Sea Splendor, I'll take it from here. Good luck to you, Mr. Pitt, Franco said. Pressing the tug to full power, he caught up to the barge's stern as the cruise ship dug into reverse course. The loaded barge was like a runaway freight train, with the tug simply maintaining its momentum. Pitt bumped its stern quarter, keeping it aligned as it raced toward the middle of the concrete dam. The barge closed quickly, charging dead center into the spillway. Pitt braced himself for the impact, which came harder than he anticipated. The flat prow of the barge slammed into the spillway with a metallic thud, and stopped cold. The tug bounced off the barge's stern, and Pitt went flying over the helm. Staggering back to the wheel, he turned the tug away, and considered his failed attempt to burst open a dam that had stood since 1914. He had succeeded in only wedging a barge into its century-old spillway. Then a deep rumble sounded from below. Several feet beneath the waterline, the barge had fractured the dam facing. The fracture grew as the pressure of the lake's water forced its way into the fissure. With a sudden buckle and roar, a 50-foot section of the dam wall disintegrated, leading the way for the collapse of the entire dam. Pitt looked in awe as the barge slid forward and disappeared over the edge, crashing with an audible impact as it struck the waterway 40 feet below. The tug felt an immediate draw from the escaping water, and Pitt had to quickly steer clear to elude the suction. The Sea Splendor had already backed well clear as Captain Franco hurried to take the cruise ship to the deepest part of the lake, near Pedro Miguel. Pitt turned his attention to the Santa Rita. The freighter was still stationed in front of the locks, awaiting its passage to the Pacific. As Pitt turned the tug away from the shattered dam, he saw the gates of the north chamber slowly swing open. He'd done what he could, he told himself. Now it was simply a matter of time, and physics. 81B Olk was the first to realize what Pitt was attempting. Watching the barge tumble through the break in the dam, he turned to Jew on the bridge of the Santa Rita. "He's trying to lower the water level to pin us in. We need to enter the locks right away." Jew said nothing. He had no control over the gates and was surprised when a moment later they opened as if by command. The Chinese freighter crept forward, entering the chamber as lines were affixed to the small locomotives on the dock. A frequent traveler through the locks, Bolk noted right away that something was askew. The freighter's main deck sat well below the top side of the dock. That shouldn't have happened until the chamber was drained. Already the water level was several feet lower than normal. He rushed to the ship's radio and screamed into the transmitter. "Transit Central, this is Santa Rita. Close the gates behind us at once. I repeat, close the gates behind us." Inside the Miraflores Locks control house, Bolk's call was readily ignored. The staff was busy trying to determine what was happening at the spillway. Someone had seen the Sea Splendor and a tugboat in the area, but nobody had noticed anything until the barge went over the side. The Locks security force was immediately mobilized, and boats were sent to investigate both sides of the dam. A black and white speedboat intercepted Pitt as he made his way to the locks. Before the security men could hail him, Pitt stopped the tug and shouted, "A small ship lost control and crashed through the dam. There were many people aboard. You need to look for survivors. I'm going to the lock for more help." The security leader bought Pitt's tail and ordered the speedboat to go investigate. Only later would he question the presence of Pitt on a Canal Authority tugboat. Pitt pushed the tug ahead, spotting a distant grey vessel waiting to enter the south chamber from the opposite end. He headed for the north chamber, following after the Santa Rita, noticing that the narrow lake was draining faster than he expected. A large inlet pipe, which fed the lake water into the chambers, was growing more and more visible above the surface. Pitt was thankful to find the gates to the Santa Rita's chamber still open, and he eased the prow of the tugboat inside. There it became even more evident how much water had receded. The Santa Rita sat low in the chamber, her main deck easily 20 feet below the dock. But it wasn't quite enough. The Santa Rita was on a Pacific-bound transit and would be lowered 27 feet before passing through the chamber. The water level would have to drop well below that to prevent her from continuing on. "Transit Central to Auxiliary Tug 16, please state your business," a voice on the radio called. Pitt picked up the transmitter. "Transit Central, this is security. Checking for possible damage to the north chamber gates." It didn't take long for Bolk to intercede. "Transit Central, the tug operator is an imposter. He is responsible for the damage to the dam. Apprehend him at once." Pitt turned off the radio, knowing his play was over. All he could do now was to keep the tug blocking the gates open, to the extent it wouldn't get him killed. Ahead, a handful of armed men appeared on the deck of Santa Rita and took up positions along the side and stern rails. Beyond Pitt's field of vision, a contingent of Canal Authority security men exited the control house and ran toward the tug. A few hundred yards away, the last vestiges of the Miraflores Dam gave way, releasing an expanded flood downstream. Along the lake's shoreline, the water had dramatically receded, leaving muddy flats nearly to the dredged shipping channel. The remaining water's draw became stronger and Pitt felt the tug drift back when he eased off the throttle. Slipping out the gates momentarily, he saw the outside culvert was now fully visible. The level had dropped almost a dozen feet since Pitt had entered the chamber and continued to drain out the open gates. He saw the gates begin to close and he pulled into the chamber once more. The lock operator no longer heeded the tug's safety and ordered the gates closed despite him. Pitt considered blocking the gates but realized the small tug would be crushed by the 600-ton gates. Glancing again at the Santa Rita, he realized it no longer mattered. The ship showed a slight list to starboard, where it leaned against the side of the chamber. The water level in the chamber had dropped enough to set the Santa Rita on her keel. Pitt gunned the tugboat past the closing gates and motored alongside the Santa Rita, bumping to a stop off its forward port deck. Gunmen appeared at once, aiming their weapons at Pitt as he lashed the tug to the ship. With his hands raised, he stepped to the rail and boarded the freighter. One of the gunmen jabbed an AK-47 against his throat and TLN'd him in Mandarin. Pitt looked at him with a hard smile. "Where's your boss?" He didn't have to wait for a translator. Bolk and Jew appeared a moment later, having watched Pitt pull alongside. Jew looked at him with curiosity, surprised to see him again after their jungle encounter. Bolk, on the other hand, glared at Pitt with unadulterated rage. "You have something, I believe, that belongs to my country," Pitt said. "Are you insane?" Bolk shouted. "Not at all. The game is over, Bolk. You've lost. Give me the plans." "You are a fool. We will be leaving the lock shortly, and sailing over your dead body." "You're not going anywhere," Pitt said. "Your ship is grounded, and there's no water in the culvert to refill this chamber." In the control house, the lock operator had come to the same conclusion. The water level where the Santa Rita sat was now considerably lower than in the next chamber. There was no way the exit gates would be opened with an uneven level on the opposite side. "They will simply release additional water from Gatun Lake, and we shall be on our way," Bolk said. "Not with the plans. Kill him, Jew." Bolk turned to the agent. "Kill him now." Jew stood, weighing his options. "I didn't expect you to be lending him a free ride," Pitt said to Jew. "I take it you haven't told him who blew up his facility? I guess you two have a few things to talk about." A cloud of suspicion crossed Bolk's face. "Lies," he said. "Pure lies." But his eyes revealed the desperate realization that his world was crashing down around him. There was nothing left for him to do but silence the messenger. He spun to a gunman beside him and ripped the AK-47 from his hands. Aiming the weapon at Pitt, he was fumbling for the trigger when a shot rang out. A crisp red circle appeared on Bolk's temple, and his rage-filled eyes rolled back in his head. The Austrian miner collapsed to the deck, the automatic rifle clattering out of his hands. Pitt saw Jew with a Chinese 9mm pistol held at arm's length, smoke rising from the barrel. The man slowly wheeled until he held the gun pointed at Pitt's chest. "What if I do as Bolk asked and kill you here?" Pitt caught a shadow out of the corner of his eye and gave the Chinese agent a sly grin. "Then you will join me in death a second later." Jew sensed, more than saw, the movement overhead. Then he looked up and saw the chamber dock lined with a dozen armed men, aiming M4 carbines at him and his crew. They were Navy sailors, deployed from the destroyer Spruance in the adjacent lock. Ju's face expressed no alarm. This is liable to create an awkward incident between our two countries, he said. Would it? Pitt asked. Armed Chinese insurgents aboard a Guam-flagged ship apprehended while smuggling a murderous slave trader to safety? Yes, I suppose you are right. It would prove awkward to at least one of our countries. Ju replied in a halting voice. And if we return the plans? Then I should think we shake hands and all go on our menwai way. Ju looked into Pitt's green eyes, studying the friendly foe who had somehow gained the upper hand. He turned and spoke to one of his gunmen. The man slowly lowered his weapon and walked to the bridge. He returned a moment later with the sealed bin containing the Sea Arrow's plans, which he reluctantly handed to Pitt. Taking the bin, Pitt walked to the side rail and stopped. He returned to Ju and stuck out his hand. Ju stared at Pitt a moment before grasping his hand and shaking it vigorously. Thanks for saving my life, Pitt said. Twice. Ju nodded. I may come to regret the first instance, he said with the faint hint of a smile. Pitt returned to the rail and climbed up a ladder on the side of the chamber, carefully holding the bin. When he reached the top, he waved his thanks to the Navy sailors across the dock, and then was promptly arrested by the Canal Authority Security Force. 82 KS like we've got colony, boss. Seated in a lounge chair under an umbrella, Giordano kicked open a cooler and tossed an empty beer bottle inside. He closed the lid, placed his bandaged leg atop the cooler for support, and eyed the approaching speedboat. He was dressed for a day at the beach in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, although he was sitting on a barge in the middle of the Panama Canal. I hope it's not another representative from the Canal Authority. Pitt was kneeling on the deck nearby, checking an assortment of dive equipment. Actually, it looks to be our man from Washington. The speedboat pulled alongside, and Rudy Gunn hopped aboard the barge. With a travel bag hanging over his shoulder, he wore khaki pants and an Oxford shirt and was drenched in sweat. Greetings, canal wreckers, he said. He embraced his old friends. Nobody told me this place would be more miserable than Washington in August. It's not that bad, Giordano said, fishing a cold beer out of the cooler for him. The alligators are smaller here. You didn't really have to fly down and check on us, Pitt said. Believe me, I'm only too happy to get out of that town. You created a public relations nightmare with the demolished dam and sunken ships all over the place. Gunn peered down the waterway at a large green ship that was aground on the canal bank. A crew of workers milled about her mangled bow, making repairs so she could be floated down the waterway. Is that the Adelaide? Yes, Pitt said. And we're parked over the Salzburg. Gunn shook his head. The Panamanians are crying bloody murder. Between fixing the dam, raising the Salzburg, and compensating for lost traffic through the canal, Uncle Sam is going to be writing the country a pretty large check. It's still a bargain, considering what we almost lost. I can't disagree. Sandecker's pleased as punch, and the president is extremely grateful. However, for security reasons, he can't divulge what was at stake. He's taking lots of heat for what Panama is calling reckless American adventurism. Giordano yanked another beer from the cooler and popped its cap. Reckless American adventurism? I'll drink to that. Of course, Gunn said, the president will be much happier if we return the Sea Arrow's motor. I have my best team working on it as we speak, Pitt said. Gunn looked up the canal in the other direction, eyeing a grey Navy destroyer moored a short distance away. The Spruance, Pitt said. Our security escort and lift vessel, if we're fortunate. Pitt looked Gunn in the eye. It was a lucky thing you sent her into the locks when you did. I probably wouldn't be here but for the armed detail they deployed. Hiram and I saw the events unfolding on the canal's video system. The Spruance happened to be heading in for a canal transit, so we accelerated her passage. Or Vice President Sandecker did, I should say. He looked over the side rail and saw air bubbles popping on the surface from the divers below. How did the cruise ship make out? The sea splendor? Her captain figured he was history, but a funny thing happened. The Italian media made him out as a hero for his role in stopping bulk and exposing the slave camp. Once the cruise line realized our government was footing the bill for all the damage, they gave him a medal and a promotion. The canal pilot aboard at the time didn't fare so well, losing his job. But I understand Captain Franco got him an assignment with the cruise line. Gunn smiled. Maybe he can get me a new job, too. The bubbles beneath him grew larger until the two divers appeared. Gunn recognized Dirk and Summer as they swam to a dive ladder and climbed aboard. "Hi, Rudy," Dirk said. "Come to dive with us? The water's warm." "No, thanks." Gunn looked askance at the turbid water. "Any sign of the motor?" "We found it sitting intact, still strapped to the flatbed truck," Summer said. "It was somehow tossed clear of the other containers, and the Salzburg as well. The flatbed's pretty mangled, but I didn't see any damage to the motor itself," Dirk said. "The spruance should easily be able to hoist it up." Gunn let out a sigh. "That's great news. NUMA won't have to pay for a new dam now," he said, giving Pitt a sideways look. "Not our area of expertise," Pitt replied with a laugh. "The Canal Authority did agree to let us supervise the removal of the Salzburg from the ditch, so it looks like we'll be enjoying the balmy local weather for some time." Gunn wiped his brow with a sleeve. "Count me out. But I would like to drag Dirk and Summer back with me to help report on the events that took place." Gunn reached for his travel bag. "That reminds me, I have a package for you too that I was asked to deliver." He rummaged in his bag and retrieved a thin box, which he handed to Summer. She opened it and removed a lengthy handwritten letter clipped to a leather-bound journal. As she skimmed the letter, Dirk eyed the box and noted the return address. "It's from Perlmutter. What does St. Julian have to say?" "He says we're not going back to Washington with Rudy," Summer said, looking at her father with persuasive eyes. "Instead, we're to take a trip to Tierra del Fuego." 83T Mount Vernon Trail was a picture of tranquility south of Alexandria, with only the muted whir of light highway traffic nearby intruding its peacefulness. Just a few early morning joggers and bikers were scattered along its riverfront route, pushing to complete their daily workouts before the business day began. Dan Fowler pushed himself to sprint the last few steps of his 3-mile run, crossing an imaginary finish line before slowing to a walk. He ambled to a nearby drinking fountain, where he lapped up a stream of cool water. "Good morning, Dan. How was your run?" Fowler choked, whirling around as water dribbled down his chin. His shock at hearing the familiar voice was evident as he turned to find Anne Bennett standing before him, dressed in her usual business attire. "Anne, how are you?" he stammered. "Just fine. Where have you been?" "We've all been worried sick. I had to take a little trip." "But you didn't tell anyone?" "We've had the police searching for you." "Is everything all right?" "Yes. A personal matter came up rather unexpectedly." Fowler glanced around nervously, spotting only a few joggers and a man repairing a flat tire on his bicycle. "Are you alone? I feared you were in danger." "I'm fine. I just wanted to talk to you in private." "Sure." Fowler eyed a grove of trees near the Potomac River that offered some seclusion. "Why don't we walk?" He gently guided her off the trail. "I had a lot of time to think about the case while I was away," she said. "You probably aren't aware of the latest developments," Fowler said, testing her. "Somebody hijacked one of the Sea Arrow's propulsion motors on its way to Groton." "Yes, I was aware of that." "Are there any suspects?" "No, the FBI hit a wall on the case." "I'm not surprised. Tell me, Dan, what do you know about the ads system?" "Ads? Isn't that some sort of crowd control device that the Annie cooked up? I really don't know much about it. Cooked up is right. Anne thought back to her first encounter with the device in New Orleans. Didn't you tell me you were with the Annie Research Lab? Yes, I did a short stint there. Why do you ask? According to their personnel director, you managed the security for the active denial system program. In that capacity, you would have had access to all its plans. Perhaps you'd find it interesting to know that the Army is not alone in possessing the technology. As a matter of fact, Edward Bolk has a unit on one of his ships. What are you driving at, Anne? Dan, how long have you been on Bolk's payroll? They were almost to the trees. Fowler smiled at Anne. That's preposterous. We both know that Tom Cerny at the White House is your likely turncoat. Anne, you really shouldn't jump into the water if you don't know how to swim. Anne ignored the insult. Cerny was a good red herring. I bought into him for a while, until I reviewed his detailed security clearance. Despite your illusions, he has had no involvement with any military technologies that have been compromised. He also hasn't set foot in Central America in over 20 years. He's clean. Fowler said nothing as they reached the edge of the grove. On the other hand, Anne said, I just discovered that you were a founding partner of Secure Tech, the security subcontractor that was later sold to Edward Bolk. You're reaching now. Am I? We've tracked financial payments that were wired from Bolk's company to a bank account in your name here in Washington. This time she was bluffing, but she was confident that further investigation would prove as much. Fowler kept walking, guiding her deeper into the trees. After a long pause, he said, Suppose you're right. Now what? You'll be tried for espionage and spend the rest of your life in jail safely obscured from view. Fowler lunged at Anne, cuffing her around the neck and slamming her against a large red oak. No, Fowler said. I think it ends here. Anne stood frozen against the tree as Fowler yanked a bandana from his pocket and rolled it thin. Wrapping it around her throat, he pulled on the ends to strangle her. She pushed against him, but he was too strong, pinning her against the tree with his legs. Her head spun, and she began to choke. Then she heard a gruff voice from behind Fowler. Let her go. Fowler turned to see two men dressed as joggers aiming Glock pistols at his head. The man he had seen fixing a bike came running up wielding an H&K submachine gun. FBI, he shouted. You're under arrest. Fowler slowly released his grip on Anne, letting the bandana fall to the ground. One of the FBI agents yanked him away as another cuffed his hands behind his back. Before he was dragged to a waiting car, Anne stepped close and looked him in the eye. Dan, trust me on this one. I do know how to swim. 84 THCs off Tierra del Fuego were living up to their latitudinal nickname of the Furious 50s. A strong westerly blew thick, heaving waves that broke with a boisterous flourish. Rifling currents added to the fury, shoving about the occasional stray iceberg that had drifted in from Antarctica. Over the centuries, these combined forces had carried many a ship to her grave in the frigid waters surrounding Cape Horn. All that was missing was a good will-o'-war with the sudden violent gusts that pounded the Cape without warning. A small trawler plowed gamely through the maelstrom, giving its occupants a roller coaster ride. Inside the wheelhouse, Summer grabbed hold of the chart table as the boat slid down a 15-foot wave. You couldn't have found a bigger boat, she asked with lament. Dirk smiled and shook his head. The nautical offerings were slim on short notice in the nearby Argentinian town of Ushuaia. He felt lucky to have chartered the trawler. From Ushuaia, their trek down the Beagle Channel had been relatively calm, but on reaching the open ocean the ride had changed dramatically. That's Isla Nueva straight ahead, said the captain, a stocky man with white hair. Summer peered out the wheelhouse window at a hilly green island a mile ahead. Kind of scenic, in a remote sort of way. How big is it? About 8 miles across, Dirk said. We should be able to scan the full perimeter in 4 or 5 hours. She sure ended up a long way from home. She was the Barbango. Their impromptu search was guided by the package Perlmutter had sent to them in Panama. Inside they had found a logbook from the sailor Lee Hunt, recording his round-the-world voyage. Intrigued by what Summer had discovered on Madagascar, Perlmutter had tracked down Hunt's family. One of Hunt's children had located the logbook after an extended search in the attic of the family's home. The log provided a detailed accounting of the sailor's position when he sighted the South Atlantic wraith. Summer picked up the log and re-examined Hunt's entries, as they rolled through the waves. He says he was sailing north of Nueva and Lennox Islands when he saw the wraith drifting toward Nueva. That means it was likely drifting toward the island's west coast. The trawler was approaching Nueva's eastern shore, which was faced with high dark cliffs. Waves pounded against the rocky shoreline, spraying billows of white foam. "Hope the coast is milder on the other side," Dirk said. "If she hit the rocks around here, we won't find her on this trip." Dirk had the captain bring the trawler as close to shore as possible, and they began a counterclockwise survey of the island. Their search was purely for any visible signs of the submarine. Had she run aground? If that failed, a sonar survey of the surrounding waters would follow with the arrival of a NUMA research vessel. They had scanned dozens of satellite images sent by Jaeger, identifying a handful of coastal anomalies that could be the remains of the Barbago. The only way to find out was to inspect the sites, regardless of the angry seas. They reached the north side of the island, passing towering rocks that could have crushed an approaching vessel. 2 sites marked on the satellite photos proved to be rock formations that bore only faint resemblance to a submarine. As they worked their way west, the coastal terrain flattened, revealing a mixed shoreline of coarse beaches and jagged boulders. "Coming up on our third site," Dirk said, comparing a satellite photo with the trawler's navigation screen. Summer held a pair of binoculars to her eyes, struggling to hold focus as the deck rolled. "Tell me when we're directly offshore." Dirk plotted the boat's progress. "Sometime now." Summer studied the shoreline, scanning a small gravel beach between 2 rocky outcroppings. She caught sight of a smooth shape, then was knocked against the bulkhead by a large wave. "Take us in closer." She searched for the object again, and spotted a smooth, rounded band tucked against the rocks. "Something's there, though it doesn't look very big." She passed the binoculars to her brother. "Take a look." "Yes, it's some kind of man-made object." He lowered the binoculars and looked at his sister. "Let's go see what's there." The captain had to sail another mile down the coast before he found a small cove that afforded protection from the waves. A small rubber boat was launched, and Dirk and Summer paddled a short distance to land. As they pulled the boat onto the beach, a squall blew in, dousing them with "Last time we were on an island," Dirk said, "I would have killed for this kind of storm." They trudged up the coast in the downpour, fighting the stiff offshore breeze that pelted their faces with stinging drops. Despite the dismal conditions, Summer noted the rugged beauty of this island at the tip of South America. But the coastal terrain became monotonous in the pouring rain, and after a half-hour of hiking, they became unsure about where they had spotted the anomaly. Standing at the water's edge studying the surrounding rocks, Summer finally spotted the object farther up the beach. It was a rusty curved plate of steel about 6 feet long, wedged firmly in the rocks. "I'll go out on a limb," Dirk said. "It could be part of a submarine conning tower." Summer nodded and looked out to sea. She probably struck those rocks and sank offshore. Or drifted out to sea again. "No," Dirk said, his voice registering surprise. "I think that we've been looking in the Umang direction." He tapped Summer's hand and pointed inland. She saw only a narrow gravel beach. Beyond was a shrub-covered hollow at the base of a rocky knoll. The beach was barren, so she gazed at the hollow, and her jaw dropped. Poking through the shrubs, another 50 feet inland, was the rest of the conning tower. They scrambled across the beach and into the thicket, where the entire hull of a submarine was concealed in the brush. The vessel was 3/4 buried, but Dirk could tell they had approached it from the stern. Where there once was a drive propeller, he saw only a mangled shaft. They hiked along the hull until they reached the exposed conning tower, which rose like an abandoned castle. Summer pulled a black and white photo from her pocket and compared it to the rusting steel hulk. It was a perfect match. She smiled at her brother. "It's the Barbarigo." They climbed up the battered remnants of the conning tower, where they could make out the imposing hulk of the entire boat through the underbrush. "How could it have landed way up here?" Summer asked. "Probably a rogue wave. The area around Cape Horn is notorious for them. It must have been a real monster to throw her this far inland." Summer gazed at the bow. "Do you think her cargo is still aboard?" It was the $64,000 question, and the reason they had rushed down to Tierra del Fuego. For Perlmutter had uncovered much more than just the sailor's logbook. He had pieced together the mystery of the Barbango's last voyage. It all started with the German scientist Oswald Steiner, who had boarded the sub in Malaysia. Steiner, Perlmutter found, was a highly regarded physicist known for his research in advanced electromagnetics. Pressed into military research by the Nazis, he dabbled in their atomic program before focusing on a secret project of his own, a magnetic railgun. Steiner advanced the theory that a projectile launched at extreme velocities could travel up to 50 miles, allowing the Germans to bombard the southeast coast of England from Normandy. For the system to work, he needed the most powerful magnets in the world, and those came from one source. Rare earths. In 1942 there was little demand for any of the rare earth elements, which were difficult to extract and refine. Germany and her conquests had few of the minerals, but Steiner found a lone source that could meet his needs. A small garnet mine in Malaysia, under Japanese control, extracted samosquite as a byproduct. The samosquite contained high concentrations of the rare earth samarium, a key element in producing high-performance magnets. Traveling to Malaysia, Steiner was stunned to discover a large stockpile of the mineral, amassed over years from mining operations. The local workers referred to it as Red Death due to its deep russet color, but it was Steiner who determined it was likely radioactive, which in time had produced illness in some off-miners. Thrilled with his discovery, Steiner requested transport of the samosquite back to Germany. An Italian submarine called the Tazzoli was assigned the task but was sunk in transit. When the Barbarigo arrived in Singapore, scheduled to pick up a supply of rubber and zinc, Steiner had her orders changed and stuffed her with samosquite. Accompanying the shipment home, he died with the Italian crew after they had to abandon the damaged sub. Dirk looked down the Barbango's forward deck at an exposed patch of steel near the bow. He descended the conning tower and hiked across the forward deck, which was covered with mud and rocks from the hill above. Summer followed him to an indented section near the bow. Kicking away the built-up soil, he exposed the rusted deck. He eventually uncovered a looped bar welded on horizontally. It was a hand grip for the forward hatch cover. Summer joined in scraping away the overburden until they cleared the cover, complete with its locking wheel latch. "Think it'll budge?" Summer asked. Dirk gave the wheel latch a few firm kicks to break the seal. "Give me a hand and we'll find out." They both gripped the wheel and threw their weight against it. After several tries, the latch broke its decades-long grip and spun freely. Dirk gave his sister a hopeful wink and heaved open the hatch. A dank and musty odor rose from the opening. There was little to see as the dark interior was filled almost to the ceiling with sediment. Sand, mud, or mineral, they couldn't tell. Dirk reached inside and groped around until he grabbed a clump of the material. He held it up for Summer to see. It was a rock, dark yet shiny and lustrous. In the grey light of the rain squall, Summer could make out a reddish tint. "Is it Red Death?" Dirk looked at the rock and grinned. No, I think it would be crimson gold.